Welcome to the 2025 Le Mans 24 Hours as part of the World Endurance Championship. This is the toughest, the most demanding, the most challenging race ever in the world. Racing around the French streets, what on earth are we going to witness today? Hello everybody and welcome to the Le Mans 24 Hours in 2025. We are almost set to go for the green flag. In around about 45 minutes time, the 24 Hours of Le Mans will be underway and we can't wait to get started. Alongside me in the commentary box is going to be JT, Omi as well, Tom Cans joining us as well, a virtue of guests as well, and Jake Sanson will be alongside me for the first 3 hours in the call as well as we get ready for Le Mans in 2025. This is the big one then. It's the fourth round of the World Endurance Championship. We've raced so far this year in Qatar, in Imola and in Spa. All three of those races has been won by Ferrari. Coming into today though, and it is a Cadillac on pole position with a 1-2 for the Hertz Team Jota squad. It's going to be quite an interesting ride. We're moments away, though, from getting it sorted. Let's go down to TNT for pre-race ceremonies.
So, yeah, he will do well. The car is very stiff, but it's the only way to be quick for us, yeah.
Thank you, and good luck.
Thank you so much, Raffaele Marcello, who started P4 in this beautiful BMW, and the sister car, the number 20, will start in 6th position. So they did a podium in Imola, so they have good chances here. Back to you, Jeff. I think we've talked about Kevin Magnussen. He's with another big name in former Formula One driver, Mick Schumacher, I guess.
Mick, looks like you guys have been on a bit of a roll of late. How are you feeling about the race? You didn't get to do your hyperbole, or Fred had some issues in his hyperbole lap, but not a bad position to start from.
No, we're very excited. No, you know, I think at the end of 24 hours, we'll just have to try and do the best out of it, and I think we have a good package, so now it's just about, you know, making it work and getting it over the line.
Do you get pre-race nerves, or are you just pretty happy, confident, ready to go?
No, I think we're all very excited. Fred looks sharp, so I think he's ready to go.
Okay, thanks for your time. Cheers, Mick.
Always great to talk to Mick Schumacher. I mean, Alpine looking super confident here after 2 podiums, both in Imola and Spa. Let's talk about Toyota now, because of course they have a big history with Le Mans. 40 years. It's been 40 years since their first start here, and I mean the number 7 car has this very special livery, and you all love it, right? Tell us about it.
I love it really much. It goes even back to Papa here. Martin, of course, he was driving the similar color in that time. So it's back to an era which was, for me, beautiful, and I like that. It's great reflecting on that. They are fast as well, and you heard also Raffaele touching on it. He thinks that, yeah, Toyota and Ferrari are a little bit faster than anyone. But where do they start? Far back in a beautiful car.
They really do, but nowhere is qualifying more prestigious or less relevant than the Le Mans 24 Hours, where if you have a good race car, it can be everything. That number 7 car has either finished on the podium or not finished the 24 Hours of Le Mans, which shows you how competitive it is in terms of pace. Sebastian Buemi losing out a little bit in the final part of Hyperpole with a puncture for Toyota, which set them back slightly on the grid, but the general acceptance is they have a really strong race car.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're P10, Toyota number 8, driven by Buemi, Hartley and Irakawa, and this number 7 couldn't even make it to the Hyperpole one, so pretty back in the grid right now. So it's been a fantastic story as well. I mean, Toyota going for a 5th Le Mans victory, and here it is, this very special livery we've been talking about. It's the 14th anniversary of Toyota's first race at Le Mans. So the number 7 has this famous red livery from 1998, and we definitely love it. So Toyota, 6th Le Mans victory here, and maybe a 5th one for Sebastian. Jeff, I think you're next to your true MotoGP legend, Valentino Rossi.
Valentino, due to the new rules, you got to do the hyperpole lap with all the platinum drivers, and you still stuck at P3. You must be over the moon with that.
Yeah, I did a very good lap. I enjoy a lot. The strategy was good. It's good this year in the WEC because also the silver can make the hot lap. So race by race, I improve the feeling with the new tire and try to squeeze everything from the car. So, you know, the starting position is not crucial because it's 24-hour race. But anyway, starting in front is important. And now we have to understand our pace in the evening, during the night, and we will see tomorrow if we are competitive.
What about the traffic? What's it like here with all the hypercars buzzing around you in Porsche curves, etc.? You're busy already, but you've got other things to deal with.
In this championship, the traffic is always a big issue because you have the hypercars, but in Le Mans also more because you have the LMP2 also. So you have always to keep attention front and rear for try to understand where they pass, but is a part of the game.
Okay, well, thanks for talking to us. Go well.
186 drivers, the champions from Formula 1, 2 and GT specialists, and of course Valentino Rossi, the MotoGP icon, competing for his second year in WEC. We've just seen in the interview Rubens Barrichello that was behind because of course his son is competing in the GT3 as well. But a word on Valentino Rossi. So second year in WEC, he clinched pole in Imola, got a podium there as well, got so close to the win. He's improved so much compared to last year, Alex.
I just love his passion, and from working through the GT3 ranks, he finds himself here at Le Mans and then putting the car in the top 3 in qualifying. So impressive in the company that he's in. You know, we've got 8 manufacturers in the top 8 positions in GT3
Can't be
this
more
year.
competitive than this.
And that is how competitive it is. It was a seriously impressive lap from Valentino, and he got everything out of the car.
Yeah, they're starting at 3rd position. Once again, the number 46 BMW got really close to the pole. How impressed are you by his performance, Tom?
No, I'm very impressed because he always put a little layer. He's always getting a little bit better. But nevertheless, I always touching on the interview we did last year when he said, no, I was very successful in on motorbikes, but I started as a karting driver. I always had the dream about going to Formula 1 and going and racing at Le Mans. So I take him as a very serious contender for this year's overall victory because operational, the team is strong, but as you touched on, there's so many, and great to see new manufacturers coming back with Mercedes as well, joining Ford, Mercedes, and McLaren. Do I mention something? Toyota, did I mention?
Corvette, there's so many different manufacturers.
Yeah, but it's fantastic.
But Valentino also adds just a humble joy to the paddock. You know, there are fans queuing for him in the morning, the day before free practice of each World Endurance Championship race. It's so impressive to watch him engage with the sport.
Yeah, and what about this LMP2 category? We haven't talked about it as well, but how competitive is it? It is too, Alex.
It is immensely competitive. TDS Racing on pole. You've got spec cars, a spec chassis, and absolutely the same engine on the same tyre. That's why those cars are so competitive. It's going to be a great race for 24 hours.
Okay, now it's time to take a short break, but don't go too far as the start of the 24 hours of Le Mans is in a few minutes now. On the other side of the break, we'll still have plenty of things to discuss with Alex and Tom. If you're watching us on our digital platforms, Discover Plus and Max, no break for you.
Yep, okay, so let's go over ourselves to Radio Le Mans and say good afternoon to them.
Not only just here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, but also in the European Le Mans Series, of which that EDEC Sport team have had some great success already. This is Jamie Chadwick's Le Mans debut alongside her teammate Mathieu Jaubert making his start for the first time. He's a real hidden talent, which might not be so hidden by 4 o'clock tomorrow. But I would think they'll just be absolute sponges working with Andre Lotterer, asking him all the questions. How do you deal with a Le Mans week? What do you do in certain situations? Andre's done it all. This will be his 14th start at the 24 Hours of Le Mans for EDEC Sport.
Pole position in LMP2 is the TDS Racing number 29, black and orange car. It's been a decent run for them. And at the front of the field, Paul, we've heard from the driver who set the pole time, but what a team effort in their first Le Mans with Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, the team from Royal Tunbridge Wells, Sam Hignett, David Clark. They've worked so hard to get this opportunity to be a works team. And Mike, haven't they paid Cadillac back handsomely here this week so far?
Well, they have, yes, and Cadillac's always been one of those kind of Le Mans specialists, but look, that's only really looking at the recent history of the Cadillac in terms of the Cadillac hypercar. I kind of trying to put this in the historical context when we had the Cadillac North Star LMP1 cars here.
Oh, they were evil, wicked, mean and nasty, weren't they, in that black colour? They looked fabulous.
They looked the part, but somehow they never really threatened to do anything seriously. But then I'm doing this to save a bet, really. In 1950, there was the Cadillac Le Monstre, which captured the hearts of the French, even though it had come over from America. They saw this huge car, hence they called it Le Monstre, and that was Cadillac's entry in 1950. But apart from those entries, Cadillac doesn't have a history of racing at Le Mans. So I think it's absolutely great that the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota team, that they brought the Cadillac through all of that history or lack of history and plonked it on the front row of the grid. And you know, there must be a lot of people saying Cadillac, that's not a sporting brand that we associate with Le Mans. But I think from now moving forward, it's certainly going to be. And you know, I mean, certainly looking at the performance of Alex Lynn in qualifying, a mighty, mighty qualifying performance.
Ferrari, unbeaten in the last 2 years here, Peter Mackay, at Le Mans. They've had a cracking start to the FIA WEC season, and they come here and they find themselves somewhat on the back foot.
Possibly. I was looking at the sector times earlier on that we've seen through all the practice sessions, and in Sector 2 and Sector 3, their cars have set the best sector times through that sector. In Sector 1, it's the Porsche, but they're closely followed by Ferrari. So I think, although it's been a mixed week for them across their three cars, I think they are very much in the mix. And as Mathieu Jaminet mentioned, he expects the red Ferraris to move forward, and I share that thought.
In Le Mans GT3, Paul, Hunter Racing, Aston Martin ahead of Ferrari, ahead of BMW, ahead of Mercedes, Porsche, Corvette, McLaren, and Lexus, an amazing variety of cars. In fact, the whole of Hyperpole, the dash for Paul, as it were.
Eight brands, 8 cars.
Incredible.
What more can you ask?
Thierry Bouvet and his team of 13 do the BOP here. They should be sitting down with their feet up at the moment going, that's a job well done.
No, they're planning for next year and what they need to change before next year. You know, these guys never put their feet up. You failed to ask me who the favourites were, which I am grateful for. But it really is. It's going to be such a dogfight between them. Somebody, I was out to dinner last night and said, yeah, but you've got Valentino Rossi. Valentino Rossi in that number 46 Team WRT BMW M4. Whatever else you say.
The driver will put an helmet as soon as the ceremony is over. If you're new to WEC, it can be complicated sometimes. 3 different categories, 62 different cars, and with team of 3 different drivers. Jeffo got you covered. Here's everything you need to know about this race.
The 24 Hours of Le Mans is one race with a huge 62-car field, but there are 3 radically different types of cars racing on track, all fighting to create their own piece of history. Here's a quick guide to each class and what makes them special. This is the big one, the fastest, most complex, and for many, the most exciting cars on the grid. For 2025, we have 21 hypercars fighting for outright victory. The minimum weight is 1,030 kilos, maximum power around 700 horsepower from any engine the manufacturer chooses. Simple. Except it's not that simple, because there are 2 types of cars racing in the hypercar category. Peugeot, Toyota, Ferrari and Aston Martin field LMH cars or Le Mans hypercars. These are unique prototypes from nose to tail and can have a hybrid system working on the front axle, so in certain speed ranges, if they choose to do that, these cars can be 4-wheel drive. The other hypercars are called LMDH cars. They feature one of 4 spec carbon fibre chassis supplied by Orica, Ligier, Multimatic and Dallara. They also have to take a spec gearbox and a hybrid unit, which only supplements power to the rear wheels, so these are rear-wheel drive cars. Again, engine choice and aerodynamics are completely free, so we have everything from the howl of the Alpine to the absolute thunder of the Cadillac. Next up is the LMP2 category, still prototypes, but this time there's no BOP, and that's because each of these 17 cars has exactly the same Orica chassis and exactly the same 4.2-litre V8 supplied by Gibson. This is the purest category, even though they're going to be about 10 seconds a lap slower than the hypercars. Finally, we have the LMGT3 class. As you can see, these are based on road cars, much more conventional looking. These cars, minimum weight 1,245 kilos, around 520 horsepower. They're the only cars with ABS at Le Mans, and they'll lap around 30 seconds a lap slower than the hypercars. But this is the magic of Le Mans. Pure prototypes driven by some of the best pro drivers in the world on the same racetrack as amateurs in road car-based GT3 machines. It's absolute chaos, but we love it.
It is intense. It is once a year. It's about to start. You don't want to miss it. We're about to live a very special ceremony here. Lots of tradition, of course, in Le Mans. You know them by heart. Explain it. What's happening right now?
Yeah, but as a driver, you don't reflect a lot on that. But I mean, the trophy is coming back. The trophy has been in Maranello, and it's going to be brought back and ready for, another edition to fight for. We will also see a very important flag. The French national flag should also be envisaged shortly, which will be given to Roger Federer. And there's a lot of royalty, apart from the drivers, around the start-finish line at the moment.
Yeah, maybe the only drivers that won't enjoy the show, Alex, are the ones that are about to start and put their helmet on.
Yeah, you need as many earplugs as you can get, 1,000-yard stare, and focus only on the start of the race.
All right, it's show time now. You won't miss any of it thanks to our commentators. Hello, everyone.
The French national anthem as the helicopter comes in to land. We are all set to go then as the flag falls, ready for the Le Mans 24-hour.
24 hours since 1923. They've been racing on these roads that connect the towns of Le Mans and Tours. And now the ceremonies continue as the drapeau gets delivered to the front of the grid. The atmosphere here, always incredible. The grandstands are absolutely packed, and the excitement and apprehension is 100%. Chris Stevens will be joining us on our broadcast for the first time. Chris, Le Mans is just an incredibly special and unique event.
It's something else, isn't it? I mean, truly, truly astonishing to see the crowd absolutely packed into the stands. We saw some of the aerial shots earlier. You wouldn't think there was a racetrack somewhere in amongst that sea of people, but there is, and it is an absolutely legendary one at that, as well as
Roger Federer will be receiving the flag. Yannick Dalmas is also our driver of honour this year. It will be Federer who will wave the flag to get our race underway. We saw a few years ago, Rafael Nadal was able to do it. It's such a privilege to have a sporting icon of that stature. Of course, Roland Garros finishing just a week ago. Some years it clashed, the final with Le Mans, but they've managed to make sure that that no longer happens, because Roland Garros and the Le Mans 24 Hours and the Tour de France, possibly the three biggest sporting events, certainly in France and maybe even across Europe.
We used to have a similar thing in the UK with Wimbledon and the British Grand Prix clashing an awful lot. It's good to see sports getting along an awful lot better now. Drivers waiting in anticipation ahead of the start of this iconic 24-hour race as the French tricolore makes its way down this 62-car field to be received by Roger Federer. And the applause from the drivers as well. All of this just builds into the anticipation of what we're going to see over the course of the next 24 hours of racing.
And it's something that the Le Mans 24 Hours over the last couple of years has particularly focused its attention on, creating an incredible show that really gets under your skin at the start of every single year. Whether you are trying to focus on the 24 hours ahead as a driver first in the car or last in the car, or engineers, you can't help but being dragged into the emotion that this creates. This is something that so many, whether you're in the grandstand, on the grid or in the garages, so many dream of being part of. And for those lucky enough to be on site this year, that is becoming a reality.
Heroes and legends are made at this circuit. The handover of the French tricolore. He'll be starting the 93rd running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. What an honour for him. And of course, was it Rafael Nadal who did it a few years back as well?
Absolutely. Over the last couple of years, they really have upped their game with the celebrities that have managed to join us. Brad Pitt was here one year as well. Pierre Fillon to the right-hand side, responsible for the ACO and this circuit and the Automobile Club de l'Ouest.
And he must be loving seeing what he has helped to create here with this hypercar field. 21 of them set to do battle for 24 hours. And we've got 3 new manufacturers coming over the course of the next 2 years as well. They've been unveiling a lot more about their programs over the course of this week. Toyota are desperate to get their Le Mans crown back. They feel like they were robbed last year. They've been beaten by Ferrari over the course of the last 2 encounters at the South. They want to get that crown back, of course, as to every single one of these manufacturers that come here for the annual pilgrimage, this mecca of motorsports, where the best teams, drivers and global marques come to test to the limit.
Talking of global superstars, Roger Federer and Valentino Rossi sit probably equal to each other. Tom Christensen would be another to sit at the very head of world sports as legends. And whilst Valentino's made his name, of course, on 2 wheels, and on 4 he is making more and more noise, could it be a year where he stands on the podium here at the Le Mans 24 Hours, which of course he's done as a bike racer at the circuit Bugatti, but never around the full Le Mans Circuit de la Sarthe. Having a look at the top 10 hypercars as we roll through the grids and prepare for race start in around 20 minutes.
196 drivers, one legendary battleground. We're back here in the pit lane with Tom and Alex. You can tell now the excitement is growing, and you can see behind us all the mechanics, all the teams that can't be on the grid. They are here in this pit lane. This is such a team effort to win Le Mans, Tom.
Now it kicks off, and means they release the car. They can't do anything else. So now they have really to what they have agreed, strategy-wise. Everyone has the role. Everything kicks in, and of course there's adrenaline.
Adrenaline like crazy as we get ready for the race. Let's go down to our colleagues.
Really honored to be here and to be representing this team, Anti-Racing, Porsche, and First Forum, and very excited to get it going.
You've got a great team around you. You've got a couple of great co-drivers with you as well. Does that give you confidence?
It gives me supreme confidence to be surrounded by this team. They know how to win, as well as my co-drivers. They know how to win. I think Richard Leeds is very used to being on the podium here, and so I just try to surround myself with the best people possible, and good things tend to happen.
It's an unusual, Le Mans, the fact that there's no rain in the forecast. Are you happy with that?
Well, it's also Le Mans. I think I wouldn't be surprised if a shower did come up. But no, we're happy. Our car seems to do really well in the dry, and we're extremely happy and focused for the race.
It's been a good start to the week. We wish you the best.
Yep, thank you.
Jack, the Jack Aitken, the Wheeling Cadillac. It's you're starting it. What's the plan?
Survive the first lap and see how the other 23 hours and 57 minutes goes.
That's quite simple.
It should be, but let's see.
Thanks, Jack. Cheers.
Our CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team in the countdown to green with new boy to us, Ryan Marine, and the old hand. It's that old experience and youth combination that we went to there for the countdown to green. Many teams will have been doing exactly the same. The final preparations being made by the teams to their drivers being strapped in, the mechanics, the engineers, the strategists even have done their jobs to this point. From now on, there's no script. We are working with how this plays out. Thank you very much to Peter Mackay and Paul Trustwell. He will stay in place, Paul will, as we head towards the start of the race. That's the end of countdown to green. Johnny Palmer and Johnny Molam to take you through the early part of the race before we get
machines ready to.
And we're all set then with the helicopter cameras getting all set. We will be underway for the start of the Le Mans 24-hour. Yeah, closing up what's going to be a great one. Let's head back down to Radio Le Mans.
Afternoon, and as we head into Sunday, there is a 25% chance of rain now, with temperatures a little warmer, round about 26 degrees for the Le Mans 24 hours. And here is the Mobil 1 track temperature, 25.3 Celsius. Write that one down as where the track works here. Everybody on medium tyres to start will track that through the whole of the 24 hours for 2025 on 91.2 FM.
So 1 minute before the cars set off on their
All set then. Ready for a few more minutes. And then we will be underway. Got loads of onboard cameras up here in the comms box, plus a helicopter camera. We will be showing you so much action throughout the 24 hours of Le Mans, including some onboard cameras. It's going to be a lot of fun. And I'm glad to say at least we got a fan in the commentary box that's on maximum, because the heat is unbelievable
91.2
right now.
FM Radio Le Mans for 2025. It's the 93rd edition of this wonderful race, and we have less than 15 minutes to go until we kick it off with 62 cars arranged on the grid. The 5-minute board is now being shown to all, and this majestic sight as far as Cadillac Hertz Team Jota are concerned, looking at that front row position with Will Stevens and Earl Bamber on the grid in readiness for this lengthy rolling lap. They'll be sent off in the next few moments. Julian Andlauer is that chilled out. He can even afford a wink and a wave from the cockpit of his Porsche. He starts from the outside of the second row. Remember, here at Le Mans, it's the outside position on the front row that is the pole, rather than on a normal clockwise circuit. You'd find it on the inside, but that gives you the perfect line then into the Dunlop chicane at the top of the hill. Finally, we do have a confirmed grid, and there were, interestingly, some changes in terms of starting driver, no least putting in Kevin Estre in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 at the back of the field. Johnny Palmer and Paul Truswell also to be joined by Johnny Molam shortly for the opening stanza to this 93rd edition. We're live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. I've got goose pimples, Paul Truswell, and that should be the way of things.
It's not that cold in here, is it? It should be the way of things, and I think you're not alone. And this is where the more experienced drivers perhaps have a little bit of an upper hand, because they've been here before. They know what's coming. They know just the procedures and things, which just help to keep the nerves a little bit more under control. But the cars will be setting off any moment now on their formation lap, the pace lap, behind the Le Mans safety cars, and the board being shown at the front of the grid there to say 3 minutes to go. The extra personnel departing from the grid behind the pit wall. The team's allowed to leave one support engineer to check that everything is okay with the driver before he heads off on this final formation lap. And an important formation lap because, first of all, of course, they have to form into their grid positions. They're starting in the right order, so that shouldn't be a big issue. But, of course, part of this is to get the tyres warmed up. We've been hearing a lot about tyres, and very often the way you warm them up can be crucial to the way that the tyres behave for the rest of the stint. My prediction is that the first stint of this race will be a double stint. They'll be getting, for the most part, I think, coming in for their first stop after about 45 minutes or so for the hypercars, and it will just be a fuel and go because the tyres should last for a double stint. If they do come off, it'll be a precautionary one. They'll be able to go back on again later on. They're limited to these 14 sets over the course of the race, and one of the significant things with the predicted dry weather, if it rains, your wet tyres don't count to your allocation. If it stays dry, obviously you have to stay on the slick tyres throughout, and all of a sudden then the 14 sets that you're allocated suddenly don't seem to be quite as many, and it's going to be crucial during the night that the teams double, triple stint those tyres. The problem there is that a lot of the teams have said that they want to be getting onto the soft tyre in the night. Trouble with the soft tyre is it doesn't have such a good longevity. It doesn't last as long. So they're going to go onto the soft tyre to try and get the pace.
Roger Federer giving the instruction to start the engines, and all the starting drivers oblige. As the fly past continues, this is always a favourite part of the whole event for me. The skies are filled with so much noise and spectacle, and even from our commentary booth, our Ford Performance commentary position, the Global Broadcast Centre positioned in the TV compound here at Le Mans, making a real noise as the French colours above the tribune of the blue, the white and the red explode into huge amounts of smoke and fireworks over the main straight and above and in front of the Automobile Club de l'Ouest building. It's very easy to be sucked into this if you're a driver as well and almost ramp up the heart rate, but you have to stay as chilled out as possible, as now the main green flag is waved at the start of the field of 62 cars. This green flag waving to indicate one rolling lap, which will take the best part of 9 minutes then to complete, as the Cadillac Hertz Team Jotas of Will Stevens and Earl Bamber head up through Dunlop Curve and towards that tricky first sequence of corners, really. I mean, the Dunlop Curve is technically the first corner, but then that hard stop into the left and the right where brakes and tyres are still going to be coolish even after 8.5 miles or so of trying to get some warmth into your first set of chosen dry tyres. And they are at a premium, so as Paul has discussed, it's going to be very interesting to see how they are utilised through the next full day. Johnny Merlin has arrived on the scene now, so we're getting on air very quickly indeed. Julian Adlauer in his LMDH Porsche behind two other LMDH cars.
Yeah, and the cars venture out onto the parade lap now then. We are all set for the start of the Le Mans 24-hour in 2025. Fingers crossed it's going to be a good one. We're locked in here for 24 hours. Let's just hope it's good. So drivers on their parade lap. Megan Birch just on her way to join me in the commentary box as well. Jake Sanson and the team joining us. Let's take a look then at the grid all the way through. Pole position, the Hertz Team Jolter squad. Row 2 then sees the 5 Porsche and the 15 BMW.
There is row 3, Penske, Porsche and BMW. The second of the Porsche Penskes on row 4 with BMW also alongside. Last year's winner, the Ferrari, down only in 8th position. And we're flying through this grid because ultimately, as Alex has said, it doesn't matter so much, but something like having a Toyota down in the second half, missing out on the hypercar qualifying, the number 7 machine, 16th position. It's actually 6 positions higher than it started last year. 2 Peugeots down in on the 9th row of the grid. Aston Martin back for the first time in a few years, and a V12 engine in the back of that. There is our pole car from last year, and 21st position. TDS get pole position for the first time in LMP2 alongside the Inter-Europol champions of 2023. The AF Corsa Spike car will be very, very noticeable. And United Autosports very strong indeed as we roll further down RLR, and Patrick Pilet, one of the most experienced drivers in the field. He'll start that car. Nicky Katzberg in the CrowdStrike George Kurtz machine. Esteban Masson, one of the youngest drivers in the field, a rookie, and he will start in 32nd, right in the middle of the pack. One of the older competitors and the 3-time winner, Andrea Lotterer, just behind his first start in an LMP2 machine. Luca Giotto, we know that name.
Well, I suddenly say no one's here, then suddenly everybody's here. So, hello guys, how you doing? And JT's here. Hello JT. Wes here too. Hello guys, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on?
Oops.
That was a crazy F1 Academy race.
Oh, 2 seconds. Sorry, we're hearing Radio Le Mans alongside us. There we go. Hello Wes. Yeah, what did you say? So it was a crazy race?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It was tough to see anyone who wasn't crashing into someone else. So yeah, absolutely mad.
Without spoiling it, JB.
Yeah.
There might be a new top person of most unsafe rejoin you can ever rejoin unsafely.
You're joking? That bad?
Yes.
Oh my. We'll keep an eye on that, guys, then.
Tell you what, that bodes well for the Canadian Grand Prix tomorrow, or at least qualifying and free practice free today. If I'm not crashing.
Yeah. There's another page. Actually, I was wondering, actually, why. It looked a bit thingy. Right, we have got so many cameras up here in the commentary box, it's quite hard to tell. We've got one monitor at about 50 inches. That gives us every onboard access, plus helicopter feed and tracking. We then have access as well, as Megan's going to blue tack things together. We then have access to several onboards that we have on our secondary monitor up here in the commentary box, and you'll be able to see it all because we are going to be flicking between to and fro every single camera throughout the 24-hour broadcast. We have those permissions to use said onboards, and we also have the markers of doom as they come through as well. I don't know how much of a weekend this is going to be, but I don't know about anybody else, but this is going to be scary as hell.
It really will be. Though I've looked, there's no rain.
Oh, my keyboard's broken.
I'll take scary over boring any day. I don't know if we could do another 6 hours of safety car like last year.
Oh, that was hell from what I saw of it.
So I'm just trying to work out, because apparently I'm being told that my keyboard was broken.
Was it just not connected?
It's working now. Okay, cool.
Must have just been a loose connection.
Just one issue. Guys, I'll share my camera so you can see me. Hello. Megan's just stood behind. Massive fan in the commentary box as well, in order to help out. JT, 24 hours, what are you thinking we're going to see? Drama, action, intrigue? A lot of,
chaos.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
24 hours is always chaos.
Well, the Hertz Team Jolter 38 squad seems to be quick so far. There is Roger Federer ready. No, is that Novak Djokovic or Roger Federer? I couldn't tell from that angle. I think it was Roger Federer.
I've stuck the bottom of all of them so that they continue to keep that way.
24 hours ahead of us for Le Mans in 2025. 24 hours on the clock then. There's Jenson Button and Sebastian Bourdais ready to go. Omi, what about you? What are you thinking ahead of the 24 hours?
Going to be special, always is.
So the grid then, as we see, Will Stevens will be the first one in pole position alongside then. It's blowing because of the fan in the commentary box. I can barely read the grid.
This is going to be 24 hours of comedy.
Yeah, Will Stevens in the 12, Earl Bamber in the 38, Julian Anlauer in the 5, Kevin Magnussen starting in the 15, Felipe Nasr starting in the 4, Rene Rast starting in the 20, Nicholas Nielsen, we won last year in the 50 Ferrari, 311 with Jack Aitken. Just as well for you, Megan, Sebastian Buemi starting in the number 8 Toyota right now, so not that of your favourite driver on the grid. They are coming, though, into position, and we are almost all set to go for the 2025 Le Mans 24-hour race. Let the music ring out as we get ready to go. This is the one everybody waits for. It's round 4 of the season. We've had Ferrari win every race so far. You can hear the beginning to Space 1999 in the background, the traditional start point. The cars just forming out through karting towards the Ford chicane. They all look to be in order on our helicopter camera that you now see back at home that we've got alongside us here in the commentary box. The pace car will pull in. They will go off in classes, remember, so we will have 3 starts to this race. Hypercar, Gap, LMP2, Gap, GT3s. 62 cars, 182 drivers will race 400 laps, 24-hour distance around a French motorway network at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Here we go again. Pace car comes in. For the first time since Ford, we have an American team on pole position with a 1-2. Cadillac are on top. We are all set to go. The 2025 Le Mans 24-hour. The tricolor falls. Foot to the floor. 24 hours of racing is green at Le Mans. And it's a good start from the 2 Hertz Team Jota squad. Immediately the Alpines and BMWs trying to have a look. BMW trying to come through on the inside line with Kevin Magnussen. Julian Anlauer is going to go on the inside line for the number 5 Porsche. Late on the brakes into turn number 1 and 2. This is going to be through the chicane. Dunlop and a little bit of tripping behind, but it's better than what we saw before. Everybody through contact cleanly, and there's a little bit of contact as they come down through La Chapelle and onto the network. And LMP2 is underway as well. Good start. Mateus Beach and the TDS Racing leading the way. GT3s are go.
Race start under review.
And race starts under review, as JT said, but we are underway, Megan, and already split side by side, but a good clean start compared to what we've seen in previous years. And lost second already is the 38 Cadillacs, and the 5 Porsches moved up.
To be honest, at that race start, I did feel like there was something wrong with it.
Yeah, it was all a bit messy, wasn't it?
Yeah, and weirdly, I feel like it was the timings of their thing that was wrong, because it went 2 seconds.
50 Ferrari trying to go through, but look, Porsche's taken the lead. Julian Anlauer now leads. So that's Porsche now leading, so that lasted, Wes, around about 35 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. Julian Anlauer just had his eyes on the lead, and he was not going to take no for an answer. He muscled his way past Will Stevens in the chicane, and it only took the first part of the Mulsanne Straight before he made his way past El Bamba as well.
Our timings and scoring system currently isn't operational as we would like it, so it's not our fault. It is the fault of WEC systems. It won't bunch in soon. But
do you know what?
Oh, but that's Buemi being swamped. Buemi swamped as well by the 51 Ferrari. He started 8th down to 10th. Timing's back.
I reckon there is a little bit of a glitch going on with them, because I noticed at the race start, do you know when they crossed the line to signify the start of the race? That happened. The clock started counting down 2 seconds after that.
Yes.
There was a delay in it.
Jake Santos is going to be joining us shortly. He's just watching the start of the race. Can I ask, by the way, that you
Why
just...
is the fan just on me?
Yeah, sit down so I can get a bit of fan as well, because I'm overheating. JT, great start, and now Porsche lead the way, going for their 20th overall victory at Le Mans.
Yeah, absolutely. Side by side, we go down towards Indianapolis and Arnage for the first time. That is the 50 Ferrari getting involved, and a little bit of dust kicked up by the 15 BMW, and the 50 Ferrari gets ahead going into Indianapolis.
Smooth start then, as Mike Conway in the number 7 Toyotas dropped down a couple of places as well. We'll wait to see what that's about as they all come in for the first time down towards Arnage. And okay, everything looks good, Wes, and you've got to remain calm. You can't win it in the first 10 minutes, but you certainly can lose it at Le Mans. And if one big accident at the start, when they're all bunched up together, it's a whole day write-off.
That is certainly true, but in the moment you can't tell racing drivers that. They think they all think they can win the race in the first corner, much less 24 hours from now. I noticed the Ferraris are doing well, recovering from a terrible qualifying. James Collado in the 51 up to 9th already. As well as Nicholas Nielsen is up in 5th. So, yeah, they're really making up for lost time, and their race pace much better than qualifying pace.
Everyone now comes across the line, and they update sector by sector. The major changes we see as lap 1 gets completed. Julian Anlauer in the Porsche Penske Motorsport number 5 leads the way. Will Stevens second in the 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jolter Squad. 38 Caddy running in 3rd. Felipe Nasr in the 4 Porsche Penske Motorsport makes his way up the order as well from the start. BMW, the biggest losers, down to 6th and 7th. And certainly number 8 for Sebastian Buemi, was starting the race 10th. Hasn't made any progress on the opening lap as well, as he drops back ever so slightly. And I'm certainly glad that JT were not using time in 71, because their system still haven't updated to the new race.
Oh, really?
They have not. So I'm glad that we're using the world feed plus the multi-view streams. There is the battle for GT3, currently being led by the number 27 Hearts of Racing Aston Martin. The 46 Team WRT has made its way up into 2nd position. And if I'm not very much mistaken, we'll open up the GT3 timing towers. That's Kelvin van der Linde battling as well in that number 46, not Valentino Rossi. He'll come in later.
There's a lot of use of trees on the helicopter one.
Yeah, the helicopter camera so far hasn't given us the much use up here in the commentary box on our television network as well.
Apart from seeing in that person's garden.
Yeah, oh, and they've zoomed out for it as well. Just to give you an example of how big the Mulsanne Straight is actually as well on the motorway. And there's the other helicopter. So on helicopter camera right now, we're filming the secondary helicopter camera angle as well. So that's always fun.
And the crane that holds the camera over that.
If you don't, by the way, know the Discovery Plus stuff, do go and take a look at it, because it's fantastic. I've got to change some timing screens around, so we're going to hop over to the main screen.
I generally do think that helicopter's just following that one now.
The two helicopters are not really being that good, are they?
one of them be following that part? And
Yellow,
the other
yellow.
somewhere else. Ooh, yay.
Got a yellow flag, JT. Don't know where. Have you got the
Who is
marshalling
it?
point system information? Let's have a look. I have no information about where the yellow flag is.
Has anyone stopped?
Marshall Post 3, Marshall Point 3.
That's
not
the
a
first
hypercar.
corner.
It's not a hypercar.
Yeah.
It's been
Green,
removed. Yeah, I was going to say, that's not usual to have one that far down the order. We'll open up our own race control system up here in the booth.
Someone could have gone wide.
Yeah, and race start is still under review, actually, as you said, Megan, so it hasn't yet changed over as things stand.
I wonder whether it is under review because of the timings of the clock that counts down. But what went wrong in that start for it to be under review?
Sometimes they review it if there's a break in procedure. So, like, if there's been a small error somewhere along the line, they would look at it just to make sure everything's okay. JT, we saw that last year, didn't we, here? A lot of starts under review by the safety car restart times.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, safety car lines, 3 safety cars. It's very confusing here at Le Mans. 3 starts for 3 classes, but we had that start under review. That came after the hypercar started, but before the LMP2 started, so it must be for the hypercars that the start is under review.
That doesn't surprise me, to be fair.
I wonder what they did wrong.
I'll tell you what,
It could just be that they weren't alongside each other enough, and that someone accelerated before somebody else. It's hard to say.
Yeah. JB?
Yes, hello.
Should I be concerned that the tracker on Discovery Plus is synced with TV pictures? There's like no delay.
No, because that's been the same thing with our helicopter pictures, because I actually had a word with the people who are producing, Warner Brothers Discovery. For the first time this year, there is no difference between World Feed and the online app. There is 0 difference. So enjoy.
Oh.
There's like a 12-second difference on like the world feed, no ad breaks, but everything else is synced.
Well, that goes between the whatchamacallit.
Yeah.
On the helicopter camera, I've just seen an air balloon.
Right, I've fixed the timing screens in many regards as well, just on that screen, so that's something at least. As they've all gone wrong, let's return to said screen and say hello. There's the gaps with the GT3 field, but we're now watching hypercar, so I need to press hypercar.
On the helicopter thing, we're not even on the track now. We were just filming the field for a minute. Can we stay on the track? I usually have to tell that to the cars, not to the helicopter.
They've got 24 hours to fill. They need to get a bit arty with the direction.
They have got to sort of hurry up with it, to be fair, because it's not exactly the most riveting. As we ride on board with the 009 Aston Martin with Sorensen at the wheel. It's a little bit wide. Another yellow flag, JT, has popped up on my timing screen again at Marshall Point 3. Double yellow Marshall Point 3. We're almost down there.
Has gravel been?
I don't know. None of the cars are in that section though. Which is the same as last time.
GT3 are down in that area. They were just a moment ago.
Someone's probably just brought some gravel.
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm thinking, to be fair. Gravel. It was yellow. It's gone green now. And I'm going to try and get our live timings back in terms of race control messages, because, to be fair, I'm surprised they're not working.
There were no cars down when the yellow was ongoing at the replay I've got.
They might have just had to send a marshal on track for some reason.
Yeah.
Which, given that there were no cars down there at the time, might make sense.
Considering the fact that we've got two helicopter cameras out here, they could at least go send one to have a look and see what's going on down there.
Yeah, though no, they're just staying next to each other.
Yeah, I presume one is the local broadcaster, one's the international. We count as international at this point. We've got a side-by-side battle going on here between the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport. That's Kevin Estre at the wheel. He's trying to go round the outside of Frederick Malkovic in the number 36 Alpine Endurance. Down to like the Porsche curves, not too much of a run. you don't really want to go for a move this early in the race, as we pointed out earlier on. I want to say, by the way, my new MacBook is going to have a stress test over the next 26 hours or so because of all the onboards it's doing. Should be able to handle it. It is an M4.
Yeah.
Do you know, there was no rain forecast, and I'm just looking at on the helicopter angle.
That does look
There's a lot of rain that's sort of starting to come in just at the exit of this, about 30 odd miles away maybe.
I checked. None. And yet there it is.
Rain still comes in.
Where's that woman from Argentina? We need to make it go away before it even gets here.
Everybody misses her. I don't know why she made it was Indonesia.
Indonesia, that's it. Because Argentina was the next race, and we said about how we didn't have a.
And it rained again. We had a delayed session.
Yeah.
That fan, I think, is a permanent feature this weekend. It's so nice just to be able to sit here.
I'm still nervous about when I have to be in here for F1 because you have to take everything down.
No, you can leave the fan.
Yeah, but I mean like this.
No, it'll be incredibly simple, don't worry.
I'm just nervous.
As long as you bring your laptop in, everything will go smoothly. Still, right now, Porsche leading the way. Yes, I'll be banished to another commentary box later on.
I don't want him to be. I tried to banish myself, he wouldn't let me.
Well, no one else can produce the F1 stream.
He wouldn't let me.
Nobody else has that JSON file. And we need to get that sorted out.
Maybe you should put that JSON file on my laptop.
It's incredible. It can't because it uses multiview. So it's different.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why no one's got it yet. We've already got the class split, by the way, going on. So we've got hypercars, then we've got LMP2, then miles back at the first sector, we've got the GT3s. In fact, just looking at it, we now have the hypercars in Sector 3, the LMP2s in Sector 2, and the GTs in Sector 1. And Sector 1, by the way, is literally just the normal circuit of what is the Bugatti circuit down towards Mulsanne.
Do you know where I reckon that's being so, like, slow? Because it has so many signals going to it, it doesn't know what to think.
Oh, yeah, it is utterly ridiculous at the moment.
But do you know what I'm waiting for?
Yep.
When one of, I don't know which, but when one of them falls behind.
I have also just realised that all the failures we had on Wednesday, I turned off browser hardware acceleration, but I turned it back on for the World Superbikes. I haven't turned it back on. Jake Sanson is here!
Hooray!
Hello, Jake. How you doing, my friend? Nice to see you. Oh, you can't hear him.
We can't hear him.
We'll get him soon.
What did you turn?
For once, not me. Side-by-side battles in the GT3. That's Ferrari getting through on the inside of one of the Lexus.
Ooh.
So that is the 57 Kessel Racing and the 21 Vista, of course, are getting ahead of the 87 Codis ASP team. Hello, Jake. Can you hear us?
I can hear you loud and clear. Yes, apologies for
You're very quiet.
You're still a little bit quiet, Jake.
Louder.
Try
louder.
turning it up on it. Try turning up your end on the Discord. Sometimes that's.
Sounds like a good idea, doesn't it?
There we go. Hello. A little bit more.
A little bit more, he says. A little bit more, a little bit more.
A little bit more, yeah.
Oh.
Well, that's now full.
Gonna
We'll
that's
see
it.
if that's
Hello.
any good
There.
on full volume.
That'll do.
Like Scotty.
There we go.
Like Scotty from Star Trek.
Yeah, give it all
Can't
you
give it
got.
any more, Captain.
If we can't do it, we've got no power. Yes, no, all good. I'm actually fascinated by how this race is going to turn out. I was reading just before I ended up researching bits and pieces for today, the Cadillac pole position. There was one particular journalist on motorsport.com who pointed out there is no way that Cadillac can win this race. And I have a feeling that's actually a really aggressive stance to take coming into this. This is the Le Mans 24 in 2025. We have no idea what this race is going to throw at us, even though the Jota is pretty quick over one lap and has struggled over the stints. I think it's a very audacious and early doors thing to say that this team has got no chance of winning the Le Mans 24 Hours. Let's harken back to 2016 when the Toyota was a clear winner, and then all of a sudden on the penultimate lap, it conked out. You have no idea what this race is going to throw up, and it throws up everything.
It is the best. I'd argue better than Daytona, and people are going to shout at me for that, but Daytona's around a purpose-built road course. This is on the streets where you've got the elements thrown into it. You've got everybody just sort of running around day after day. If our dad's driven on this track, you know there's problems.
Yeah.
Because it's like day after day just gets muck from the normal day traffic. And even before this race even started, they'd reopened the roads again. So everybody's been out there. Now, I've got a 4-cam. Let's just see if this is going to be nice to me today.
I've just remembered that Dad said my laptop was on 56%, so I have to go charge it.
I've already put it on charge. Ha-ha! Right, there we go. We're all on camera now. Hello, everybody. So,
I deliberately made sure that my backdrop was ready for the Le Mans 24 Hours as well. I've been working hard on my background to make sure. The last time you guys heard me on JB Motorsports, I was basically in a makeshift shed, but I wanted to make sure that my backgrounds from now on are going to be top grade. So I literally have, Le Mans 66 is on the wall behind me. You can't see it, but a little higher up, Le Mans Steve McQueen is up there as well. And every single row of the movie posters I have does have a genuine Lego car underneath it as well, just to give it that extra vapid touch. I can angle up just so you guys get an idea.
Oh yeah.
My goodness.
Oh my.
You've expanded.
This took an incredible amount of work and a lot of nerdetry.
Do you know, I love that because they're all the same size and they've all got equal spacing between it as well. That is pitch perfect.
Oh yeah. I really worked hard. It was about 3 days worth of, I had nothing better to do with my time.
That is a good thing to do with your time.
And seeing as how Lego's on one wall, I should point out it's on the other wall. It's a bit off topic, but it is slowly building.
Oh wow!
On the wall on the other side. So a lot of people have gone for the samey, let's just put them all in a line. Well, I decided to get 2 of each team, and I've actually made a start. So a starting grid in full vibe. So it's kind of a different way of going about it, but that shows you how much of a nerd I am by comparison to everyone else.
That's what I would do.
Is the order significant and the gaps between all the other cars?
Oh yes. I believe it is the exact start of. I'm modelling it on the exact start of Mexico City to 2024. I wanted it to be accurate to one of the most exciting starts of that year, and I think 2024 was pretty epic. So yeah, that's going to be what it'll be modelled on.
I think I lost my voice before the end of the first corner. I think it's one of the ones where it just sort of ran out of it just went before we even started. 007.
Yeah, I lost my voice at the start of the first corner. I wasn't even commentating on it. I was just screaming at the television. What are you doing, Checo? What are you doing? But yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean.
Oh, and yeah. So Harry Tincknell on the 007 Aston Martin has come into the pit lane out of schedule for a pit stop, way out of schedule. We're only 19 minutes in, so he's going to drop now behind the LMP2 field. GT3s not so much because they are about to be lapped, because coming through Mulsanne chicane is the leaders in hypercar, and the last runner, which is the AWA Racing as well, it runs currently 62nd and just exited down at Mulsanne.
I am going to give you a chance to sit down now by going.
Going?
Yeah, I need to have a break before FP3.
You're on FP3 GT. Yeah.
You've seen the start. You've seen the exciting bit.
Yeah.
On your crack.
I've seen 20 minutes of it. I'll let him get the fan and the chair.
Thanks. I need the fan. It's roasting in here. I don't know how you're managing in Thailand, my friend, because we can barely survive in. Or is it 25-degree heat?
Yeah, 25.
Oh, we have this exceptional ingredient to Thai homes, which is air conditioning. It's hilarious. I've just spent 3 weeks. I've just spent 3 weeks back in the United Kingdom, and I was horrified by how cold I suddenly was by comparison to what I am day to day in Southeast Asia.
You've acclimatized too quickly.
I have totally acclimatized. Yeah.
You've gone native. Yeah.
We just open the windows and hope there's wind.
There's no wind, honestly. There's no thing. I got angry last night because there was no wind. Although I had we're 20 minutes in, we're already on the man's chat here. The strangest dream. I felt like I was being charged up during the night. Literally, Megan's now laughing. But seriously, I had a dream where it was about 8:30 this morning. somebody knocked on my door, and as soon as I heard that, it felt like I was being charged up, ready to go. I was like, oh, right. Actual felt like there was power through me.
I kind of feel like the word dream should be substituted with the weird goings-on in my life that I try not to admit to people in public.
Yeah, that too.
That's a weird thing. No one knocked on your door.
Wait, no
and
one...
are doing so right now.
No one could have possibly. Do you know why? Mum wasn't here.
Oh.
She left.
Right, nobody knocked on my door then.
I just come in the house. That might have me been going past your room. Did I accidentally knock?
Well, no, because you were in the commentary box.
No, because I had just finished. I came into the house. Actually, I think I walked past your room around that time.
Oh, it was you then. Megan gave me a morning off as we take a look at Michelle.
Now, what did I come in here for?
Yeah. Yeah, she
It
walked
felt
in.
like that.
Off you go. No, right, off you go.
Bye-bye.
See you later. Right, Megan's on free
I'm,
practice 3 and qualifying. Go on, Wes.
I switched over to Sanson to have a look around his room, and I'm trying to go back to the world feed, and it's not coming back up for me, unfortunately.
Oh.
I know.
Is that your Wi-Fi
It keeps
issues?
saying failed. It probably is. Yeah.
You're gonna have to plug it in and plug it in again.
Yes.
I'm quite scared about my commentary box at the moment. I think if I get any more screens, NASA might recruit me. It's quite terrifying. In fact, because I can connect to the. I'll try and show you if Wi-Fi wants to let me, because the one problem with this garage is that it's not working. As we just get a quick image of regarding the race start, no further investigation. As well as spots back in. So we are good.
As well, really.
Yeah. I just had to refresh. It's back now.
Right, you guys will have to tell me if it's connected or not, and you can see my screen. Can you see my phone?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Mm-hmm.
So there's the OBS and the stream. There's us. Laptop and the monitors, and you lot down here.
Hello.
And there you are. And then that's normal, right? And then I've got this giant thing right next to me showing the helicopter feed. So, which is frozen, I've just noticed. So I'll reset
I've never
that.
wanted to be in somebody else's room more this year.
That's quite telling.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
Then again, would rather go to JB's commentary box and have tons of screens, or would you rather come to JB's commentary box and get your hands on an official Macau Grand Prix trophy?
I mean, to be fair, yes, the attraction to that is quite high. There is some conversation about Macau this year for me, which is quite exciting.
Oh,
yes,
really?
Dropping a bombshell early in the Le Mans 24 Hours coverage. Yeah, it is a bit explosive because this year we're having the F4, which is quite exciting. That was announced about 6 weeks ago. The championship promoters are my current employer, so there's potential for me heading out to Macau for the Grand Prix. I don't think I'd do the actual Grand Prix itself. That's got to be handled, as always, by David Addison, as always. But at least there might be a shot at the F4. So, yeah, Alan Hyde as well. Yeah, absolutely. Two massive legends who I'm very good friends with, thankfully. So I would never take the job off them, but there might be a shot at the F4. You never know. If not, I'll still be there to report and do various video content and whatever. So the excitement factor of going to Macau is quite exciting. I've been there twice, and neither of them were for the Macau Grand Prix, strangely enough. I went for the Moto Surf World Cup final last year, and then again for the karting Macau Grand Prix, which was easily more exciting than the Macau Grand Prix actually was. There was a lot more overtaking, for one thing. So, yeah, I'm quite excited to go back for the actual Grand Prix.
I love it.
I saw some of that surfing you mentioned on your show reel. It looks so exciting. I wish
It's
I could
mental.
have found the live feed of it.
So if people are interested in watching the maddest form of motorsport they've ever seen in their life, it is worth checking out. These guys will do 70 kilometers an hour on a 20-kilogram board with a 50cc engine in it. I mean, it's mental. If you hit the waves going at that speed, you are losing teeth. These guys literally have sawdust where their brains should be. But they're fantastic. The racing's amazing.
I saw your TikToks that you were doing over the weekend about them as well. I think I DM'd you at like 3 o'clock in the morning after one sleepless night. I was watching them. And I was like, how on earth is that even possible? Because I would literally fall over just trying to swim. I'd slip somehow. I'd slip on some seaweed.
These guys, they've only got like 6 race weekends a year. Every other weekend is training. They're just out on the waves, training. And they're doing their own national championships as well. But there is a sort of connection. I know I'm rabbiting on about water sports, but there is a sort of connection. There is a certain British touring car driver who now races in the Jet Ski World Series, which is one step away from MotoSurf, and is a world champion twice over. So
Can we guess who it is?
You can guess who it is. He was racing only a few years ago.
It's
who's that going to be?
Is it? It's not Giovinardi, is it?
No, it's not Giovinardi. Nowhere near as high profile as that. But he's a world champion in jet skis. Was, I think, a race winner in British touring cars.
Oh,
at
very
least
close
once.
there. Ferrari to the inside line of the Mercedes.
That
was not going down to the chicane. And now we've got the other Mercedes going side by side. So this is the battle in GT3 further down with the 63 Iron Lynx, the 193 Ziggo Tempest, and the 60 Iron Lynx that almost came to blows in towards the chicane down at Michelin. Well, they all got through that safely, but now the Corvette Bunny Bee has dropped down like a stone. And this is what I hate, by the way, guys. The split now for the first laps. The GT cars getting in the way of the hypercar battles. And every time this happens early on in the race, I always wince because I just remember what happened to Anthony Davidson.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, imagine this at 3 a.m. when it gets like this. There's going to be absolutely no time for the hypercars to breathe. And you can see already the Cadillac's getting racy with the Ferrari as they're going through the GT3. This was fascinating when we had only a handful of hypercars in 2016 when Ford were coming back in the GT category up against Ferrari. Their squabbles, Ford versus Ferrari in the 2016 running, when Toyota and Audi were trying to mix it and shake off the Porsches in the early phases. I mean, they were literally millimeters away from disaster for most of the first 3 hours once we restarted after the initial safety car. And that was literally, you rode tenterhooks for the entirety of those first 3 hours. It was stunning. And that's 10 years ago, pretty much. Think about it now when we've got, 17 hypercars at least rocking it up at the sharp end. Absolutely crazy.
It's incredible how this field sort of grown and evolved, and it's still going to do that with McLaren joining into the championship next season. We saw their debutant car earlier on today that was unveiled at lunchtime. But the field now just beginning to calm down. Right, back to what we were talking about. Where were we on our discussion? It was
we were going to guess which former champion it was. Yeah.
Oh yes, which British touring car champion is which British touring car driver is now a jet ski world champion?
I'm going to guess Gordon Shedden.
Oh, nowhere near as high profile, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Flash on a board, ironically enough, would be quite cool to see.
Flash on a board would be cool on the board.
I'm going to bring that up to him next week, actually, at Alton.
The only clue I'm going to give you about this British touring car driver is he was always pretty handy in his day.
Is it Simon Belcher?
I mean, that doesn't...
Oh, well done, JT. Joshua Turner got it. That was the easiest clue in history, to be fair. Yes, Simon Belcher, former British touring car driver. He is now a jet ski world champion, would you believe?
My goodness me. I love random little facts like that about where they all end up. I still can't believe Andrew Jordan left. Andy Jordan leaving the touring cars just didn't seem possible. And then
I know, it's mad, isn't it? Pulling the plug. Such a high-profile driver, world champion, British touring car champion. But I tell you what, he is loving life so much in the vintage stuff.
Porsche getting out of the way. That was the number 6 Porsche Penske that's trying to fight its way back. This car was disqualified for post-race scrutineering. Had to start at the back of hypercar. So in the opening half an hour, he's made his way up into 6th position. That's 8th position. That's an astonishing rank up from 21st from hypercar. But yeah, it was a post-scrutineering check failure. Go on, Jake.
I was going to say, it's startling to think just how much in the wars Penske as an operation have been recently, isn't it? Yeah. When you think that they've been in the wars in hypercar, they were in the wars in IndyCar just before the 500. Thank God they haven't got a Formula One team right now. They've been making the front pages of all the sports pages all over the world.
I could not... Well, to be fair, even in NASCAR, they're having a bit of trouble as well because Joey Logano is a bit up and down and doesn't know... he's going to win the championship this year. Look, Joey Logano can easily get 3 races together across the season when he needs to. And he only won 3 races last year, and it was the 3 races you needed to win. Many people said the most undeserving champion of the year. It should have gone further down the order. To be fair, I'm not too bad about missing Mexico this weekend. Can't do everything, I suppose, but yeah. But Penske are in a mess, and the whole situation is... Have you heard, by the way, now, that they're delaying the next generation IndyCar? That's not now
I
gonna
did
come in.
hear something about that, yes.
2028 now it's coming in.
I think it makes sense. If you've got even 5% of doubt of these things, then it's always better to roll over with what you've got. And I've always felt, in motorsport in particular, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Look at how many regenerations of rules Formula One's been through, and now we've got these Leviathan cruise liners going around Monaco, for example. I mean, it is quite nice to see what we've got with Hypercar. I've always been a staunch believer that it's the simple format that will always work. And even this year for the Le Mans 24 Hours, the balance of power, it just makes you want to hurl all your lunch over the side, doesn't it? You should just let these guys race unleashed and untamed. I believe personally, this is just a personal thing, it's controversial, I know, but when it comes to WEC, the balance of performance is great until you get to Le Mans. At Le Mans, you should just take it all off, let the cars come with what they've come with, let them lose or fail at their leisure. If you've got a car that's 25, 35 horsepower on the uptake, well, fair enough. We've seen that in the past, and the fast cars do not necessarily win. I think if you're going to have balance of performance in World Endurance Championship, that's all well and good, but on Le Mans, take it all off. Let them do what they're supposed to do. Let them run what they brung, and whatever happens, happens. I feel that's the purest way of allowing the Le Mans 24 Hours to be pure. If you tighten everything up for the Le Mans 24, then there's almost no point these different manufacturers turning up. I love the fact that Roger Federer was looking sharp, wasn't he? He was looking right on it.
He had the glasses all
He really made an effort.
I'm glad that went. It's not like Tim Cook, where you just lackluster, I wave the flag, you properly go for it. This first chance we've seen in the replay at the start, so the jolters kept it nice and cool down to the chicane, and it's uphill, and 9 times out of 10 we see a little bit of a touch there. The last 3 starts we've had at Le Mans, we've had accidents in the first chicane, but everyone got through it cleanly, and a brilliant run from the 5 of Julian Andlauer, just slipping through on the inside line, because I think the 38 got caught out by the 12 a lot at the chicane, and it just sort of, they've tripped up trying to block everyone.
I feel that Julien Andlauer is probably one of the most underrated sports car drivers in the world. I can remember years ago when he was really putting on a decent show in the Porsche Super Cup, and everyone was saying then, oh well, this guy's got the sky's the limit, you never know where he's going to end up, and they were touting him as a Porsche driver at Le Mans, and it was all very low-key. There wasn't really a lot spoken about it, but it was kind of, oh, just watch him. Now I've got a feeling that the way that he is helping Porsche to grow as a manufacturer in hypercar, if these regulations are going to be locked in till 2032 like we think they are, there's a very good chance for Julian Andlauer to put 4, maybe even 5 Le Mans victories on the board between now and then. He's got potential Tom Christensen written all over him. He never seems to have an off day. He's very good at keeping it clean. And when the chips are down and his backs are against the ropes, he is really good at pulling those punches. I adore watching Andlauer on the limit. He really has got such steady focus. It's wonderful.
5th, 7th, 1st. I don't think he's been outside. 3rd, yeah. He's never been lower than 7th this weekend so far. Oh, 8th. But he wasn't in the car for that final FP4 session. So he himself, when he's been in the car, has never been lower than 7th in the timing towers. And we've seen some incredibly close times this week at Le Mans. So, yeah, I'm on that. I think
nice for the director to show us the obligatory shot of Valentino Rossi at the wheel.
I'll tell you what, the doctor doing for, oh hello, pit stop time in LMP2, that is the 29 TDS Racing, so let's get that LMP2 graphic up for you, because they're in the pits. So who have we got? We have 29 TDS Racing, the 199 AO by TF, the 22 United Auto Sports, the 28 IDEX Sport, Tia Pocher has been there too, the 25 Algarve Pro Racing. Watch out for that one actually, the 25 Algarve Pro Racing squad, because they have been looking fast this weekend. And I'm looking forward to when Jamie Chadwick gets into it as well, alongside the Iron Dames later on. There are, only 4 women competing in this event?
I'm so delighted that Jamie Chadwick's actually got a competitive race car in a competitive race team, rather than being amongst the token women. It's one of my favourite things about this year's Le Mans. That's not to say that I don't rate the Iron Dames at all, because I really think they had a fantastic shot coming into this race before Michelle had her moment. It's such a shame that they've had to kind of reboot. But yeah, it's great that a team has finally decided. I know, yeah, that wasn't really intended, but it kind of happened. What is fascinating with Team WRT, I mean, if you think that this race has got about a 300,000 strong crowd, I'm not joking, about 80,000 of that will have come here for Valentino Rossi. It is absolutely mental, the pulling power this man has. I can remember a couple of years ago when I made my debut for GT World Challenge and Rossi's first sports car championship on the grid.
Oh, is that it?
Literally, we had 85,000 people go to Monza, and 80,000 of them were there for Rossi. It is insane, the pulling power of the man. Okay, yes, in Italy, but then when we went to Spa for the 24, then we went to Nürburgring, we went to Paul Ricard, just everyone was obsessed with Valentino. And it is mad to think that the man, you know, who should have an ego the size of, you know, Glamorgan, he's just the most fantastic bloke. So open, so welcoming. He is loving life. He doesn't seem to feel any pressure at all, despite the fact that this is a completely different vocation for him. He is loving life, and being part of the Le Mans 24 Hours is such a big deal for him. And it's wonderful to see that he's got a real competitive shot at getting a podium.
I've always had that feeling with Valentino Rossi that he was just staying in MotoGP until he physically couldn't do it anymore. And then he gave up as soon as his partner was pregnant, had a baby, and now they've got 2 little girls, haven't they now, on the field. But to me, Valentino Rossi, I think he should have retired about, 10 years ago. After that 2015 season, he was so paranoid. That was his lowest point, I think, in his entire career. He was paranoid. He thought everybody in the media was against him. He thought everybody in Spain was against him. He thought Marc Marquez was against him. And admittedly, Marc played on it a lot because he was out of the title hunt. But it all transpired with the racing at Misano, his home race, where Marquez dropped him. And then a couple of races later in San Marino, and Malaysia, Valle kicks him off the bike. And it was just tempers going massively high. But I don't know, he did himself out of a final world championship in my book because he should have won it that year. He didn't need to be stressed.
I kind of agree with you. Yeah, he kind of let it all fizzle out and bubble over. And there are certain signs, to a certain extent, dare we compare a certain Formula One Ferrari driver to that same sort of decline. You kind of see signs of that from time to time. I know this is me getting onto a stream and being controversial in the first hour. But at the same time, you can kind of see a correlation to it. When you see Rossi now in sports cars, though, it's like all of that tension, all of that adrenaline, all of that pain is just gone. It's just washed from him. He loves being a sports car driver. He's got at least 15 more years left in him behind the wheel, being able to do what he can do at his leisure and his rate. He's like a spring chicken. His thirst for the racing is going well. WRT want him to go quicker. He wants to help the team go quicker. He's not doing this just because he's a celebrity going racing. He is there because he genuinely wants to see what else he can do, what else he can add to it. Don't forget, this is a man who, when he test drove for Ferrari in Formula One, he was a few tenths of a second on a race run off the pace of the back markers in Formula One. If you'd have given him 6 more months in the car, he could easily have been another Sergio Perez, another Nico Hülkenberg, another Alex Albon. He could have been one of that sort of grade of drivers. So this is a guy who's just loving the opportunity that he's been given and utilising it massively.
I think as well, the one thing that he needs is the confidence that people want him there. As we now take a look back at the MP2 start that we missed and the GT3s. In MotoGP, he declined running for his own team because he said it's against what it's set up to do. But for the love of God, is he now more wanted in MotoGP than ever before? Every track we go to, there's still 46 flags going out there. Every time we go to San Marino, nobody's cheering for Pecco. Nobody's cheering even for Luca Marini, his own brother. They're all wanting Rossi and the 46 team to do well. And Valle was at the last race in Aragon, and the fans were cheering him when they supported him. It's not Marc Marquez. MotoGP still is Valentino Rossi. And I agree with what you said earlier, Jake. It's the fact is that when Lewis Hamilton goes, eventually, Formula One has sort of become a bit Lewis Hamilton. And it's no sport, every sport is bigger than the driver, but in terms of the fan base, you can't deny the fan bases are bigger.
If you think that Hamilton's got maybe 2-3 more years left in him, and Verstappen's even hinting that maybe after 2028 he's not going to bother anymore because he wants to have a go at Le Mans and do his GT and focus on his esports. That's the two biggest personalities in Formula One right now. That's going to leave a massive hole, and somebody's going to need to fill that. That's going to be fascinating, isn't it? Whereas what I love about Le Mans is that there are so many personalities, and there are so many fantastic cars that bring their own personality to the table. I mean, when I first got to attend the Le Mans 24 Hours for the first time, 2016, 9 years ago, it was just getting back into its stride again. It was just starting to become a world global event again after a couple of years in the doldrums. And it's an intense race like you would never believe. There's nothing like the Le Mans 24 Hours. I've heard experts talk about it in the perspective of it's a Formula One season in a week. And it really is. It's a very good comparison. It's a great way to look at it. There are so many twists and turns every day. There are so many different twists and turns every hour. We've already seen so much drama over the course of the week, with Michelle Gatting having her foot broken, with Yota getting pole position, with Penske getting disqualified from hypercar. There's so many things before the race even starts. And then you go into the race itself and you are just lost in the majesty of the narrative of how the race plays out. I still think to this day, of all the things I've been able to do, and I've been very lucky, you know, as a guy who was just a fan on a sofa. I didn't have money, I didn't have connections, I didn't have anybody to get me into this sport. I had to grind just through pure determination. There's nothing like Le Mans. After Formula One, after Formula E, after a couple of IndyCar races, everything, there's nothing like Le Mans. It is the best.
I think we've got pit stops going on at the front of the field. We do. Hypercars into the pit lane. So the number 4 of Porsche Penske Motorsport, Felipe Nasr, has taken over at the front as well. So several drivers now boxing. 5 in 2. So we have GT3s in 2. So let's go down to Hypercar. So they're all diving into the pit lane now. 10 years ago, Sanson, you made your debut. You talked about this over at Daytona, but you had a really bizarre first appearance, running into several celebrity guests that are still here. And by the way, I don't know if I've told you this yet, but we are trying to be on site next year to do this on site. So we're trying our best.
Fantastic. What a chance. What an opportunity.
Book yourselves in for a ticket there, mate, and get over it with us. But yeah, so your first time, you bumped into several people, including Patrick Dempsey, who we both agree, the world's best smelling man.
Yeah, it is a bit bizarre. Those 45 minutes, honestly, are the maddest 45 minutes of my entire motorsport career. Literally, I'm there with a headset very similar to this one, with a little dial-in FM radio, and I'm being chatted to by my producer. Go and talk to this team, go talk to this team, da-da-da-da-da-da. I'm very green. I've just turned 30 at that point, and everything's still, you know, deer in headlights, and I'm still panicking that I'm going to mess it up. My first port of call is KCMG, who had an accident in the warm-up, and I needed to find out why. Went and found the team manager, who said, "Oh, no problem. By the way, have you met Jackie Chan?" So that's the first one. That's the first ping, straight away, in with the Jackie Chan. That's mental. 9-year-old Jake is going, "I've just shaken hands with Mr. Rush Hour." That's insane. So then leave that as politely as possible, walk straight into Patrick Dempsey, because I'm not paying attention. I'm scribbling in my notes. The nicest, friendliest man, perfectly okay with it. Remembered my voice from when I did his documentary on Eurosport 3 years before, which is a very indicative of the attention to detail that the man has. It's just astonishing. And then, on top of that, I then get called to the front of the grid to ask, you know, what's going on with the safety car restart, please. And I had to go to the front of the grid and find an FIA dignitary. The only one there was Jean Todt, who happened to be having a conversation with the star of the new Formula One movie, Brad Pitt. Who was the Grand Master of Ceremonies waving the flag. So I get the chance to shake hands with him because I'm just there in the moment. Never got a chance to have a word with him other than hello. But yeah, in 45 minutes, Jackie Chan, Patrick Dempsey, and Brad Pitt. That's like the hat trick of awesomeness. And in another 10 years of racing coverage, I don't think I'll ever have a 45 minutes anywhere near as mad as that. Just insane. Le Mans it just cuts different. It just cuts different.
And how angry are we that we're now putting F1 races on the same weekend? And especially the fact is that it's Canada. Arguably, I'd say that Canada's the worst weekend to clash with Le Mans, because all the film stars are in Canada because they all film at Toronto, Montreal as well. They all film there, as Toronto is, if many people don't know, it's the double for New York City most of the time. So quite a lot of films get made there. And you know, everyone is always on the grid. Martin's grid walk arguably is better there than it is anywhere else in the world. But, you know, get the film stars to Le Mans. This is the big, this is where you all need to be. Promote your film, come to Le Mans. You're going to get, you know, 120,000 people every hour. It's massive, this place. It's over 8 miles long.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm going to say something ridiculously controversial on JB Motorsports very early into the feed. But 2 years in a row, Formula One is deciding, and it is deciding because we're not even there yet, to put one of their races on during one of the biggest motorsport events on the planet. This year, they're going alongside Le Mans at Canada, which is a really... Oh, we have got a crash.
Down at the chicane, I've got the helicopter camera angle. It is one of the LMP2s and one of the GT3s.
It's the number 22. It's the number 22 LMP2 car. I've got the feed on here.
Just cut to it on the helicopter
camera. I
camera.
can't quite tell from the helicopter.
Yeah, I'm trying to spot in my notes. It could be the third. It could be the.
It's the 193 Ferrari GT3.
And I think it's the 18 IDEX Sport from my top of the camera angle. It could also be the 28. It's hard to tell from the angle we've got. With no timing pictures. JT, you have the international feed open with you. What have you got?
I don't, but I can get it.
Yeah, this is the time when TNT decide to go to their first ad break in half an hour.
Yeah. I mean, I'm useless at this moment. I've got Tom Kerridge's Secrets of the Kitchen on in front of me. That's not really helpful, is it?
No,
it's not helpful in the slightest.
I just saw it literally mid-sentence, I look over and the helicopter camera cuts to the turn 3 and we see a crash. So, and now the picture's frozen on me. Right, come on, let's see it then. Although this is TNT, technically Eurosport, and Jake, you've worked for them in the past, so I can't say anything about that. But when they come back from ad breaks, they don't tend to show you replays of what happened before. So it's a pretty...
Certainly not when you want them to, anyway.
No. Right, back with it. Lexus side by side. So this is with a Ferrari down into towards the down into Mulsanne, and that is the 7. So that's the Castle Racing getting passed by the Akodas team, getting through, and we've got LMP2s in the way. What happened? I don't think we're ever going to know.
Well, it clearly wasn't big enough to warrant a safety car because we're not picking it up immediately straight away after the after the commercial break TNT is thrown. So it clearly can't be massively big, but I'm sure they'll replay it when they get an opportunity to. This is a lovely wheel-to-wheel that we've got. Is that the Alpine going wheel-to-wheel in there with the Porsche? That's a beautiful classic dive into the first Mulsanne chicane. I'm actually really impressed with just how much punch Alpine have actually brought to the 2025 event. There's always been this kind of thing in the back of my head with Alpine as a operation in motor racing. And that question has always been, across Formula One and Le Mans, what on earth are you doing? Like, do you even know what you're playing at? Do you know what your target is? Do you know what you're actually achieving at the moment? Do you know where your strengths are? And in this Le Mans 24 Hours, look at them. They're actually going wheel-to-wheel with the number 4 Porsche, putting out all the stops, having to go wide to keep in the hunt. The Alpine is looking so competitive at Le Mans. It's almost as if, right, okay, this is the big one. We can really make a splash and try and go for a podium.
Number 7 Toyota getting in there as well with Mike Conway at the wheel. So they're going side by side. And that's going to be into a hard braking spot down into Mulsanne. Right on the brakes, take it through at the exit. And, okay, so Alpine, yeah, they were looking quick at Spa. They had energy there. They led the race. They could have won. I don't know if Omi's still in the commentary box somewhere, if you're near a microphone.
He is.
Okay, cool. Omi was in the commentary box with me for our segment of that race, and Alpine got just unlucky with the safety car. As they came into it. I don't know.
I don't know if he's here, but he is.
He might not have a microphone on. We'll wait to get information from him. But yeah, Jake, Alpine could win this race, and I'm deadly serious, and I've thought that a lot this week.
I mean, when you look at the standings at the moment and they're in 11th and 14th, you think they can win, you're mental. But no, they really have got a decent game plan. And it's one of the things I like about Alpine in 2025 is they've genuinely gone back to the drawing board with everything, every single element of their strategy, their race tactics, everything, as Conway is really trying to squeeze Nasser. This is proper side-by-side stuff into the Porsche chicanes. Lovely stuff, and still Nasser is being so resolute in making sure he stays in front. And I have to say as well, that's another big feather in the cap for Felipe Nasser. You're keeping a world champion honest there through the Porsche curves. I still feel that Nasser is particularly underrated as well, and certainly needs a few more plaudits. Look how strong he's been in the Daytona 24 the last few years. And here he is at Le Mans, really ramping up the opportunity. Who needs Formula One when you can run the number 4 Porsche that close? Fair play to Felipe. But, you know, with Alpine, they've really thought about this race from a very holistic point of view. They've looked at all of the worst case scenarios, clearly, when they've been studying on the drawing board. How do we improve every single area? And they've come back in 2025, and they are the standout improved team for me. They are so much stronger than they have been in 23 and 24 as a sports car operation. They are really genuinely in contention for, at the minimum, the podium. But yeah, they could win the whole thing.
And I suppose, Wes, we know, we've talked about it in our commentaries in Formula 1 practice sessions when you joined us as well, the fact that we've got Alpine and the Renault engines leaving Formula 1. If they can win Le Mans, it's sort of a middle up yours to Flavio Briatore and that whole team. We've sort of said, we're going back to Mercedes engine, and Alpine might not even be Alpine next year in Formula 1. It could be under a different name.
There's no way they're going to be Alpine next year if they're not going to have a Renault engine. No way in hell. There's no way that the French board will allow that to go ahead. So you can guarantee that the team will be renamed next season. We won't find out about it probably until August or September time, but it will be rebadged. Yeah, but absolutely right. I mean, for Alpine, this is kind of their salvation now. They have to throw all of their weight behind the world of endurance. And potentially, I've heard some wranglings that there may be a rallying program perhaps on their radar again, which would be the first time in about 30 years for them, 40 years for them. So that could be exciting. But having said that, yeah, this is a team that really needs to show that they are serious about motor racing. Formula One has clearly gone wrong. And they now need to figure out what their future is. I think it's here. I genuinely feel like the Alpine operation has a chance to not just do well in hypercar, but there's a GT potential for them as well. They've still got a very nice little tasty car there that they can start to build upon and then create a GT3 car from. It's not out of the realm of possibility. But again, it all comes back to success at Le Mans. They have to use this race as their starting point.
Car 22183 under investigation, incident at Marshall Point 3 and unsafe rejoin.
Yeah, I think Alpine could do that anyway. I mean, you said it went wrong, Jake. I don't think their F1 project ever went right. If I'm being brutally honest, I mean they got that one win with Esteban Ocon back in 2021. That was probably more luck than anything else, although he did do a good job in defending from Vettel. But yeah, I mean, they have some really, really nice road cars. I've always been a fan of the sort of the unique, identifiable look of an Alpine. And yeah, something akin to running GT3s in this, and as you said, possibly with the WRC. That's so clearly the way they should go. I mean, they keep on trying with F1, and it's so many. They keep on having 5-year plan after 5-year plan, and it's just not going anywhere. I think they just need to cut their losses, which would be significant given how expensive F1 is, and just go for something where they can really show their brand off.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I've always felt that the Esteban Ocon win in Hungary was just about the flukiest Formula One victory, probably since Vittorio Brambilla in Austria 75.
Yeah,
That's
Austria,
about as fluky as that. So
Hang on. Maldonado. Come on. Maldonado, of all people, winning an F1 race.
No, I'm sorry, that wasn't a fluke. That was Fernando Alonso being wise enough to know that if you try and overtake Pastor Maldonado, he's going to drive it to the side of you whether you plan to or not. That's got nothing to do with fluke. He knew, do you know what? Second place will do if I'm going to win the championship. Pastor's going to run me out the road if I go for him. That's the only reason he won that.
He went out and won that race, no doubt about
totally.
that.
But no, I mean, it is fascinating how the Alpine thing keeps kind of, peaks and troughs. And I think you're right in stating that the F1 thing has never really worked. Because in the same way that it didn't work at Toyota in Formula One, in the same way it didn't work at Jaguar in Formula One, in the same way it almost worked at BMW Sauber in Formula One. You cannot run an F1 team by a committee. You can just about run a WEC endurance team by committee, just about, but you still need that figurehead calling the shots at the top of the tree. You need that guy who just throws out what the board wants and knows what needs to be done and gets it done. You need an Adrian Newey, you need a Christian Horner, you need a Ross Brawn, you need a Toto Wolff, a guy who calls the shots no matter what the outcome. And that's why Andrea Stella was so important in WEC. That's why he was such an incredible person to take from WEC into Formula One, because he transformed a team that was pretty much on its knees into world beaters. And that's what you need. You need a guy at the top of the tree to be able to say, no, you're wrong. You are in the boardroom. You don't know how to win races. You know how to sell cars in a showroom. It's a very, very different strategy. It's a very different marketing exercise. You have got to win races by one man at the top telling everybody how it's done. You cannot do it by committee. And that's why Alpine is getting better in WEC and has never been good in F1.
Seeing an overtake here.
And that's
This is sorry.
and that's what.
Conway's on the radio.
Mike.
Okay, Mike again. Next 2-3 laps, bigger GT traffic, and just information: we have bodyworks damaged on the right side elephant foot and left side sideboard.
Bodywork damage for Conway then, and that explains why he's losing time positions, because he's just let the 4 Porsche go back through, and they're actually now racing Kevin Magnussen, who's in the BMW 15, running in 9th position at the moment. Go on, Wes.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say that that's usually why it's so difficult for a team in F1 to move from the midfield up into race-winning contention, because even as a midfield team, they're already spending the equivalent of a king's ransom just to be there. So they're already going to have people, business committee people who aren't really interested in racing, speaking in their ear. So they've already got that, so they can't really focus on the racing side of it as much.
Yeah, it's why Red Bull won races and Jaguar didn't.
Yellow.
Yeah.
Is that
straight off the road goes the Peugeot.
Peugeot's off.
Don't hit the wall. Oh, it's hit the wall and taken off the engine cover. And that'll be at least a yellow flag for a slow zone. It's the least amount of damage you could actually be done. It's at the entry to the Porsche curves, and it just graces the barrier. It rips off the engine coke and the rear wing, but I didn't see any tyre fly off, so back in the pit lane, bolts on. That is so lucky of an accident you could have down there.
But so easy to do as well. He just got slightly off kilter going through the traffic, slightly wide onto the marbles on the fastest part of the Porsche curves in greasy, slippery conditions. We can still see there's some rain coming down. That is a very limp-wristed Peugeot, isn't it? Looking at it coming into the pits, it almost looks like the Lego model that somebody's dropped on the left corner. That's a massive amount of damage. And to be fair, that's probably going to be in the pits for at least 30 minutes.
So
I hope we see the replay from that rear-facing camera. That's going to look spectacular.
It is, isn't it?
I hope they've got it. I've just got well, actually, I'm on board with the Alpine 36. I've just realised. On the onboard on YouTube, so I think we can even see that accident. We'll try and get it up on the screen. We've got a yellow flag out for a slow zone, I think.
Yeah, you could just see the wash as it went behind the Ferrari, and it just completely lost pace. He was trying, Paul, to keep his foot in, and that was just such an unfortunate way for the front end of the car to wash out. He tried to catch it without losing too much speed. Look at him, he's all over the shop at that point.
Yeah, just caught the Ferrari at exactly the wrong moment. Going through the Porsche curves, and he just had to take evasive action. Not really much he could do about that.
Yeah, we haven't got the backwards cam. We've got a yellow flag, though, at Marshall Point 29 and double yellow at 30. So I don't know if they've put marshals down there because at the moment there's no one in that section of the track. The LMP2s are coming up on that zone quick, but there's no slow zone flying up on our race control monitors, as I'm desperately trying to get the helicopter feedback because the Wi-Fi signal is about as useful as, well, has anyone tried the C0 tyres yet? Yeah, why have we got C0? We haven't used them yet, as far as I can remember. Have we? No.
You're just spouting names of unfamiliar Star Wars droids at this point, as far as I'm concerned.
Pirelli, F1's tyre compounds. You get the C1, the C2, the C3, the C4, the C5, the C6, but there's also the C0. The old
Indeed, there is.
Yeah, and I don't think we've used it yet.
Is that even made of rubber? Is that like a Flintstone?
No, I think that one. I think that one might be made of Lego. That one.
Oh, do you know, bring back that Lego race from Miami, please. I love that.
Is that not the single greatest marketing exercise that Formula One has ever accomplished?
Oh,
Let's be honest.
Genius.
Everything after that is going to seem lackluster, and everything before that just seems vintage. That was an absolute masterstroke by everyone involved in that, and they're never going to be able to compete with that again.
They did it
unless they do it every time.
Yeah, they did it at the wrong track. They should have done it at Silverstone. The amount of cheers.
I completely agree.
Yeah. Silverstone would have been better. There's more fans at Silverstone than Miami. Where
it's more open. Yeah, it's absolutely. It's more open.
They should have done it at Monaco, I think. That would have been even better.
I mean, yeah, that could have been quite spectacular. Yeah. Have you seen how juicy this battle is getting? Because the Ferraris of Nicholas Nielsen's just been pinched at exactly the wrong moment behind the LMP2s, and he's now got the Porsche breathing down his neck. This is fantastic. The battle for third position really intensifies as you've got Kevin Estre now on Nicholas Nielsen as he closes in on Earl Bamber. This is like three of the best racers on the planet. Cadillac, Ferrari and Porsche neck and neck for third position. This is exactly why the WEC hypercar rules work the way they do. And we get a commercial break at exactly the right point on TNT Sports. Is this a good opportunity for me to come to my ridiculously controversial point that I was trying to get through earlier on?
Yes.
Well, I'll try and finish it off as quickly as possible. For 2 years in a row, this year and next year, you know, Formula One has decided to be as aggressive as physically possible with its calendar scheduling. You know, we're here at the Le Mans 24 Hours on the same weekend as Canada, knowing that pretty much as the checkered flag goes down at Le Mans, all of the attention is then on the Formula One Grand Prix in Canada. I mean, fair play, kudos to them for not running at exactly the same time as the race, and that would have been, you know, political and marketing suicide, in my opinion. But yeah, the fact that, you know, all the celebs are going to be in one and not the other, it's a very, very silly mistake. And then next year, we have the Canadian Grand Prix on exactly the same weekend. And of course, because of the time zone, probably running at exactly the same time as the Indy 500. I mean, is that not the biggest tongue stuck out in the playground, bullying everybody, nicking their sweets and throwing them over the back of the schoolyard, childish maneuver from Formula One? It's just ridiculous. At least with the Monaco Grand Prix and the Indy 500, we had a fairy tale weekend where we had two of the greatest races on at the same time, not running on the same moment. You know, you could watch Monaco, you could have a breather, have a cup of tea, and then get ready for the Indy 500. They've ruined that. They've absolutely ruined that for motorsport fans. And you know what? The die-hard racing fans will vote with their remotes. They will choose Indy 500 over Canada, partly because, you know, Indy 500 is going to be the best wheel-to-wheel of the two. There's no argument about that. And secondly, people are going to see that as a cheap shot from Formula One. They're going to see it as childish. They're going to see it as an opportunity for them to go, oh, well, we can one-up on IndyCar, who are clearly better than us. We'll focus at the same time, and then they'll have to choose us. No, they don't. You know, the passionate partisan, Tifosi-style fans of Formula One are suddenly going to go, do you know what? That's petty. That's beneath you. We'll go and have a look at the Indy 500, thank you.
We're struggling to find a solution because I commentate on both, and I'm not doing the Canadian Grand Prix. I've already said it's going to be the first race I miss since 2013, but I'm not doing Canada. I can't. I'm not wasting a month broadcasting to miss the Indy 500 race.
It's absolutely right. It's going to be the same for fans. It's going to be exactly the same for the fans, thinking, you know, what can I do? Could I have an hour and a half of watching in Montreal a race where, unless it rains, we know the outcome after lap 4?
Yeah.
Which is pretty much the way Formula One is now, unfortunately. Unless you have rain, you know the outcome on lap 4. And all of this, I'm a massive Formula One fan, have been since the age of 6. But the way that it's currently done, Formula One's in a fantastic paradox at the moment, in that every race you don't know who the winner's going to be until lap 4. And then on lap 4, you do know who the winner's going to be. But every race, it's different. And fair enough, on the results, you get, well, look, we've got Lando Norris win this week. We've had Verstappen win this week. We've had Lewis Hamilton win a sprint. And look, we've got Oscar Piastri win this week. It's different every time. Fair enough. Okay. But the races themselves?
Nothing different, yeah.
There's not really any... It's all fibre, and there's no sweetness. There's no caramel sauce to really make it appealing. It's like a bowl of bran flakes. It's there and it's good for you and it's fine, but it's not really got that extra appeal. Whereas Indianapolis, whereas WEC, they are like the most amazing chocolate sundae with some hundreds and thousands thrown on the top. You're going to want it. It gives you everything you want.
I'm disappointed in you. I thought you were going to go with a rice analogy.
No, I love rice. I love rice. Don't you tell me that rice is boring. I get to have it every day. It's wonderful. Rice and noodles are fantastic.
I've literally got, I think, noodles, and I think I've got some chicken rice and chicken for tea. Because, whatever you can have in the commentary box. I'm really on rice. But, no. Do you want... Go on, Wes.
I was going to say, can you really move to Asia if you're not a fan of rice? I thought
that's true. Yeah, you don't really have a lot of choice otherwise, do you? You don't really. You've got to like rice, you've got to like noodles, and you've got to like a bit of spice. I'm sorry, you do. You cannot survive in Asia unless you like spicy food, because you're missing out big time. Trust me.
JB.
Yes, hello.
Look at the clock.
Oh, God. Okay, fine. Go on then, JT, do it. Press the button.
Live from the JB Motorsports Broadcast Center, this is the Le Mans 24 Hours Hourly Update.
Well, it's been an active hour here in Le Mans. We've had 2 incidents, one at Marshall Point 3 at the Dunlop Chicane, and one at the Porsche Curves. The Porsche Curves involving the 93 Peugeot with Paul Revesta. Buster Wall took the engine cover off and the car is damaged and was in the pit lane for repairs. One at the Dunlop Chicane, that involved 183, 193, and 22 at 183, and 22 and the 193. That is still under investigation by the stewards, but currently in hypercar, it's the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport leading, the Cat with the 12, Cadillac Hertz Team Jota in 2nd, and the 50 AF Corsa Ferrari in 3rd. Then in LMP2 is the Inter-Europol competition. The IDEX Sport in LMP2 leading in the number 28 car, that's 2nd. Leading Pro-Am in LMP2, that's the 3rd overall, that's the car 16. And then GT3 is the Akodis ASP at number 78, leading Team WRT 46 in 2nd. And the Racing Spirit of Le Mans, number 10 in 3rd. Slippery surface has been removed down at Marshall Post 35, and we've just had car 22 warning flag for unsafe rejoin at Marshall Point 3, and car 33 and 150 under investigation for the incident at Marshall Point 35. But that was your hourly update here on JB Motorsports. Hour 1 done.
That was your 24 hours of Le Mans Hourly Update from the JB Motorsports Broadcast Center.
And the spin for the 150 down at Makudama, getting into contact, and, well, that was just about as bad as it could possibly go.
I mean, that's a sloppy bit of driving there, considering that this is the Le Mans 24 Hours. That's a first day on the job move, essentially, the way that Ferrari got pitched around. For that to happen so early in the race as well.
Okay, I must admit, great audio, JT. You louder, that quieter, because I could hear you, but just.
I agree. I mean, I have to say, is it mad that 25% of the reason I get involved in JB Motorsports broadcast is because that happens every hour? It is quite cool. Let's be honest.
Do you want another one?
Do I want another? Oh, go on. What have you got?
This is gonna be fun.
The 24 Hours of Le Mans Weather Update with JT, live from the JB Motorsports Weather Center.
Oh, we've got a weather centre now.
Temperature is 27.6 degrees Celsius, air temperature 22.2 degrees Celsius, wind speed is 11 kilometers per hour in a northerly direction, humidity is 60%, and pressure is 1013.5 millibar. There is your weather update.
Are you telling me that I can afford a broadcast centre and a weather centre, and yet I'm still having to commentate with a fan on me because I've got no air conditioning in here? The door to the commentary box has just gone off. I'm going to have to put my thing on.
Get to Thailand, Josh. Get to Thailand. Seriously, we're living in a land of air conditioning, man. It's just lovely.
Yeah.
It's just lovely.
I'm living in the States, and air conditioning is absolutely beautiful here right now. It's actually a bit
mad.
murky.
We're the people who just look. We're the people, Wes, who took one look at the UK and went, nope, jogging on. We've got a better option. We have got a better option, and we're going to take it.
I've just got my fan.
It's overrated. There we go.
That's your biggest fan.
And it's your only fan.
Oh, hang on. Can't say that on a broadcast.
I'll show you my biggest fan. There we go. That's my biggest fan. There we go. That's my backup solution, just in case all goes wrong.
You can already see mine. It's
yeah, you've got the cool one. Although I would have that,
yeah.
but hang on, if I just go up.
Oh, Wes,
I would
I
hit
have
the
to ask
ceiling.
this. Yeah, that's very true. I have to ask this, Wes. You're living in the United States of America. This is an important question to ask anybody who's living in the United States of America. Do you have a porch?
No, I live on the second floor of an apartment. I do have a balcony though, so and the people
That's not
below
far
me.
off.
So, yeah.
Do you want the third?
No, I've been told that, you know, serious people who have really made it in America, they're the ones who have got the penthouse flats. They're not the penthouse suites. They're not the ones with the big cars or anything. They've got a porch, because a porch is an important part and kind of embedded into the American lifestyle.
It is, and I know people who have porches, and they're very, very happy with them. But yeah, unfortunately, I'm not quite that.
You
yet.
said that like the person at the. You said that at the person like at the gala dinner. I familiarise myself. I associate with those people. I have seen those people on the street, and those are the people who pass me by. Oh man!
I've just seen something else as well. How on earth can you sleep at night? Because I've just seen your television set up right behind you, Wes. How on earth? It is literally bent outwards, and you've got ornaments in front of it. That would terrify me.
Yeah. It was a work in progress, and because we put it up there flat against the wall, and it wasn't working because there was glare coming in from the patio. So we kind of had to rig it up so it's just, and it is secure. It might not look like it, but it's been up there for 3 years and it hasn't gone anywhere so far.
I mean, you're clearly a MotoGP fan, because that's the maddest lean angle I've ever seen from a flat screen television. That's mental.
Oh my word.
Yeah.
Trust me,
It's a lot taller, looks.
I can't deal with your house. It's Final Destination, you know.
I can't deal with your house.
No, because I'm just looking at it, and all I'm seeing is the television's going to fall, and then you've got a giant spinning blade above your head. It's like, I can't, it's setting me off quite a lot.
Well, I'm sorry.
Every time I come on this broadcast, I remember why I've done it. That's just brilliant.
Oh dear. Can I just point out, we
haven't
even got to the nightstick yet. I always say.
Oh, that was a nice bargy. That was good fun. I enjoyed that.
Oh, now you've said that, immediately I thought I wanted an onion bargy, so thanks for that, mate.
No worries.
I can't eat now. Oh, that's a Ferrari.
You shouldn't go that way, mate.
No, that's the 5 Porsche going down the old route of the track.
I mean, that's hard to do at speed as well. He scrubbed off a bit of speed, but that's millimetre point accuracy from, I think that must have been Kevin Estra, wasn't it?
It was.
Oh, no, sorry, that was Julian Adlauer, wasn't it?
That's
the
always
5.
leader. Yeah, sorry, yeah.
It was the leader, yeah.
He's gained time in that manoeuvre, so the stewards might have a look at him, because the gap previously was 3 seconds, now it's 5. So he's gained 2 seconds by cutting that corner. Down at the Daytona chicane. It has many a name over its life. Xbox, PlayStation, Gran Turismo, now finally Daytona. Which it kind of makes sense, but I don't know. I still don't like the fact that we have it all 3 wide here as the leaders get their way through LMP2. That's the 6 Porsche past the 38 Cadillac. I feel
He's been
sorry.
taking a long time over that, to be fair, so that's a nice little feather in the cap. But this is looking so menacing for Cadillac, isn't it? I mean, I know that people have said they've got no chance to win this on, you know, the various different bits and pieces of information we've got from them. Oh, that didn't work. Ooh. That really didn't work. They are so lucky to save that.
The 22 United Autosports just turning in with the Iron Lynx Proton 9. United Autosports always give me the feeling of the big bullies. And
Yeah, that's the second bit of
I
contact
know
they've
what you
had in the
mean, actually. Yeah, I do kind of get what you mean.
Joe, I was talking to LA Wilshaw yesterday on our FP2 broadcast about Robert Kubica, and I bring it up because looking at the 83 AF Corsa, and he'll be in the car later on. He's lucky to have a hand. He's even more so lucky to have his 2 feet. Because we were looking back.
That's very true.
Do you remember? His feet were sticking out of that Sauber in his accident in 2007.
Yeah. And when it comes to near misses in motorsport, Robert Kubica's definitely up there. I mean, okay, he had the accident in 2011 that ended his F1 career at that point. But yeah, the near miss in Montreal, it's kind of up there, I think, with Jenson Button Monaco 2003.
Yeah.
That could have gone so badly in the other direction. And he was a very lucky man to only get a concussion, to be fair.
Still remember, do you remember what he said? I woke up and I saw Sid and I was all right.
Yeah. How many people, though, have been able to say that over the last 4 decades? That's incredible when you think about it, though, isn't it? I think there's people in this sport who, without them, motorsport would have been very, very different over, you know, the entirety of my life and the entirety of anybody else's life. And it's very, very fair to say that without Sid Watkins, you know, this sport would be a completely different subject. It could even have been banned by now if we didn't have people like Sid Watkins to kind of step in and say, no, this is how we need to do things.
Still, I think the best moment was learning that David Coulthard got punched in the belly by him after he had his appendix out to see if he could race. That's one of my memories. JT did have some information. What have you got for us?
Car 33, 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for incident at Marshall Point 35 at 16:57 local. And car 29 and car 37 under investigation for incident at Marshall Point 35 as well, but this time only 5 minutes ago at 17:12 local. Back to
BMW making their way through now, side by side. This is the 15 BMW getting through on the number 8. No, sorry, the number 7 Toyota. So this is Alpine. My goodness me, I can't even get my stats right because they're all lumped up together. So this is the 7 Toyota, the 83 AF Corsa, the 36 and 35 Alpine running together for 12th position overall. And they're all in it. Now the AF Corsa is really going to have the slipstream pulling to the outside line down towards Indianapolis. Should have the outside and got him. Now Alpine should do well as well. And they've pressed the boost button as well.
Alpine's going to try and slot in behind Phil Hansen, and they couldn't quite finish that off. So now they work their way through Indianapolis. The Alpines are going to be careful they don't trip over each other here because the second one's got a bit of momentum. So that's going to make life a little bit tricky for the 36 as they go up towards the Porsche curves. But they've got some traffic building up. Phil Hansen needs to find a way to slot his way past this traffic in an efficient manner. We saw how the Peugeot got wide just after the first hour for Paul di Resta, and that could be a very easy place to go again, especially when we got these 4 cars in unison working their way through. That is tricky to get the Aston Martin out of the way in exactly the right position for the Alpines, and look how much momentum that's cost them. They've dropped about 15 car lengths off the back of the number 7 Toyota as a result.
That number 7 Toyota as well has not been having the best weekend, was not in Hyperpole. It got kicked out as well with a shocking turn of events. But we're talking about cars being neutered. The Toyota's been neutered the most in Hypercar. With, what was it, about 20 reductions they've had in pace over the years?
It's devastating. It comes back to the point I made pretty much when I joined in. You know, Le Mans is the race where you don't want any balance of performance at all. You just want the teams to come with what they've prepared in their factories and just give it the gung-ho. Any other race in World Endurance, I would say, yeah, have a balance of performance, make it a bit more entertaining in terms of an even competition. But for Le Mans, don't give these restrictions. You know, these guys have put in an excellent showcase building these machines. There's enough of them to make a great race of it for 24 hours. You don't need all this fanciful British touring car style tweak this and adjust that and position this and mess around with that. Just let them race. Just let them do what they came to do.
Do you know what's surprising me here? Last year, we were averaging 13, 14, 15 laps, depending on the situation of the race. We can't even get 10 laps in before the hypercars are having to pit again. So they're already having to come in again because they're low on the energy. This is ridiculous. How are we blowing through so much already?
I think it just shows you how advanced this class continues to get year upon year. It's not a kind of a static form of regulations, is it? Every team is trying to maximize every single element of every single area of the regulations. And it's not like Formula One where they can eventually get to a certain point and then every team kind of catches up, which is kind of where we're at this cycle in the F1 regulations. With the hypercar regulations, they are so versatile, as we've seen from the different way the different hypercar teams have come at them. There's so much that they can play with. There's so much that they can utilize. And then you've got balance of performance on top of it as well to kind of make things a little bit more anarchic. But as a result, the teams are having to go back to the drawing board between races, never mind between seasons like they are in Formula One, to try and figure out where they can make the gains. And as a result, they're stretching the limit of what the rule book is giving them. And that is fantastic. That's exactly what endurance racing is supposed to be about. So, okay, I've argued the point that with balance of performance, you shouldn't have it at Le Mans. But at the same time, the way that the WEC race comes around each time now, you genuinely don't know what the form book is until the third practice session.
That's what I love about it, though. And covering this year as we've been doing, as much as we can around the other 30-odd series we have, the WEC is always the one you go, I genuinely don't know what's going to happen this weekend. And that's perfect. It's what we need in Formula One, as you bring you back to your point earlier on.
I mean, the only sports car series that can really compare with this is Super GT. It's the only one that has a similar style of fluidity through it, where it's just natural, where it's just organic.
Do you know, I would argue, as I'm just hearing, by the way, into the... Yeah, okay, we're seeing
Oh, they're
it now.
both in?
They're both in, yeah. I've got that talk back in my ear that they're going to come into the pits. So, in come the 12 Cadillac and the 50 Ferrari, the winners. Last year they won it. The 51 won 2 years ago. Now, this stop, usually around about a minute and a half to 2 minutes. Not as much, unless they do driver change. They've done an hour and a half. Is that first stint now going to change over?
It's touch and go, isn't it?
Yeah. I think they usually wait about 3 hours typically to change a driver.
Yeah, it looks like they're both waiting. Look how close the Cadillac is to the Corvette in front of it. I never really realised just how close and how tight it can get in the Le Mans pit lane.
You should have seen the Le Mans Cup support race yesterday. It was even closer than that, and they had more people either side.
I can't believe that.
And of course, because everyone's coming in at the halfway distance of the race as well. How no one drove into anyone else, I will never know. It was unbelievable to watch.
Just an update for our... Oh, the number 7 Toyota's parked a bit askew there. And they're having to get the jacks out to get it into the correct position. So that's a little error, unfortunately, for Mike Conway, as we have a yellow flag, Marshall Point 28. That is
Was that scheduled?
The stop? I don't know.
I'm not sure it is. I wonder if they were wheeling it back into the garage, actually.
There was no one around changing the tyre, so I wonder, yeah, I think that might not be planned. Green flag's back out.
Oh, no, that's okay.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know, though.
Maybe he's been off the track at some point, and they're looking for something lodged underneath it.
They haven't changed driver as far as I know. They've changed fluids and they're refueling. Are they double stinting the tyre? Of course they go to my break. Are they double stinting the tyres? As I need to see, and I've got no other monitor. I think they're double stinting the tyres.
Best timing in history. Love it. I love the way they do this. It's the best timing in history, the commercial breaks. It's the French. What can you do?
Sorry, you led the coverage some years ago. I'm not going to throw into the bus here. But you led it the year people criticised it, and thankfully you were the only shining light that they gave from the Eurosport coverage. But
it's very kind of you. Yeah, I don't really know what happened in 2021. It was very strange because, yeah, I kind of led the Eurosport coverage by default because it was meant to be Tom Gaymore, of course, who was leading the coverage. But the night before the race, he had a massive appendicitis problem. We had to be rushed to the hospital. And while we were all eating dinner, myself, David Brabham and Mark Cole and Charlie Richardson were all there basically having dinner.
Wonderful guys, by the way. They are so passionate about bikes.
What a fantastic team. What a fantastic team it was. It was great, to be fair. And yeah, essentially we get the phone call from about 9 p.m. from Tom, who was supposed to be joining us, of course, for dinner. And he said, I've had to be rushed to the hospital. I can't believe I can't make it. I'm so sorry. And we all just kind of looked at each other and went, what the hell are we going to do? Because there's 5 of us to cover the 24. We've got our plan in place. What are we going to do? And I essentially turned to the guys and went, I'll just take Tom's stints. And Mark Cole, bless him, who'd been doing, Le Mans for, 30 years at that point, said, are you mad? You're going to be dead on your feet. And he went, well, look, we've got no other choice. What else can we do? I mean, I'm sure that David and Charlie don't want to step it up, and you don't want to step it up. But somebody's got to. So I ended up doing 17 of the 24 hours, essentially, that year, which was a real grind. It's my record for a sports car race, and I don't think I'll ever beat it. But no, it was a mad race to cover. It was tough because A, you're not there, which is always makes it tougher. We did have some logistical challenges. We did have a couple of problems people criticised us for, which I'm not going to go into here.
No, don't.
But it was difficult to kind of cover that. And I do wonder if the negative aspects that came from that is the reason I'm not there anymore. You do question that sometimes.
No, everybody was loving
from the point of view of the racing, it was one of the best races, and it was certainly one of the most thrilling encounters. I didn't want to go to bed for that 7 hours that I was involved. I just didn't want to do it.
It was great racing, actually, as well. And let's not forget, it was a lockdown year. It was that?
Yeah.
Was it back in May, or did we go in August again? We went in August again, wasn't it?
I think it was August. Yeah, I'm fairly sure it was August that year. And I don't know if that was the first time we had allowed crowds back. I think we had allowed crowd back. I think it was only. I think there was a limit. I think there was a limit on 80 grand. I think there was only a limit on about 75,000 or something.
I remember that broadcast, however, because my former brother-in-law came into the commentary box. It was my mum's 60th. Was it?
Oh, wow.
Was that 22? No, it must have been 21. She was 60. Yeah. Wasn't it? I can't remember now. No. It was her 59th. It was her 59th.
Nothing important.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right. And it was her birthday. And everyone was outside drinking. And I had no commentators. So he came in with a packet of cigarettes and a glass of wine and thoroughly enjoyed 2 hours of him enjoying Le Mans coverage, which is the most James Hunt I think Jack's ever been. So, yeah.
The same. It was like James Hunt reincarnated.
It was very much weird how it was. And then there was Kellyanne in the front room, my sister, was going, please don't say anything stupid. Please don't say anything stupid. Because I was literally, I was like, I've got 2 hours to fill here. Nobody's here. Drag in. But yeah.
I mean, the one thing I will say about post-Le Mans 2021, I haven't panicked about missing it. Which is the good thing, when you're not asked again for 5 years of these things, you do start to wonder, am I good enough to go back? Whatever the thing is, when imposter syndrome kicks in and starts asking you stupid questions over your shoulder, and you're thinking about it. I've been very lucky in that Asia has it's not given me a second wind, as it were, but it's kind of where I'm supposed to be. You kind of get that tweak in your head of where you're supposed to be. The sports car racing we've got over here is fantastic in Super GT, Lamborghini Trofeo Asia, and the Chinese GT Championship, which I'll be joining from round 4 this year. It's almost as big as British GT now over there. It's fantastic. And then the single-seater stuff is fantastic with Formula Regional and F4 and the different championships. The tin top stuff's growing. It's the right place for me to be. And to almost back up the point, this week we heard that from 2027, hypercar is going to be the leading category at the Asian Le Mans. I am so excited for that opportunity to have the privateer hypercar teams turn up at Asian Le Mans. Oh, that's going to be swish. That's going to be so cool when we get to that stage.
Before I get back to that, just an update for our IndyCar fans, if you're wondering where coverage of practice is. IndyCar have said we have lost the track. Now, to give that explanation, they haven't lost it. I mean, the Bob Marlow Automotive Group 500 is quite a large, Gateway's quite a large track. But
That's a great way to describe it.
they've lost it. So it's raining too hard. They've lost the circuit. So, yeah.
Do you know what that reminds me of? That's very much Peter Cook and Dudley Moore, the Great Train Robbery. When we talk about the Great Train Robbery, we should emphasise that there involved no loss of train. They're very hard to lose with their big bulk and size.
I think that's the... can I say that word on there? I'm going to avoid it just in case. That's the bravest Martin Brundle has ever been to Bernie Ecclestone. Where's the car, Bernie? Where's the car?
Indeed.
Yeah.
I'd love it if one day, someday in the future, on Bernie's deathbed, please just tell us yes or no, because I want to know. Did he have the car?
He has. You know he has something buried somewhere for a rainy day that he's going to reveal on his desk.
He has so many secrets. He has so many skeletons in so many different closets all over the world, doesn't he? I mean, that man is still the man who owns Interlagos, let's not forget.
Yeah.
But he doesn't own it, his wife owns it. It's clever, that one. Clever.
As well.
In the same way that his wife owns Paul Ricard. I didn't know that one either.
Does she really?
But clever if unoriginal.
She does, yeah. Well, it's funny. She owns the track, but the actual circuit president nowadays, who makes most of the executive decisions, is Jean Alesi. I didn't know that either until I actually went. I went to Paul Ricard during the Freca weekend, and he was there, and I was like, "Oh, Jean, good to see you. What are you up to?" And he went, "Well, I'm running this place." I went, "Really?" I didn't even realise that kind of passed me by.
It's a safe pair of hands.
Well, yeah, he is actually, Jean. Won a race on his birthday, Canada, 95. You two are going to get this immediately. The only other driver to win a Grand Prix on their birthday. Do you know?
Ooh. There is another one. And I'm trying to remember. Was it Jensen?
No, Jensen got close. It's James Hunt.
James Hunt. There you go. Yeah. James Hunt on his birthday.
Netherlands 75, I think.
No way. Was that the race? I didn't know that was his birthday.
Really?
Interesting. This is getting racy.
Ferrari 50 getting ahead of the 6 Porsche, and that is battle for 4th. I had to swap myself for a second because I thought on the way the timing tower was showing it, they were leading, but Philip Hansen leads in the 83 of course at the moment.
I mean, that's going to be technically the second and third position in the race overall, though, isn't it? Because the AF Corsa hasn't pitted, the Peugeot hasn't pitted. So when this all shuffles out, that's for second place.
Where has that other Peugeot? Don't tell me. Was it Paul Di Resta at the wheel? Has he got in? Ooh, that could have been a nasty one. That's right in the break. Okay, there it is.
One who crashed it.
Yeah, was Paul the one who crashed it?
Yes.
I mean, that's the sequel to Steve McQueen's Le Mans there, isn't it?
Yeah.
That inboard shot. That's amazing that he's got the presence of will to hold the car while still gesturing at, was that Kevin Estre he was going wheel to wheel with? Yes, it was. So, you know, he's still got the presence of will to have one hand on the wheel and the other one shaking his fist at Kevin Estre. God, I love sports car racing.
Nicholas Nielsen, though, he's just such a flamboyant guy. He just loves. Do you remember when he was in the car that won Le Mans last year? He crossed the line and he was going. It looked like he was like one of those wacky inflatable things you see outside the cars. He was unbelievable.
Yeah, do you know he's honestly he's the most Danish person I've ever met in my life. He's got so much flamboyance. He is a very, very emotional, passionate kind of guy. And I'm fortunate enough to have met so many people from Denmark, and they are a fantastic race of motorsport enthusiasts. But yeah, the man who's like constantly on 7 Red Bulls and a Jägermeister is Niklas Nielsen.
By the way, when are we all doing this? When are we getting together to rehearse the song for the night shift? I got that call that we all have to do a song. I don't know what it was.
That wasn't in my contract. What's going on? What happened there? Right. What happened there? I missed that memo.
Do you want everybody to leave this stream?
I'm not
singing. I shouldn't have told you that this is the week that I managed to get my guitar shipped from the UK to Thailand as well, should I? I should have left that one quiet.
Did you finally manage to get it over?
I finally managed to bring it over, yes. So there's going to be a lot more on my TikTok this coming weeks anyway.
Nice.
It's going to be a nice... I'm hoping it's going to be another sideline gig in the middle of the week, going down to the clubs in Pattaya, take the guitar, you know, rock out. introduced them to the indie rock of the early 2000s.
I was going to say, is Thailand famous for its rock and roll?
It is actually.
Is it
Yeah,
really?
it's a big industry here. Yeah, if you go to the bars and the clubs of Bangkok, of Pattaya, of Chiang Mai, of Phuket, of Hua Hin, all the cities, all the bars, you got rock bands going 9/10 of the dozens. There is, honestly, there is nothing funnier, absolutely nothing funnier than listening to a rock band of all Thai people who can't speak proper English belting out AC/DCs. It's the long way to the top if you want to rock and roll. When they do not know what the English words mean, it is the most funny thing ever.
Oh, that's too tempting.
I'm like that when I'm singing along to Rammstein in the car. No idea what I'm saying.
Do you know what? At the Rock Tower, which is one of the top rock clubs here in Pattaya, the guys do know how to play Du Hast. They know how to play that. And they do every night. They play Du Hast. And again, hilarious. They don't know what the German words mean because they only speak Thai, but they give it a go. They properly belt it.
It's incredible, you know. I really do like. It's tempting because
when you start traveling, you realize that the world is completely different to the way you think it is. Genuinely, I have had so many amazing experiences in the last 12 months since traveling to Asia. Everywhere I've gone, whether it's Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, Macau, everywhere we've gone, it's just been such an education. And I've got so many more venues coming up this year. We've got Korea later in the year. We've got Japan. There's a potential for the Philippines. I spent the couple of weeks just before Christmas in the Sri Lanka. Just so many opportunities to, you know, indulge. It's just a completely different universe.
The amount of people I've met in my life who English isn't their first language, who have told me that they learn English from watching a piece of American or British media, like a sitcom or something like that. Just unbelievable. It has such a far reach.
Yeah, there's a guy in a bar I know who I talk to regularly from Thailand who learned his entire English lexicon from Seinfeld. Fair play. Fair play.
Okay. Do you know,
I've still got.
Go on.
No, I was just gonna say, Jake. I was looking through my laptop and I managed to dig out the video I sent you a while ago of you on, what was that, the piano show? I forget what it's called now.
Yeah, it's called The Piano. You absolutely nailed it.
Piano, that's
on
right,
Channel 4.
Yeah, and just you getting the Mika treatment. I thought he was a little harsh, if I'm honest, of your
I think
impressive
he got me.
skills.
No, I think he got me. I think he absolutely got me. I think his description was, it was a little bit dad rock without the complete madness. I think he nailed it, actually. I think he got me pretty much bang to rights, and fair play to him. And the stuff they don't show you on camera, the stuff afterwards when when they come and have a chat with you, he was a very cool guy. He was very, very friendly. And he said, how long have you been playing piano? And I said, 4 years, and I've never had a lesson. He went, really? I went, yeah, no. Well, fair play. So, no, Lang was a lot more complimentary, but then he's just the nicest person on the planet anyway. So, yeah, have no complaints. I was never going in there expecting a recording contract. I was going on to an amateur television program for amateur piano players who just rock up to a piano in the street and play. That's all I was there for. And to get 90 seconds on Channel 4, watched by 2.5 million people, having never taken a piano lesson in my life, I'll happily accept all of that. That's absolutely fine by me.
So, what is going on here? Car 13 under investigation, driver weight declaration. Okay.
Did he accidentally have a pork pie in his pocket before he got into the car? What happened there? What happened? And it's a Melton Mowbray as well. They're the heaviest.
I've just got the official timing screen up on the bigger monitor here, and I hate it. It's no longer the 90s. Can we please have some better timing screens? It just gets to me. It's like, Sanson, you've done PLC, so you've seen the F1 timing screens.
Yes.
Classic, but useless.
Yeah, it's about 10 years behind what it should be. There needs to be a complete overhaul. And the problem is for the people using them, it's not a priority. And for the people engineering them, it's definitely not a priority. But I do get your frustration with them. Yeah, they can be a little bit, what's the word? Stretched?
Yeah.
It's probably the best way of putting it. It's kind of limited now in what it can actually give you.
I don't think we actually use... Oh, the helicopter's landed. Oh, right, okay.
It's funny.
Go on.
It's funny you mentioned the PLC. Actually, I've often wondered, Jake, why you didn't get asked back to do more on F1 TV, because it was. And I love Chris McCarthy, I really do, but I feel like that F2, F3 Porsche Super Cup job should have been yours.
I mean, I'll give you 2 reasons that I think it didn't go to me in all of those, from what I've worked out. The first one is COVID, because it was all looking very, very good at the end of 2019. It was looking pretty strong for 2020, and then COVID happened, and everything, literally everything, changed. So it all basically got thrown up in the air. And the other word is agent. I don't have one, and I've never had one. I've never had an agent. And if you have a good agent, you'll get all the best work and you'll get all the best offers, because everybody talks with everybody, they play golf with everybody, they drink with everybody in the best bars, and that's how it works. And I don't live in London, and I've never lived in London, and I have absolutely no ambitions to live in London in any way, shape or form. I would rather die. That's just my own personal preference. But no, I mean, it is really, really nice and at the same time awkward when you get people on Reddit or whatever who kind of say, you know, Jake should be doing this, Jake should be doing that. It's nice in a way because it's a cool compliment of what you should be doing. But that little imposter syndrome person that sits on your shoulder going, see, they say you're good, you're doing this and you're not. Why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? And it's difficult to kind of hear that. And then you kind of have to sort of justify what you're doing. The reason I switched to Asia is because I didn't want to listen to that guy anymore. I think it became a really high pressure thing, and when you have such a competitive environment, when you have such a competitive world of motoring like motorsport is, it's very easy to get sucked into the enormity of why aren't you doing Formula One? Why aren't you doing the Indy 500? Why aren't you doing Le Mans? And you can let your entire career be ruled by that. But when I sit back and I look at what I'm currently doing, I'm doing Super GT and Super Formula. I'm doing Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil, which is insane every lap, never mind every race. We've got Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia. We've got the F4 Championships for Southeast Asia and the Middle East. Formula Regional over there as well. I get to do Euro Cup 3. I get to do the F4 Spanish Championship. I get to do the karting series for Miami, Asia, China, and occasionally the Euro Cup in France as well. Every single race I get to do is nail-biting and on the ragged edge, which is very much my style. It's my style of delivery. The kind of stuff I do, my style I think would irritate Formula One fans because it's just so on the ragged edge. It's so on the limit. And I do scream and shout a lot, which is an acquired taste. And it took me about 4 or 5 years, realistically, to find my proper voice in this sport. And I think, you know, it's an acquired taste. You need to have a commentator that will fit as many different palettes as humanly possible. And what I like about Chris is that when he gets excited, he is on the ragged edge. But when he's just delivering, he's got enough energy to keep you hooked. But it's not drab, it's not dry, it's not cold, which it can get. You can either get one or two. You're either hot or really, really cold. And what I like with Chris is that his delivery with F2 and F3, and I've worked with him on a number of occasions, so I can attest to this, he's really good at bouncing off whoever his colleague is, so he reads the vibe in the room very well. But when it gets high energy, he doesn't shout and scream to too high a degree. He keeps it to a very measured level. And it's funny. In this sport, I think people don't really know what they want. You know, there's this whole kind of thing of, you know, with Crofty, you get the best damn commentator in the business. But everybody's got a problem with him, whether it's this or that or the other. And if you think about who the replacement could be, Alex Jakes, very nearly perfection. But again, there are people who find his style really awkward. And again, if I was doing it, people would hate my style. If Tom Gamer was doing it, people would hate his style. Nobody really knows what they want. And the internet has made this 10 times worse because everybody's got a voice and everybody's got a keyboard. So everybody's got an opinion and it's really magnifying. If you go back to Murray Walker, we have a rose-tinted view of Murray's delivery. Nobody in the world was more passionate. Nobody in the world was more in love with the sport. And when things were exciting, they were very exciting. But there were a lot of mistakes. And if he was around now, he'd be crucified by social media. Thank God he wasn't around now. But Crofty is doing exactly the same thing in exactly the same way, and he's getting murdered and slaughtered by people with their keyboards when he's doing a damn good job.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is, people don't know what they want. If you give them something, they'll always want something different. And that's the actual big problem that I actually have with motorsport broadcasting now. It's a job I know how to do.
Yeah.
It's not everybody's acquired taste. It's not everybody's cup of tea. No, I don't have to be shouting about Formula 1 and Le Mans and Indy 500 to ruin the broadcast for them. But I do things in my own personal perspective, in my own personal way. But when I look at people like Chris, who have got where they wanted to go and who are doing the job that they've done, it makes me satisfied. You know, I worked with them. I shared a drink with them. I was with them. I've been in their universe. I've been on their vibe. And it's great to see them doing what they're doing. Tom Brooks doing Formula E. Oh, the amount of times that Tom and I have had having a huge laugh and, you know, hanging out together. And he's got Formula E. He is the best man on the planet currently for Formula E. He absolutely monsters that job. Yeah. And I do not think there is a better commentator for Formula E on the planet right now than Tom Brooks. It's wonderful that he's doing it. And it's funny. People really have a bit of an issue with what they're given. They always want something better. They want perfection, and you cannot have it. So you have to have what you're presented with, what you're given. And that's the biggest issue. It's not this person's wrong for the job, this person's right for the job. People don't know what they want.
Yeah, and it's funny that you mentioned Tom Brooks. Like, Jack Nicholls left a huge pair of shoes to fill in that job, because he was very, very liked, and Tom Brooks really... And he didn't try and do a Jack Nicholls impression. He just sort of stepped into it. He was himself, and he's made it work really, really nicely. Going back a little bit to what you were saying, I noticed listening to old like GP2 and early Formula 2 races, Alex Jake's style has changed a lot. And he's really, because he was that shouty man, even though, you know, that's sort of the style I always liked. And he's really toned it down now a lot. You can tell when the action ramps up in F1, he doesn't go crazy. But he's still exciting to listen to. And he's really sort of found a nice little comfort level, which and he's never going to make everyone happy still, but he's very much found a nice little balance, I think.
And I'm delighted to say as well, sorry Josh, I'll quickly finish. I'm delighted to say I have actually shared a commentary box with both Alex Jakes and David Croft over the years. And I have to tell you, for all those people who, you know, genuinely have a problem with them or get irritated with them, there are no two harder working commentators on the planet, but they are also the two most amicable people to work with on the planet. For someone like me to go and work alongside them, that could instantly be seen as a threat. That could instantly be seen as, oh, he's walking on my turf. And for both Alex and David, nothing of the sort. They were so easy to work with, easy to get on board with. They were fantastic camaraderie. The professionalism was unmounted. Alex was fantastic at being able to step in when needed to, but throw back at the right time. David the same, always gave you enough of a voice to make yourself heard. There was respect, there was good discourse, there was good engagement, there was good banter. I honestly cannot think of two better people to be doing what they're doing. So for someone to kind of say, well, you should be doing Formula 1, but for me, that would take away listening to the experience of David and Alex doing what they do. I love listening to what they do, and it's fantastic. It's genuinely pleasurable for me to sit back and watch the best at their craft.
Would you do 5 Live?
I would do 5 Live, I think. I mean, it's funny, I quite like Harry. I think Harry's fantastic at what he does. And it was funny, I was driving back from an event in the UK, I think it was Monaco, and Harry and Damon, oh my goodness, the two of them just were magic together. It made the dullest race of the year entertaining from my point of view. I couldn't see what was going on, but I could imagine it. And Harry and Damon on 5 Live, they were just fantastic. They were an amazing combo. So yeah, again, I would do 5 Live if it ever came up, but I just don't think it'll ever come up. You know, David's going to do his job for at least another 10 years. Alex is going to be doing it for another 20. Harry's probably going to be doing it for another 30. So, you know, fair play. I think it's great. I'm looking forward to covering the races I get to cover. The next motor race that I really want to take on is Macau.
Yeah.
If the opportunity ever came up for the Indy 500, I would take that for an absolute shout. But again, Who's doing the Indy 500 now? Will Buxton. It's like, come on. Yeah. It's like we are in a fairy tale of great commentators right now. Listening to Will during the 500, I was like, finally, we have got someone of the same ability of Lee Diffie who can command, but also not step over the Americans and have his own sort of voice, but be given that respect, given that platform. I thought it was going to be impossible for an English commentator to excel in America. So fair play to the broadcasters to kind of put Will in the seat, and he is absolutely loving it. I always felt that Will's first passion was IndyCar over F1. And there he is with the chance to do it. There's not many jobs that you would pass Formula One up for, but the lead role of IndyCar, I mean, fair play to Will. A lot of people think, what the hell are you doing? But no, he's absolutely where he's supposed to be. I'm loving this season as a result.
Yeah, there was no room for him left at Formula One. He would be stuck
forever
as the presenter. So, and he was always a commentator. I always found Will as he left at the wrong time. He was very much a Fernando Alonso-esque. He left GP2, GP3 commentary in 2014, went over to NBC as their pit reporter with the option to lead races for F1, but the schedule for IndyCar changed around because they had the rights, so Lee was able to do a lot. Then NBC left, he joined F1 TV, back where Alex was already there, and then he had the chance to lead some F2 and F3 races, but then COVID hit, couldn't then do the practice commentaries, got the chance in 22 to lead commentary for F1, and then for 23 they hire Alex back because Channel 4 and F1 TV do a deal where it's easy to set the world free because Channel 4 needed to cut the money back because they couldn't afford to send all the equipment out every race. And now we've got he was sort of boxed in. So I would have left as well, to be fair. I would have, because
I love him in IndyCar though, because it's his universe to a certain extent. He was always an F1 fan, yes, but I think IndyCar is where he just gets to play.
Yeah.
And you can hear it in his delivery, you can hear it in his passion and in his enthusiasm. It's like he's 10 years younger. I love listening to Will at the moment. He's in his element.
I have just noticed the time and noticed that I have to change over to the MacBook setup shortly, if I'm not very much mistaken. Yes, ready to go, because I have to vacate this box and go back to another box. So don't worry.
Oh, really? You have 2 boxes?
I have 3.
Wow, okay.
So that's going to be a bit of a pain in the backside.
I'm just in the moment. I'm just in the position of setting up my non-camera studio. This is my camera studio, which is like my living room, but my non-camera studio is being built in my bedroom next door.
Oh, that's great.
And that's going to be fun when that's built. You won't get to see it, but for me, it's like, yeah, it's very cool.
That's true. JT, can you still hear me?
That'll be a no.
He had his headset on now.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me? JT?
Hello.
Are you able to... You haven't got TNT, have you? Is this race on? Never mind. Oh, dear. Well, I'll figure out a way as well of doing the impossible, because I have to share screens now, which gets a little bit impossible. Stay tuned, everybody, because this race is about to get very entertaining. Yes, so I have to vacate this commentary box in order for Megan and Naomi to take over practice 3 of F1. And then I scoot back up to the next box where everything is. So it's going to get a bit complicated, but we've got time. We shall continue talking amongst ourselves for a second.
Absolutely.
But out of interest, actually, as the camera's not going to see me much, so hello everyone, I'd love to get your perspective, Wes, because I'm of the opinion, and I haven't heard much of Damon on 5 Live. You have, because you back up everything brilliantly on the channel. Okay. But Damon, I always thought was wasted at Sky F1 as we get the GTs into battle, because they never seem to put him where we know he could do well in the race commentary. It was either Paul di Resta or Anthony Davidson or Quinn Channock when Martin wasn't available. You've got a world champion of Damon Hill there, and you don't use him. It was a waste. What's he been like now he's liberated? We've lost Wes. The one question I asked.
The timing of that was terrible. I mean, I'll fill in until he pops back, because I was actually with him the other day, because we had his charity karting race the other day, and I did actually ask him about it, because we had Damon there, we had Johnny there, we desperately tried to get Perry McCarthy there, but he was doing something else. But it's always just a wonderful Wednesday afternoon when you get to hang out with Damon Hill and Johnny Herbert playing and just having a laugh. But I did ask him about it because I heard him on Monaco, and I asked him about it. He went, it's a lot more fun because I don't have anywhere near as many rules. I can just say what I like.
Oh.
And it's great. And that's exactly how it should be. It's like when I worked with Matt Neal on the World Touring Car Championship. I knew that if I said anything, Matt would just say whatever he felt, and there would be no regulation. He would just say it. And for me, that was always a lot more fun because you're not restricted by these things. As the number 4 Porsche is going to go for the Toyota again, and he's made that look fairly easy, to be fair.
That was quite a simple.
But yeah, no, it was a fairly simple one. But no, Damon's always been very, very good fun as a person. He just doesn't like the social media thing. He doesn't like the glitterati media aspect. And so doing 5 Live actually suits him down to the ground because he's not got the media attention on him in the same way that he did. But he can be himself. And when Damon gets his juices flowing on commentary, he's really, really good.
Wes, are you back with us?
Yes, I'm back. I'm back. Yes. I'm probably when I leave here, I'm going to go and find the people who own my internet provider service and skin them. So
Porsche's getting too close.
But yeah, so I'm not sure what you said, Jake, because I missed it. But yeah, Damon, he wasn't available for like all the sessions, but he was present. And yeah, I feel like it was just it felt very laid back when he was there. You know, Harry would sort of cross over to him for like just to get his opinion, and then he'd continue on calling the race and. It was nice. You got a lot from Damon as far as sort of technical know-how, but also it was just nice and relaxing to have him around. So yeah,
it was nice to get his actual opinion on the 2-stop strategy in Monaco as well. That was very, very cool, to be fair.
Was he of or against? For or against?
What do you think?
Against, probably.
He let properly rip. I mean, he wasn't bombastic, but he was very sort of damning in the way that they were creating a show for the sake of having a show, and then the show didn't work. It was very cool to hear his take on it.
Yeah, it was I don't want to say bleep show, but wasn't the greatest.
I do. I mean, that's. It was a nice idea, but they just left so many loopholes for the way it went down to happen. I always kind of felt that if you were going to do that, then you needed to create a pit stop window, akin to what they do in Super Formula. So you can't come in before lap 10, and the first pit stop window lasts 10 laps, and then the second pit stop window lasts 15 laps, but you can't come in before lap 67. So you could do it a certain way. You could kind of create a better race just by a couple of little tweaks of things here and there. It would be very, very easy to make those changes, but they just didn't think of it. It's a very similar sort of manner of thinking that Formula One has in general now. You come up with a £5 solution to a 50p problem. You're going far too over the top with these things rather than thinking about what actually creates better racing. And that's the biggest thing I actually have with it. Monaco was a good way in it. Look at Le Mans. As a great example, you don't need to make too many muck arounds or fusses or anything like that. Just let the cars get out there and do their thing. They will create the race for you.
Do you reckon as well that we're going to see a situation eventually where they're going to continue messing around with these pit stops and Formula One's going to get a bit gimmicky with, I would just say just mandate.
You mean it isn't already?
Well, yeah, but I would just say mandate having to use the compounds across all the race. Mandate having to use the 3 tyres.
I can see that happening. I think the sort of the methodology and the thinking of where Formula One is going with its strategy and thought process in terms of trying to keep the show as gimmicky as possible. And I'm going to say the 3 words that nobody wants me to say, but Abu Dhabi 2021. If you look to the thinking of why that happened, forget how it happened, forget the ramifications of it, but the fact of why that happened. It happened because Formula One saw an opportunity for a showdown and got greedy. And that's kind of the methodology and thinking behind a lot of the decisions that have happened of late. They want to create a race championship where you don't know the winner every time. They've now got that. But in enabling that, the quality of the race itself has suffered. So the race itself is over on lap 4. And it's frustrating as a fan because you've got one thing right, but you've let another thing slip. You know, it's the basic little things like that. And again, nobody really watching is going to agree with me on this, but the pit stop in Formula One, I'm not a fan of it. I don't like it. I don't like the fact that it's 1.9 seconds every single time. You kind of miss it before it's happened. I'm a much bigger fan of the IndyCar pit stop or the NASCAR pit stop, where you've only got like 4 personnel around the car at any one time, and it's throwing guns, it's jumping over the front of the bonnet, it's picking up the tire and throwing it at your colleague, picking up the other one. It's so much more human. The Formula One pit stop has become so military, it's become so robotic now that it almost doesn't feel particularly spectacular. You almost feel like you just throw a few robots on them, they'll do the same job. I love the human element that the pit stop has always brought to it. And it kind of feels like that's almost missing from the pit stop now, because it happens so fast, you don't really get to see it. It's already done by the time you're ready for it. So it's little things like that, just little tiny, pure, thoroughbred moments that can bring Formula One back to humanity, bring it back to the sort of the human element of play-by-play racing. But it's those little things that we'll never get because we never think like that.
Logically.
Can I just
go on?
Can I just do a JT version of I am stupid, I am stupid?
Yes.
NASCAR.
What about it?
I forgot they delayed the schedule. So here is me rushing around 10 minutes before to go live to transfer everything from one laptop to the other, to then realise we've still got another 2 hours until qualifying gets underway.
Did you not read the schedule change?
I did read the schedule change, but I was going off the commentators chart, which wasn't corrected.
I've suddenly realised there's a lot of motorsport happening this weekend. I could do quite a bit more than just a Le Mans, couldn't I?
If you want to do
Canada,
Canada,
how much is going on?
Yeah. Do you want to,
quite a bit.
Do you want to come on Canada? We need people. LA's going to be with us. You know LA. Wilshire.
That's a good point. I mean, Canada. Well, what time does Canada kick off? It's going to be like midnight in Thailand, isn't it?
7 o'clock our time. So UK.
7 p.m. UK. Yeah, that's going to be 1 a.m. for me. I could come and do a Grand Prix this weekend, couldn't I? I could do a Formula One.
Come and do an F1.
Ooh,
we need
I could
people.
do a Formula One.
Yeah, because JT's off with whatchamacallit, NASCAR in Mexico.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know where Omi is, so that's slightly scary. But I'm sure
Shall I try and get
I will come and do a Formula One. I'll come and do the
audio
Canadian Grand Prix. Why not?
Thank goodness.
correct this time?
The audio what? Correct this time for an hour update.
Yeah, shall we do take 2?
Yeah.
And I would just have finished doing British Mini Bike Championship commentary as well. So why not? That's another one that's really good fun to do. I love doing the British Mini Bikes. That's great.
You're non-stop.
So,
the same as me.
I will come and do Canada after British Mini Bikes. Why not?
Good. I'm going to because you will see me dead at that point. By the way, I'm going to look ridiculous.
I'm not surprised.
Also, I don't go to bed until 4 a.m. Monday. I've been up since 8. No, hang on. Yeah, I've been up since 9:15. And I go to, Saturday, and I don't go to bed until 4 a.m. Monday. Thank you very much, IndyCar, as well. That's always a nice one. Yeah, it's a next year it's just going to be a bit better. I don't know. And then I'm at Alton Park next weekend for the touring cars.
Oh, fair play. Do you know, it's so funny. I lived pretty much next to the Alton Park race circuit, 10 miles down the road, from 2006 through to the end of 2024, pretty much. And do you know how many times I actually got to commentate there?
Once.
Once,
yeah.
I literally got to commentate there once in the entirety of my career.
Perfect. How many commentary boxes are there? What's the media centre layout like?
The media centre is quite cramped, to be fair. It's quite small, but it's quite intimate as a result. So I quite like the media centre at Alton Park. It's quite friendly. It's quite amiable by comparison to some of the other sort of more corporate, standoffish media centres.
Yeah.
Like Silverstone is just so
ridiculous.
It's so alien now. I don't like it very much, to be honest. Donington's I quite like because that's very well thought out. Donington Park is very, very intelligently designed.
No, I'm going to disagree with you.
Brand...
There's no air conditioning in the commentary boxes. I was in Com Box 3 for Donington.
No, there's not, to be
and
fair.
I was dying. You see, I was sweating. Go on.
Yeah, to be fair, there is no aircon in the commentary box booths next to the media centre there. It is quite annoying, to be fair. Brands' ones, they could be better, but it's all made up for by the view. The view is what you go to brands for in the media center. It's just, you can see everything. If something goes up, all you got to do is turn your head and you can see it. It's fantastic. So it's much easier doing it that way. I suppose the best, Alton Park's got to be one of the best media centers just for being in the nice place and being kind of cool. It's either Alton Park or Donington, I think.
Donington's is nice, but I always feel a bit claustrophobic because the boxes are snug. That's what I found. They're very snug, especially as they stuck.
There's still 2 race circuits in the United Kingdom that I haven't commentated at yet that I need to tick off before I retire or before death gets me first, which I'm hoping is going to be about 30 years from now at least. But there's still 2 UK racetracks that I haven't commentated at that I need to. One is Thruxton, and the other one is Knock Hill. I need to do those 2 at some point. I have commentated on races at both, but I've never actually commentated. No, I've not been there. I've not been at the race circuits at all. In fact, I've only been to Thruxton for a day, and it was a test day. I've never been to Knock Hill. I really do need to fix that at some point. I love Knock Hill. It's one of my favourite circuits on the world.
Yeah?
Sanson with Thruxton.
Yes.
The school I go to is 2 miles away from Thruxton, so...
Oh, that's the school you go to? You go...
Yes.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
So, it was a Friday afternoon, 7th of June, last weekend, and I had a geography exam for GCSEs.
Yep.
And I had to do the geography exam listening to British F4 cars going around Thruxton.
There's not much of a better way of doing an exam, to be fair.
Shall I do our hourly update?
Yeah, you
That's
can
a
do.
good idea, actually.
All right, I will try and fix audio levels. Hold on. What could go wrong?
Live from the JB Motorsports Broadcast Center, this is the Le Mans 24 Hours Hourly Update.
Well, I don't know what's happened in this past hour, so I'm going to wing it. We've had a couple of penalties. One for a drive-through for car 183 for pit lane speed. A 20-second stop-and-go penalty for the car 36, which is one of the Alpines. That was pit lane speed as well. No further action for car 27 for an unsafe release, and still car 101 is under investigation for driver weight declaration. A 5-second added to next pit stop. That was for car 22. And still a couple of incidents, cars 85 and 21 under investigation for incident at Marshall Post 25. Car 27, they were under investigation, but that came at no further action as well. Also, car 13 still under investigation for driver weight declaration. But in the classes, in hypercar, it is the 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport leading the way, with car 50 on the Ferrari AF Corsa in second, and then Porsche Penske Motorsport again in third with the 6 car. First in LMP2, it's the Inter-Europol competition 43. Second in class, but first in Pro-Am for LMP2, it's the Proton competition of the car 11, but the leader in LMP2 is just pitted, and then third in LMP2 is the number 16. GT3, it's the Team WRT46 leading the way. Second is the 78, and third is 77, and 5-second stop-and-go penalty for car 35 as well.
That was your 24 hours of Le Mans Hourly Update from the JB Motorsports Broadcast Center. The 24 Hours of Le Mans Weather Update with JT, live from the JB Motorsports Weather Center.
Track temperature, 27.2 degrees Celsius. That has stayed the same. 22.6 degrees Celsius air temperature. That has gone down a little bit. Wind speed is down 2 kilometers an hour to 6 kilometers per hour. Humidity 50%. Pressure is 1,013.4 millibars, so staying around the same. Wind is to a northeasterly direction. That is your weather update and your hourly update from the second hour of the 2025 edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and it seems like half of the commentary box has abandoned me. Hello, Wes.
Hi, JT. I've been meaning to ask, who'd you get to do the intro and outro there, the American voice?
It was just a random audio to text text to audio website I found. So yeah, it was basically just like a thing that we made. There's also one for USRN, as I think we've lost Wes again. So Omi, are you here?
Yeah, I think he was so shocked that literally his whole thing went.
Well,
yeah.
Into pit lane now is Porsche Penske Motorsport. They look like they are having a driver change at the number 5 car, possibly, as Wes returns, so hopefully we'll be able to get him back in a moment. But hypercar pit stops are ongoing. A driver change down at Ferrari AF Corsa. And Wes, are you back with us? I'll take that as a no, but the 51 Ferrari AF Corsa having a driver change down in pit lane. Omi, what have you thought about the past first 2 hours of this race?
Very interesting in terms of conversations, I think. It was a great start.
Definitely.
A great start, but yeah, just the usual bit of it toning down, and then it'll start to get more exciting towards the night. But I've been doing lots of stuff elsewhere right now at the moment, so I've just been mostly listening into the conversations rather than focusing on the race. But yeah, it's been interesting so far, but I think it's going to get better and better as we go into the night.
Yeah, absolutely. As continuing to circulate the number 83 Ferrari AF Corsa down through the Michelin chicane. And Omi, over to you.
Yeah, absolutely. They're all just making their way to around this circuit at the moment as they continue trundling around. If you are one of our IndyCar viewers waiting for the action to come there, we are still waiting for the circuit to come IndyCar's way. It has rained and the session still isn't underway, which is why there is no stream for that Formula 1 practice about to get underway as well. So there's quite a bit going on at the moment, and then straight after, F1 will of course have the F1 Academy race in between, and then the qualifying later on. We've got World Superbikes coming our way tomorrow, so plenty of action across this weekend, as Jake was mentioning earlier on. So it's going to be quite a lot of fun as they continue making their way through, and we've got a Burt back in the box.
Yes, we're just going to transfer over in a second, just to let you know, so we will be back shortly, just to get everything else running, up and running. So for now, we're going to hand over to the TNT team.
Going wide, but yes, it is coincidence now to see that on both of those cars. We did hear earlier on, actually, with, I think it was one of the Alpines saying that they couldn't handle this much amount of rear brake bias, and what they're trying to do there is keep the temperatures from the front to the rear tyres more equal. Now, whether that's across a lot of the hypercars, and we're also seeing that with the Peugeot, and it's having to run a lot of rear brake bias to compensate for the pressure that gets generated, whether he needs to now go forward on that brake bias or adjust the pressures accordingly to do that.
Well, of course, Peugeot have had a lot of talk about the rear end instability of that car. Quick note, contact between 21 and 85. So 21 is the Vista AF Corsa car, Francois Heriot, which I believe we saw earlier. No further investigation on that one.
Some of the data of outlaps, and Vantor's last time he did an outlap was on that new tyre, 5 seconds slower than the average of others that stayed on hot tyres. So that gives us an illustration of potentially that delta of going to new tyres, that your outlap, while they're cold, they're going to be coming out at ambient 28 degrees right now. They want to be up to 80, 90 degrees. That 13.6 kilometres on your outlap of Le Mans, that's what the delta is, 5 seconds or so.
Kevin Esther into pit lane from what was a very brief lead during this pit stop sequence. Looks like a driver change has happened there as well. So here we're going to see the difference, that extra lap on a set of hot tyres, whether that's brought him a little bit closer to the Ferrari that he was battling earlier on for second place. Running pretty close in LMP2 as well between Giorgio Roda in the Proton competition, number 11 machine, and Nick Boole in the Inter
Europol competition car. Two very, very well known and respected and successful LMP2 teams across both the European and Asian Le Mans series, two of the feeder series for the World Endurance Championship.
Nick with 3-lap old tyres here, so he's gone through the process of warming them up. They're up to temperature now, and he can attack ahead, which at the LMP2 has 13 laps on those tyres here. As a GT3 car gets in between them.
Take rear tires, but there is a minimum pressure mandatory, but I cannot do magical tricks.
So Tom being told there by his engineer, I think I got the last bit here. First bit was that he needs to take care of his rear pressures, and the last bit being there that there's minimal within them. So I presume this is the combination here of they're not in a tyre oven, they can't get them to target pressure where they want to, so they're having to start them maybe on a pressure that's not ideal, which means you have to really take care of not only just wheel spinning, but hitting the curbs. So the way these tyres get mounted onto the rims is with a liquid. So as it fits onto the rim, if you cold hit a curb too hard, the tyre will rotate on the rim, and then all the wheel weights that are on the inside of that rim that make it flush and perfect and don't have any oscillation as you drive will then be totally out of weight, because every single tyre is ever so slightly different. So not striking curbs, not doing any wheel spin.
No magic tricks down at CLX Motorsport, formerly the Cool Racing squad, the Alex Kwani and Nicolas Lapierre led outfit. 51 Ferrari here. Where are they in the order? 10th position as it stands. So Antonio Giovinazzi leading Earl Bamber and Robin Freins in the WRT BMW out there. And the number 6 Porsche. Oh, hello. Big lock up there from the Hertz Team Jota number 12. Being driven by Will Stevens. And that was very close down there at the chicane. Here comes the BMW as well to try and take advantage of that.
So what you have there is the Jota realising very early, I'm not going to make it, taking it to the inside, doing well to avoid, but then the 51 having no choice on the exit but to collect from all there around the outside. I think he's realised, OK, he's weak, his tyres are cold, I can take advantage now. This is a risky place to go around the outside, but seems to get it done pretty easily.
Yeah, great move. I definitely think there was contact, wasn't it, on the front of that red Ferrari against the back of the gold Jota car. Doesn't look like too much damage, but Stevens illustrating this cold tyre warm-up issue. BMW now looking strong behind the two Cadillacs as well.
The other thing to mention is, as then the Jota cars go side by side here, but not quite enough room, he'll have a huge vibration. That was a big lock-up on a cold tyre.
And they're trying to go through the LMP2 traffic as well as they head in towards Indianapolis, so right around the outside and no contact as well.
We don't need a replay of, was it Qatar? Where was it? Yeah. I think it was.
Yeah, I've got this history between these two cars when Alex Lynn went into the back of Jenson Button when they were running 1-2 and seemed to be the only contenders who could challenge Ferrari on that day. I'm sure there was a big internal squabble about that on that particular safety car restart. Thankfully, two different contenders in the car on this occasion. It's Earl Bamber chasing Will Stevens.
You talk about the lock-up there, Ollie, for Stevens in that car. They've just put those tyres on. They did 36 laps on the previous set of tyres. He's now got to do 34 laps on that set of tyres. He's probably going to hand over at some point, isn't he, Stevens? He's been in since the start, but he has now got to live with his consequences. Interestingly, the BMW...
We've asked to swap position. We've asked to swap positions.
So Earl's not very happy.
Really?
Understandably.
I think fair enough here. And going back to what you said, Joe, it's quite interesting. They've changed the tyres, but not the driver. So Will is going to hand over that lovely flat-spotted set, unfortunately, over to the next driver. But Will has been doing a great job in this. It's just a shame that lockup didn't happen on the in-lap of his other set of tyres that did 36 laps.
I think Bamber, as we get a replay of this, so watch that Cadillac. It's a long way back, isn't it? Then decides to go, because the BMW gets held up by the P2 IDEC car, which is getting held up by this Ziggo car. Now watch the Ferrari. I think it rubs the back there.
Oh, there was
quite a big hit, actually. We're going to get a good view of it here. Stevens just suddenly cuts across the front. Giovinazzi not realising that. And both cars, surprisingly, very little damage to the carbon fibre. And this is Bamber. This is what's starting to get his temperature heated, let's say. But what Bamber's got the advantage of, he's done a lap more than Stevens, so he's got the temperature. We've seen the pace of Stevens to stay in front of Bamber, so actually, I think they're going to hold station now Stevens has gone through the pain of warming the tyres up.
So I'm sure that some of the bodywork ever so slightly on the right rear corner of the number 12 Caddy and the front left of the 51 Ferrari will be ever so slightly out of alignment, but probably not something that's going to cause too much pain for them.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that. As long as it's not hit a clip that slowly starts to catch some air and some drag and then dramatically flies off into the woods. But yeah, so we've heard Earl Bamber speak to his engineer. His engineer said, I've told Will, but all that means from Joe's and my perspective will be we would just plead our case that we're 1 lap behind in terms of tyre tech build-up. Give me 1 more lap to see what I can do. And I'm sure Will, as Joe's checking, will be back up to pace and argue that he wants to keep that place as long as possible.
94 will be coming in at the end of this lap. Malte Jakobsen, who has been extending.
What are we doing?
Position have been asked to be swapped. Position have been asked to be swapped. I'll let you know where we do it.
Earl Bamber not happy. It's still in the Hertz Team Jota Cadillac. Peugeot leading.
TNT Sports, powered by Endura.
3, 2, 1.
I have no assistance. It's really hard to brake.
A lot of mistakes.
21 hours and 39 minutes to go. We are 90 minutes into this one, and fingers crossed it's been an interesting session so far, as all the action has been brewing here. Megan is alongside me as well in the commentary box, just getting ready for the F1 session. That starts soon. Looks like we might miss the F1 start, actually, which is an interesting one, but that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Megs, what an interesting first few sessions this has been.
Right, so from what I saw, yes, it was a very interesting session, but how are they all doing out there, like, individually? Has there been a lot of safety cars going on? Oh, that is actually quite a surprise, given that when I was in the box, there was quite a few yellow flags going on.
No offence, but we need to go silent on the stream, so you're going to have silence.
Right, so a little bit of sound now, though just informing you that we are about to change broadcasters over. So be prepared for that happening, and if it does go off, then click off and go onto the channel, but only if it goes off. You'll be led to it, I believe.
5 for the sister car. It could be an absolute disaster. I mean, as it is, the number 36 Jules Gunnar-driven car is outside the top 10 in, what's it now, in 13th position, and the sister car a little bit further up the order, just waiting, but waiting, get it right.
Yeah.
And there's no skin off anyone's nose if they have to wait another lap while it's being sorted out.
And with it not issued, then you don't have to worry about having to serve something like that within 3 laps or anything. It's just the pause button has been pressed, and any more news we get, of course, we'll bring that to you. There was a no further action, which I don't know whether, with so much going on, I actually told you about that, but it was the contact between the Iron Dames 85 Porsche and the 21 Ferrari from Vista AF Corsa, but that's been looked at. It occurred at, well, actually Marshall Post 25 is shown, which is Indianapolis. I had thought it was closer to the end of the lap than that. Anyway, they've looked at it from various angles and say, racing incident, continue on.
Continue on, time and plenty to go. 21.5 hours and 5 minutes thrown in for good behaviour. But in recent laps, it's been a very good scrap between Antonio Giovinazzi. He's moved up into 6th place, moving ahead of Dries Van Toor's BMW, the better place, those BMW M Team WRT entries. But again, really great racing down the Mulsanne straight, a little bit more toe, and just making its way through. But Van Toor's not someone who's going to drop off the tail. He's only half a second down, trying to fight back against that number 51 Ferrari. And let's see where that one goes. But the race, I think, is now just shaping up to find some clear form. And I know Paul is looking very intently at what the Cadillac crew are doing, because, of course, they started first and second on the opening lap. They were suddenly shuffled down to second and third. But it's those lengths, Paul, is it not, of those early stints that could dictate how the race unfolds, unless, as you also threw into the mix, that they've got a little tactic they're playing early on.
Well, yes. I mean, my information is that the other problem facing the Cadillac Team Jota is that they, although they're quick when the track is clear, the car is a bit of a handful getting past traffic. And that was something I wanted to talk to Johnny Molam about, because you would kind of think that a car is quick, but sometimes getting it to go past the traffic where you have to make last-minute changes of direction, and that is where the Cadillac V-Series R is not such a strong contender. So there's two things which are important. Yes, how long is the stint? The other thing that I try to look at is what the average lap time is during the stint. Because yes, you can put in a quick lap, but if in between times you're getting some slower laps, then overall the stint length becomes longer and fewer laps, which is not what you want.
No, entirely so. But very interesting point about the ability to overtaking, how they can handle in traffic. We'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah. So, as I say, yeah, keeping an eye on those average lap times. The average lap times thus far for Earl Bamber have been 3 minutes 30, 32, 31. For Will Stevens, 30, 31, 31. Look at Julian Andlauer. He's been, his first stint was in the 29s. The Ferrari, which is second, 3 minutes 30. So there's not a lot to choose between them. We tend to need to get down to look at the differences in tenths rather than the overall, or just looking at minutes and seconds for every lap time. So another indication of just how close it is.
Pressure on for the number 8 Toyota, being driven by Brendan Hartley, because Antonio Giovinazzi is right with the Kiwi, heading out of Arnage and on their route towards Porsche Curves. They've also got the slight distraction of Franck Pereira in his VDS Panis Racing 48 LMP2 car that they'll need to overtake. There are certain areas where the LMP2 is actually pretty good through the air. Remember, aero taken off this car, the LMP2, so it's great down the tubes. Doesn't have quite as good speed, though, through the corners, where it would normally, in ELMS format, have a bit more downforce through the corners. 3 abreast, and great to have actually each of the 3 categories side by side there. Toyota alongside Franck Pereira's LMP2 car. There was a GC car being overtaken as well, and they all got through, Bruce.
Certainly did. A little vignette among many, many vignettes that get added together to form the 24 Hours of Le Mans. But conditions are dry, conditions way cooler than yesterday, to the delight not only of the drivers but also all the pit crews, because any heat here just gets retained in that pit lane and it can make you so much more tired. But right now I think we've got a race starting to shape up, and RLRM Sport, they've got the bragging rights, but Patrick Pilet will eventually smell his supper and come in because he's been in since the start of the race. But for now, they're leading that class, and it's an LMP2 Pro-Am entry as well, so they get bragging rights for now. But yeah, shaping up nicely. But it's Antonio Giovinazzi who's the driver on the move, up from 7th to 6th. Now he's shaping up for 5th.
Yeah, and you can't knock 1.8 seconds between the first and the second place cars as the yellows briefly come out at the end of the lap, the Ford chicane, but they are quickly removed. The lights are flashing now to make sure from the Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco that the LMP2 car ahead of him is well aware that the qualifying driver in this number 50 Ferrari is wanting to make its way through and lose as little time as possible to the race leader, Mathieu Jaminet. Laurence Vantor in the number 6 Porsche in 3rd, ahead of Felipe Drugovich, the talent from Brazil, after his cracking season in 2023 in the FIA Formula 2 season. This influx of single-seater drivers into ACO rules racing, so refreshing. And it means that if you can't get a drive in Formula 1, come to the FIA World Endurance Championship instead. Exactly 6:30 on 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans for 2025. We've had 2.5 hours of this thing, and it's time for an hourly update.
So we're all set. So we're all ready then as well. Welcome back to JB Motorsports' coverage of the Le Mans 24 hour. And in a second, we will rejoin with the team. I'm now pressing in. Hello, guys. Hello. I do apologise for the utter mess that was. But we're back. Hello, guys.
It's all right.
Do you want my track noise?
I have track noise. So that's good.
Oh, you do have track noise. Oh, wow. I like the track noise.
Can I ask you 2 questions?
JB, the only problem is that my TV picks will be like 12 seconds behind your one, so the track noise will be unsynced.
That's fine. That's fine. If nothing major will happen anyway, it's more of a discussion anyway for an hour. Just to keep across. What a mess that is, I'm afraid. And I apologise for said mess, but Formula 1 systems wouldn't work, and then the WEC systems wouldn't work. So Combox 2 has become Combox 3. That's
Are we on?
Yeah, we are on. We are on. Hello.
Okay, hello everyone.
Yes.
Hooray!
We're audio only, though. We've got no cameras.
Oh, well, that's fine. That means nobody can see me scratching my nose. Fantastic.
I'm working on cameras, though. So we're nearly there. In a second, I will have the ability to have cameras on. It's just been a mad rush. Megan and Naomi have been now thrust upon with Formula 1. But we haven't really missed much. But JT, have you given us an hourly update? He says in hope.
He's just...
Yes,
yes.
I did do it.
Oh, you did. Good, good.
He did do it. He did do it. I ducked out just at the moment he did it, to be fair. But I know he did it.
I did the same thing, to be fair. And I've just realised I've left my glasses in the other commentary box. That's a great idea. And I can't find where the camera button is. You know, this is really shocking systems, really.
You can go and get them if you want. We can cover.
It's a 3 a.m. problem that you're having at what? 5:30 in the afternoon?
Yeah, it's pretty much standard, isn't it, for our stuff. I can't seem to turn the background on. There we go. Yeah, it's standard whenever there's a... This is why, by the way, this is a great advertisement as to why Formula 1 and World Endurance should not be on the same weekend. Prime example. Just this mess of having to run several broadcasts in at the same time. It's not the greatest.
I mean, let's do the math. How many WEC races are there a year? 8?
Yeah.
And how many Formula 1 races are there a year? 24. Stop mucking about. We've got enough calendar weeks to do this admirably, so let's just do this admirably.
Do you reckon they ever will just say, nah, it's all right, we'll leave Formula 1 alone? Because it's just...
No, I don't think so. Well, it seems to be Formula 1 now attacking everybody else. It's interesting, isn't it? How Formula 1 have found a way of jibing Formula E's social media. And so then Formula E retaliated with the Monaco overtakes posts that they do every single year, which is quite funny, actually, when you sit there and you think, you know, Monaco is really exciting around Formula E. What a shame it isn't around Formula 1, blah, blah, blah. And now we're getting, you know, running Canada the same weekend as Le Mans. And next year we're running Canada the same weekend as Indy 500. It's almost comical. You couldn't write it. You really couldn't.
Jansen.
Go on, JT.
You mentioned pork pies earlier, didn't you?
I did, I'm afraid.
Well, look what's just turned up in the commentary box.
Oh, superb. I'm very impressed, actually. They're certainly not going to turn up in my commentary box here in Pattaya. Oh, this is getting racy. Look at this from the Ferrari and the Porsche now battling for the lead of the race. And it is getting pretty spicy now. The Ferrari's got a really good run on the number 5 Porsche Penske. This is where the Ferrari is going to take the lead unless the Porsche can slice it into a very decent line down on the run to Indianapolis. They're going to try and make a meal of this. How close do you want to get before there's contact? Porsche trying to stay in it. Now they're going to take advantage of the same slipstream that Ferrari pulled on them. They're going to pull to the far side. That is what Hypercar is about in 2025.
Just complete side-by-side action, and then if you make a mistake, don't really bother about it because you've got a race to go on later. But superb side-by-side battling. So the 51 Ferrari, of course, James Collada's taken over that wheel. Now we'll get going. As, I'm just going to adjust the colour because it is supposed to be in a light blue. So there we go. Get it all sorted. It's been one of those days.
May we say a massive thank you to the people who stuck with us throughout the entirety of that as well. Thank you so much. We love all of you. Every single one of you are our brothers and sisters. We love you.
Because the sudden introduction that we were with Radio Le Mans was not the best situation, but I can now say, by pressing that button and pressing this button, we have cameras, hopefully. There we go, we can see. Okay, perfect timing that one, I'm afraid. There we go. Hello.
And I can also say that Sanson got his first experience of JB Motorsports behind the scenes, multiple broadcasts at once, chaos.
Yeah, the sort of thing that happens where something's gone wrong, quickly fix it.
You waited until I had my mouth full of chocolate to go live there, didn't you? You waited. I know you did. I know you waited.
I didn't have the camera on at the same time. I swear. I did not know you could do that at the same time. 21 hours and 24 minutes to go then. We're now watching the 50 Ferrari overtake that 5 Porsche once again around the outside, and that was as close as you like it. A little bit of a snuggle, I'd say, between the two there, Jake. And I think Ferrari now in control of the race, but they are a pit stop behind everybody else in terms of tyres. So they've got more tyres to run later on in the day, if that makes sense.
If you're going to run that strategy to a high degree, as we now see a replay of that exact moment on TNT Sports, if you're going to run that strategy to its conclusion, you've really got to hope for some 3 a.m. shenanigans. That's the kind of thing that can really change the face of a 24-hour Le Mans. But at the same time, they do seem to have strength on the stint. They might be able to stretch it to 11 laps potentially, but they are really running the gauntlet by going diverse. Essentially, they've got the security of having the 51 Ferrari going a little bit more normal, and at the same time, the AF Corsa Ferrari is keeping it fairly measured. They're being aggressive when they need to be, but they're not overstretching themselves. So there is that dynamic with Ferrari that now they've got 2 wins in the bag. They can be a little bit more experimental, perhaps, to try and see which of these Ferraris is going to go the distance.
So you can now see me. Hello. Green screen, virtual background for this one. But yes, so regroup. I'm sweating. All that running around, I'm visibly water on
Welcome
me.
to my world.
You've got air conditioning. You're cheating. I've lost my fan to Megan.
Now, this is where...
Why have I gone small? Anybody else? I just noticed on the stream. I just minimised.
This is where JT's setup, even though it is much smaller than JB's setup, this is where my setup becomes superior to yours. Because instead of you having to run around half of your town household, I can literally just rotate my rotating chair 90 degrees, and wow, I've got my second laptop.
I don't have a
Back
rotating
to
chair.
rotate again. Back to my main setup.
like
I don't have
You do realise, JT, you've just created this fantastic fictional world called Birchtown.
Yeah.
Birchtown, which is... Birchtown, as we know, is right next door to Pontypandy.
I'll tell you what, what was it, Andy Pandy with it? Coming in as well with the outfit.
Oh, no, tell me you know who lives in Pontypandy. Come on.
I probably do, I just can't remember. It's not...
It's Fireman Sam, man.
Sam.
Come on.
I was never...
Pontypandy is...
I was never
Pontypandy is Fireman Sam's hometown.
No, I was never Fireman Sam. I was more Postman Pat.
I mean, the island of Sodor, Glendale, Pontypandy, these are the most amazing towns in history. The only towns better than them, as we all know, are Camberwick Green, Chigley, and Trumpton.
What JB Motorsports team member is closest to Norman Price?
Would that be me?
Oh wow, that almost sounds philosophical.
I have no idea. All I can say, can someone check in on the F1 broadcast, by the way? Because I just literally just sort of ran with that and I hoped it was good.
Like, has someone got into the wall of champions again?
Possibly. I literally just, I pushed it on and ran. Oh yeah, they're doing fine.
Is his name Lance? Did I say that out loud?
I've never ran away. Lance Stroll as a driver. No, seriously, Lance Stroll as somebody who could put it into a wall in a situation where he's got nothing to do? Yeah, never.
Well, the biggest question we need to be asking there are his hands actually working?
Well, he says yes. I say no.
I think his dad says yes.
Yeah, well, paycheck in the mail, isn't it, as well? How much he's looking miserable upon it all. He's got that bandage.
Can you wave at me? Yes, get in the car.
Yeah. Lando Norris.
Simple as that.
So about 2 fingers, what? He's got the bandage around 2 fingers, apparently. I should have given you a mic.
That is moronic. Why? Why they?
I don't know.
Well, I've got to ask. Right. This is. We're going on a bandwagon again. Sorry, Jake Santon's bandwagon. Why are you taping up the fingers of a man who clearly isn't going to win, clearly isn't going to podium, clearly isn't going to beat Fernando Alonso in a straight fight? For what risk? Why are you gambling his safety? For what risk? On what planet of the apes do you want to put a man who is going to be the first into the Wall of Champions anyway to risk his entire career just for the sake of turning up to his home race and waving at the crowd? It's just moronic. And it's that kind of decision-making that is going to keep Aston Martin off the podium.
I agree.
It just is.
The whole aspect of Aston Martin is a bit weird, in my opinion, as well, because you've got Fernando, who's waiting out for the Adrian Newey car, which 9 times out of 10 could be good as...
Which won't come until he's 47.
Yeah.
In my personal opinion.
I apologise, by the way, if behind my microphone you can hear some adverts. I can't turn it down anymore, and I'm scared because the system... It took as Jake and JT can tell you, trying to get the track audio was a lot of interference. It sounded like a phone connection from the 1980s, so I'm scared to touch anything. I've shoved it in.
Well, I kind of thought I was... I kind of thought I was going to get the early days of Martin Haven for a while. It was very cool. It kind of sounded like I was going to see some Group C's.
What's good is Sanson has now experienced what it's like when something goes horribly wrong, and we all literally run around going like, "How do we fix this?"
And you know what? It wasn't even anywhere near as chaotic as I'm used to.
No, yours is worse. You've got a worse story, and I know this because you've told me it about having literally no broadcast about you went mental on the radio at something, and somebody said your mic was on.
Yeah, well, there's 2 particularly juicy stories of that ilk. One of them was at the AAMI World Finals in 2020. I want to say 2. There was a cadet race that got red flagged, but it got red flagged a lap too late.
Can you hear the music behind
it got red flagged a lap too late, and it was quite funny, to be fair, because it got red flagged a lap too late. There was a kid in the middle of the racetrack. He was literally sprawled in the racetrack as we see the Porsches swapping positions by accident. That didn't work out well.
You've got better TV pictures than I do at the moment. No.
It was quite funny. Well, it wasn't funny at the time because I was quite emotional about it all. But there was a kid lying in the middle of the racetrack essentially, and they didn't red flag it until a lap too late. My co-commentator, who is Kai Bacchini, who of course is on the Sky F1 Kids broadcast nowadays, we're being very professional and we're being, you know, very, very cool and calm and collected about the whole thing. Let's just allow the marshals to do what they need to do to clear up. All the carts have now stopped on the start-finish line. We'll come back to you in a moment. I switch off the microphone and I go into an absolute Martin Haven-esque tirade of hatred and abuse for the officials. Why have they left a kid in the middle of the racetrack? This is somebody's life here, and I might have used the F word 3 or 4 times. And Guy Pacini's dad rang me on the mobile saying, "Mate, I can hear you."
He went, what?
I was like, what? There's no microphones on. He went, "Well, I can hear you through the speaker."
And you were
What?
like, what?
And I'm looking around the commentary desk going, there are no live microphones going. And then there was one underneath our commentary notes open that we'd not even known was a microphone at all. We didn't even know it was there. So I switched it off and I said, tell me straight, because I'm thinking that's the end of my career. That's it. I've literally, you know, said the F word to describe officials over the tannoy, essentially, to 40,000 people. How bad was it? And he went, "Oh, I was the only one who could hear you." I went, "What?" "Yeah, I was stood right next to the speaker, and it was literally like a mouse whisper in my ear. I just thought I'd let you know in case you really started shouting." Okay. Oh, thanks.
Breathe.
Thanks, Dan. Breathe. It's okay. None of the officials from the ASN of France have heard me. Oh, my word.
Got to keep your kneecaps that night, didn't you?
Yeah, just about.
Yellow.
That was...
Yeah,
Yeah, there are yellow flags.
Yellow.
Go on, JT. Get us back on topic.
Just had a yellow briefly at Mulsanne corner, Marshall Point 20, and I know without even looking at the track map that Marshall Point 20 is Mulsanne because of how many times it actually turns up on the race control messages. But yeah,
Amazing.
I think someone went wide or just had a little bit of a spin because not any cars. Never mind. Is that the 7? I am looking at driver tracker, and the number 7 was stationary down at Marshall Point 20, and that would of course be the Toyota Gazoo Racing Hypercar.
Yeah.
We will wait to see on the TV pictures to confirm that, but the official driver tracker I have here, the 7 was stationary for a few moments at the time of the yellow, at the exact same area that the yellow was.
If that's happened again for Toyota, they have more bad luck at Le Mans in the past 3-4 years than they have actually winning it. When they win it, they dominate, but it is so much bad luck. And I still remember them conking out a lap from victory in 2016.
I'll never forget that one. Oh. I mean, that was I had literally finished. I had finished my stints for that race. We had 3 hours to go, and it was it. That's it. You're done. You're done for the day. We're gonna let the other two take you through to the end. You can leave now. I said, what? There's 3 hours of the race to go, pretty much. I said, no, well, we need to get you out relatively quickly, otherwise the crowds are going to make it impossible for you to get out. You've got to get your flight at a certain time. So the last hour was horrible for me because I was basically packing everything away, getting for the exit, making my way out. There is the stationary 7, as you mentioned, JT. That's the replay of it. He's basically, where's he gone? He basically he overshot, then turned left. It's almost like he had enough, basically. He went round the roundabout, I think. I've been round that roundabout. At least he went round the roundabout the right way for the French, gendarmes to actually, not give him a penalty. That's fair enough. He wouldn't have got any fines for that.
Replay of the onboard, just as they showed the exact same onboard on Discovery Plus. So
Dad's just said that he's been round that roundabout as well when he's driven down the Mulsanne.
I have been round, I've been round it, and at least he went round the right way round the roundabout. So fair play. So the French police can't do anything. But no, what was I talking about before? I can't remember which direction I was going in then. Which direction was I going in before that?
On the race, left with the Toyota.
Oh yes, so that last hour was agony. Yeah. I'm packing up my cases. I'm walking to the exit, past everybody who's still, tenterhooks for a victory. And I'm miserable because I'm like, well, I've got to go home before the end of the race. So I end up on the Mans train station platform, and there's 5 minutes of the race to go, obviously, and the inevitable happens. Yeah. And I'm still in a sort of a sleep-deprived haze of disappointment and, misery that I didn't get to call the end of the race. I got to call the start, but I didn't get to call the end. But I knew that going in, but it was still kind of, well, at least I could stay for it. But no, I had to go. So I'm on the Le Mans train station platform, and all of a sudden, I hear this group of, young 20-something lads crowding around a mobile phone, and they're going, "Oh non, c'est incroyable! Le Toyota, c'est fini! C'est fini! Incroyable!" So they're all going bonkers, right? And I'm kind of not really sure what's going on, and I can't get near them because I'm on the other side of the platform and there's such a crowd hovering around this phone. And I'm kind of in a daze. So I think the only way I'm going to get clarity on the situation is if I call Scott Woodwiss, who's the British Racing Sports Car Club media and marketing executive and the commentator for many different championships in UK motorsport. And I called him because I knew, guaranteed, he was the only person I knew at the time who was definitely watching and would definitely be reachable on a mobile phone. So I called him and he went, "Are you watching this?" I went, "No." He went, What do you mean you're not watching this? You're there. You're bloody commentating, mate. Why aren't you watching it? I went, "No, I'm on Le Mans station platform." It was just the funniest conversation between the two of us that I think we've ever had. And he was like, "It's literally conked out on the last lap." I'm like, "Are you kidding?" He said, No, literally, they're dead. They're gone. They're out. It was the maddest sort of 5 minutes of not being at the track.
There's more pressure now for those last 5 minutes of the race than ever before, because you got through 23 hours.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's that one more. Just to bring it up to date with Formula 1, that's happening in Canada right now. Fernando Alonso's P2, with Charles Leclerc P1. But it's a very critical session for Leclerc because he hasn't had any running. So, yeah. It's going to be very weird, actually. I do feel slightly bad because the way it's all worked out, me and LA Wilshire were on the team yesterday. We've missed today, and then we're back tomorrow. And Megan and Naomi are on today that they weren't on yesterday. And we're sort of all just clambering together at the end of it. I don't like the scheduling that we have to miss other sessions. But that's the way it happens. I mean, I'm completely off NASCAR this weekend. I will have to swat up on IndyCar. I've got 4 hours to swat up on IndyCar after the Canadian Grand Prix. I don't even get to sleep. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah, because IndyCar's happening after Formula 1, isn't it? You are going to have such a night, mate.
It's not so bad.
I mean, you finish at 10 a.m. for me on Monday morning. When you put it into those terms.
And it's Saturday now.
Yes.
Oh my God.
I mean, it's very nearly Sunday for me. In 9 minutes, it will be Sunday for me. So
that's not too bad.
There you go.
It will be time for another hourly update, though. So JT can get me go on those.
I will be in time for the hourly update. Oh, yeah, I was going to tell you the second...
happened.
Nothing's happened. Well, no, a couple of little hiccupy things have happened. Nothing major, but a couple of... Yeah. You could... work that into the update.
Yeah.
I mean, you could talk about the Porsches swapping for the lead. That was pretty significant.
How about how about JB has to wear this shirt for so many hours, and it's already soaked? So
is it in pieces yet? Is it tearing off strips on the sleeves?
It's a very thin, as you can see, it's a very thin fabric. I thought, it's going to be very hot. So I thought, what's the best outfit I can wear that still looks good? So I've got shorts on and army boots, as you do. And
fantastic.
And a very thin shirt that still looks stylish. But yeah, it's already damp. Someone's hit the wall.
He wears short shorts. He wears short shorts.
It's when you start bringing the word moist into the conversation that I'm going to be very disappointed.
Red flag is out. Someone's hit the wall of champions.
No, it isn't. Oh, you're in Formula 1.
No,
Okay, fair enough. I was just going to say Le Mans. That never happened.
It's a McLaren. I think it's a McLaren. I think Piastri's hit the wall. Piastri has hit the wall and has damaged the rear right of his McLaren.
That is becoming a meme, Jason.
Wow.
And you know it.
Okay, so Piastri joins the Wall of Champions.
He's a world champion
6 months before he becomes world champion.
Yeah, look, he's just rolling in now with no
That's
wheel on his
incredible.
wagon.
And to be fair, I said December of last year, Piastri will be the 2025 world champion.
How
so
did you see?
the fact that he's now...
Hang on, let's
the fact that he's now leading the championship and gone into the wall in Canada, perfect. I mean, not perfect for him.
Nico Hulkenberg comes through. Right, so Hulkenberg spins, does a 360, kisses the Wall of Champions, and loses some debris, rear wing end plate, and then Piastri runs over it, touches the wall, and cuts the tyre. So 2 separate problems. I think Piastri...
But no, it's nice. It's nice that Piastri joins the Wall of Champions in the year he's going to be champion. That's kind of cool.
it's 2-1. Piastri hits the wall, and then Hülkenberg spins as a result of Piastri. Okay.
Oh, it's the other way round.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So Piastri's already hit the wall and got the puncture, and then Hülkenberg's done a 360 anyway, so there's 2 spins. That indicates there's some sort of oil down there for two to spin. The 5 Porsche is into the pit lane, along with the 51 Ferrari, of course, the 311 Cadillac V-Line Engineering, and the 15 BMW WRT team in as well. Spit and polish for the 51. I love how they polish it during the race, but afterwards, if it wins, that's it. The dirt, the muck, it all stays.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's like they have to keep the thing clean for 23 hours of the race, basically. And then as soon as they cross the line, we can't be bothered wiping it up now.
Yeah.
The dead fly is there forever. It's eternity. That does amuse me, actually.
It doesn't feel to me that it's 20... They go, oh, look, this is 24 hours worth of dirt, etc., etc.
No, it isn't. It's
not.
23 hours and 10 minutes worth of cleanliness, and it's 50 minutes worth of grime. That's all it is.
That's it. And it sticks to the car thanks to the polish.
Yeah.
So it's just,
That's a very good point.
It's not even that. It's just the polish that goes through as well. Hang on, let me just go to battle screen.
Autoglim, killing mosquitoes since 1932.
Oh, right. Thought I had to go to battle screen there. Didn't have to go. Which comes through. So, yeah. Well, at least Omi and Megan are having a fun hour.
Sanson, you should definitely check your Instagram messages.
Oh dear.
That doesn't sound good.
This is the mid-race stuff, isn't it, as well? Is it cake or is it the hardcore stuff for the 2 a.m.? That's what we need to know. I think at this...
I love that emoji. I can't believe you actually freeze-framed that. Fair play, that's cool.
What's he done? What's he done? Has he screenshotted something?
It was my facial expression at finding out that Piastri had hit the wall of champions. I'm quite happy for that to be memeable. That's fine. I've never been a meme. Excellent.
JT's memed me a lot. In fact, the one meme that he actually memed me was me going like this in the commentary box with my, cheering. And it was the face of somebody who knows that Danica Patrick isn't on the coverage this weekend. And who does it get seen by? Howie Benjamin. I don't think Danica will. Danica is on the coverage this weekend, by the way. So if anybody wants to tune in,
tell me who was the Michelin Le Mans Cup driver that decided he wanted to go kickboxing with a Ferrari before?
Oh yeah,
what happened?
I saw this. He's got a penalty, hasn't he, for unsportsmanlike behaviour? Obviously, because he's turned into Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, because he's kicked the door.
Nick Halstead get second?
I think he did. I know.
Nick Halstead?
Yeah, he's
got second.
He's not in the touring car
No
anymore, is he?
way.
He left earlier on this year. Did 2 rounds and then left.
Oh, is he officially left now?
Well, so has Michael Kreese.
Yeah.
Right, I thought Halstead.
Creasy has left. Yeah.
We'll see. Well, we'll find out Alton next week when we get the entry list. But they're only allowed a couple of drivers for Team Voronchu. I do know, however, that Tom Ingram is doing some more activities over the weekend. He's got his own little thing planned for Steve Ryder's goodbye. God knows what he's up to.
Oh, is that this year?
Yeah.
Steve retiring?
Yeah, next week at Alton.
Oh, wow. Okay. So who's taking over him the second half of the season? Please be Paul O'Neill.
I think it is
Please.
Paul. I think it is Paul.
We all want Paul O'Neill to take over from Steve Ryder. We all want that.
I think that's what he's been training to do this year a little bit. He's been on the phone a lot more. I know that.
I will happily allow Louise Goodman to do it.
She don't want it.
It'd be quite... I mean, she's already on British touring cars, yes. But I will quite happily have Louise take over for Steve full-time. Because there's not many people in the sport better qualified. But we'd all love Paul O'Neill to do it.
I put that very question to her, though, Jake, at Donington. I said, are you taking over? And she said, no, I don't want it. I'm happy with the way I'm doing it. If it was 10 years earlier, maybe yes, but it's a young person's game. I don't want it. I'm happy doing my thing. So I was quite surprised about that. She don't want it.
I mean, to be fair to Louise, I have always found her to be the most grounded, forthright, down-to-earth individual. I mean, the way that people She was on a podcast, and she was basically told, I can't remember which podcast it was, but she was basically describing how the lads treated her, like the old, smack of the bum and the old sort of tweak of, the hair and whatever. And she was like, oh, come on, it's lads in a lads sport. If you were not prepared to go toe-to-toe with them on their front, then you had no business being in the sport. It's racing. That's the way it is. If you don't like it, don't do it.
And she got her own back 10 times over.
She got away with that because of who she is, I think. There's no place in the sport for that now, but the fact that Louise was there during that period and was prepared to give back as well as she got, without people like her, we wouldn't have as many women in the sport as we do now, I think. So she's an absolute trailblazer. She made massive changes in the sport for recognition just by being there and accepting this is how it's going to be, and I'm going to make it my worth. I think Louise Goodman deserves a dameship.
Yeah, I
really do.
Yeah, she's a
if Murray Walker deserves an OBE, which he did, and he should have been knighted in my opinion, but I personally feel that what Louise Goodman did for women in motorsport from a broadcast perspective, that needs to be recognised. That needs to be a CBE, an OBE. She did so much for women in broadcasting, not just in Formula One, but in motorsport and sport in general. She was there, thrust into a man's world, and she was given the chance to sink or swim. And she swam backstroke. She broke records, essentially. She was fantastic.
And still is the loveliest person just to stand down and chat with. Unbelievable. Although, don't get on a bad side, because she does tend to elbow you quite a lot.
Well, I have to say, when I first introduced my daughter to motorsport, I decided to take her to the Wales Rally GB. What's the name of the word? What's the word? Wales Rally GB, when you have the paddock area. What's it called? I can't remember what it's called.
Hub?
There's a word they use. It's like hub, but they have a special word that they use in World Rally for it. I can't remember what it's called. It's not the shakedown area. It's something in particular. Anyway, the word will come to me. But the area where it all happens, essentially, where all the teams are. And she was right in the middle of the Dare to be Different bits and bobs. So I decided I'll take my daughter along and go and have a look. And the way she interacted with my daughter, the other girls that were there, really sort of boosting them up and making them feel...
That one.
Service park! That's what it's called. It's called a service park. But yeah, the way she was with all the girls, including my daughter, just kind of building everybody's confidence up. And I've still got the photos from Louise and my daughter, who at the time would have been... she would have been about 7 or 8, I think. And no, she absolutely loved the day. She felt really, really cool. She didn't feel like a girl. She just felt like someone really, really enjoying herself and being thrust in that world. And Louise being the captain of that, oh my goodness, she changed lives. She really did. Louise has not just been a great broadcaster, but she's changed lives. She's fantastic.
I thought, Jeff, for a split second, I thought we had a red flag, but of course, Le Mans never been stopped. But it went from yellow to green because there was something down at Indianapolis on an issue. But yeah, Louise is fantastic, and literally, I was waiting for an interview after practice at Donington, and we were outside of BMW, and BMW are a bit sticklers anyway. But she was there doing an interview for the social medias. And just gave me a little jab with the microphone, just to get out of the way. Of course you do. You have to give way to ITV, but it's Louise. You don't stop Louise getting an interview. I just love how she bosses around Alan Hyde. It's quite funny. Alan goes to trackside interviews at Toga Radio, and then he's mid-conversation, and Louise will just sort her over with ITV and just push him out the way. It's hilarious. But yeah, both amazing talents as well, as we mentioned earlier on the podcast.
Shall I push you out the way and say, oh, wow, look at the time?
Yeah, go on then, JT, hit the button.
Hopefully it will not deafen you again.
Yeah.
Live from the JB Motorsports Broadcast Center, this is the Le Mans 24 Hours Hourly Update.
Nothing happened, and I don't know how I'm going to cover the next 2 minutes. As it's disappeared, hold on. There we go. Right, a couple of double yellows around the circuit at Marshall Point 25, 30 and 20 Mulsanne corner. We had the number 7 Toyota disappear and go round a roundabout. That you can tick off your Le Mans bingo card, and it wouldn't happen anywhere else. Car 25 had a 5 seconds added to their next pit stop for cutting the redundant chicane down at Marshall Point 3. no further action for car 85 and 21 for their incident at marshal point 25. And then we can go on to the big screen. First in hypercar, it's the Ferrari AF Corsa. That is number 50. Then it's the 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport. The Peugeot at number 94 is third. And if you are looking for the 93 Peugeot who had their incident earlier on in the first hour, they are currently down in 18th. Down there as well. LMP2, it's still the 43 into Europol competition leading the way with the 48 in second. First in LMP2 Pro-Am is the RLM Sport number 16, also third in that LMP2 class. GT3, it's still the Team WRT number 46 leading the way. Second in class is the Vista AM Corsa number 21 and the 92 GT3 is in third, and we just have a yellow flag.
That was your 24 hours of Le Mans hourly update from the JB Motorsports Broadcast Center.
He's having to stretch those more and more.
The 24 hours of Le Mans weather update with JT, live from the JB Motorsports Weather Center.
Track temperature still the same, 27.1 degrees Celsius. Air temp has gone up, I believe, 0.2 degrees Celsius to 22.4 degrees Celsius. Wind speed is 7 kilometers per hour, up 1 kilometer per hour from the past hour. Humidity up 2%, is currently 52%, and still the wind is at a northeasterly direction because, yes. Back to you, JB, and yes, that was a very big stretch. Indeed.
Not as bad as my mother sitting behind us in the commentary box as well with 2 glasses.
I was just going to say, that was the greatest lean to avoid the ghost of Christmas past getting involved in the broadcast. That was masterful. Absolutely genius the way you did that.
Oh, side-by-side contact a little bit from the 34. LMP2 getting involved with Spike the Dragon 199.
Look, in 25 minutes' time, I can disappear again, but God knows how that's going to work out. I can go back to the original com box and have to move 2 hours later for another hour. So, yeah.
How disappointing is it? This is completely off topic to everything we've talked about so far, but how disappointing is it in hypercar that the best sounding car on the grid is not even knocking on the door of the top 10? Such a shame the Aston Martin is so far from pace still. I mean, you kind of hope that this is the beginning of the birth of the dawn, as it were, but it's so disappointing. I mean, when I was at Qatar at the beginning of the year, on that start, the noise of every car going past just completely eclipsed by the Valkyrie, which is so appropriately named, I have to tell you. It's the most present racing car currently in the world at the moment. I think it is genuinely the nicest sounding racing car on the planet currently in action.
It's why I don't want it to go to a Honda engine, which had been rumoured, because we were talking about a few days ago, how could Honda come into the World Endurance Championship? Well, it's through Aston Martin, isn't it? Aston have got the works deal with them in Formula 1. It looks like that some of the road cars as well could be powered by it, and end that deal with Mercedes as well. Sometime in the future, go to a Honda engine, whatever the future word will be. So World Endurance could go that way as well, and I don't want it. It's got a Cosworth engine in it right now. It's a V12. It sounds amazing, but they've brought it to Le Mans, and admittedly it is sinking at the moment, and it's too early. It's too early in its life. It's a car that is ahead of the game. A bit like that Nissan three-wheeler we had about 12 years ago.
I mean, in the same way that the Alpine should have a Renault engine in the back of it, in my opinion, the Aston Martin should always have a Cosworth. It's weird that in Formula 1 they have Mercedes and they're going to have Honda. I've always felt Aston Martin is Cosworth all the way. It's just, it's a match made in heaven.
I don't know what these new owners are thinking of, which is basically much Lawrence Stroll, because he's brought out everything with Aston Martin car, team, everything over the years. He's not in direct control of the road-going car company, is he? But it's that consortium.
He sits on the board, but yeah, he doesn't have direct control.
which I think is good, because if he did have direct control, he'd probably put Lance into every car wing mirror or something or other as well. Which is his
I mean, as long as we don't get a farce like the Aston Martin Signet like we had back in the day, as long as we never ever get the travesty and injustice of an Aston Martin Signet again, then I think we're okay. I mean, that was genuinely the most marketing faux pas of the modern age of the motoring industry. It's ridiculous.
I'll go back on one. The Vantage, as we see it on screen now, bit of a pointless still to be around, still to be updated when we had the DB10. But didn't the DB10 only last like a year? And then already we're on more now. Yeah, DB11. What are we on? DB12 now? Remember when we used to have like
I think we are.
one DB came out every decade? It's getting a bit it's getting a bit ridiculous now about how much
I do
we're
agree with
having
you.
it.
Yeah.
It spoils the fun. And plus, they were making.
No,
the
I'm with you.
Didn't we have
I
two
always
in one
felt.
bomb film? That's how much it needs to be
Well,
rushed.
I always liked the fact that we only had a McLaren every 20 years.
Yeah, that was
Oh,
better.
sorry, and a McLaren every 10 years, and now all of a sudden I don't know the names of half of the McLaren road cars we've got.
We had the P1, then we had the 720, then we had the Senna, but even the Senna's no longer the fastest one because they brought out a new one. That I don't even know the name of. Is it a Spider or something?
No.
But when did we go from that being the the P1 was supposed to be the car to beat all cars, and oh look, here's a better one. It's like, well just give the technology. It feels again. I had the same things about games consoles as well. I think it's a thing with technology at the moment. Phones, games consoles, televisions. It's all going too fast. They're inventing the internet too quickly because think about it. We've now got 8K broadcasts for Olympic coverage and all that long Formula One, but we've got 8K, great, but 4K still isn't available as a terrestrial TV channel.
Correct.
The way that HD
yeah,
is.
correct.
It's all still just backwards. And the hello again. We've got the we've got the
best ever guest appearance in motor racing broadcast ever.
To be fair, it's not Le Mans without my mother being somewhere.
I was gonna back up your sentiments by talking about this new Alloy RG.
Yeah.
Which is this new handheld Xbox. It's like,
ridiculous.
what do you need a handheld Xbox for?
I can do it on
What
my
is
phone.
that? What is the point of that? You can do it on a phone if you are really that desperate. If you need an Xbox on the go, you might want to rethink your life a little bit, in my honest opinion.
It's like I bought a PS5 and I thought, great, I'll get it for my eSport job and I'll get it, because it's the next generation. I play it, but all the games are like, they're that's getting louder. All the games are still like, we can still do PS4, we can still do everything. It's like we haven't moved on at all. And I'm looking right now at TNT Sports, as you are, and they have a 4K channel. Sky are the only one to go 4K for all their sports channels. Where's BBC? Where's ITV? Where's that going? Because they're all now in HD as standard. It's ridiculous.
It's a good point. When it comes to games, I actually have this lovely little handheld thing now that I've got myself into the weird world of modding and what's the word I'm thinking of? Emulator.
Yes.
I'm in the world of emulation, so I've got to show you this. This cost me 80 quid, pretty much. This cost me 80 quid in Thailand. It's a lovely little device. I fire it up and it goes with the loading screen. But then what I get is this wonderful, joyous experience when it all fires up, when it's gone through its loading screen. This is genuinely, if we had this on sale, on general sale in the United Kingdom, like they do here in Thailand, in Malaysia, in Asia, and in Singapore and everything, we would not leave our houses. We really, really wouldn't. We wouldn't leave the house. So this is my little handheld. But check out what I have available
yellow's out.
in this little handheld while we're under yellow flags. So I've got the Atari, the original Atari 3600, the 5500, the 7800, the Lynx, CBS 1, 2, and 3. Oh, that is a big crash.
Accident.
That's a big one. Thank goodness that happened when I was in the middle of talking about something boring. We can get this back into the action.
This is going to be a safety car, I reckon, for the barrier damage, or at least. So
and we're not showing it at the
no, we're
moment,
not.
so it's clearly big.
So we've got the 5 and the that's the Porsche.
Oh!
You're just seeing it yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Aston. Sorry, that's the Mustang, isn't it?
In GT3. No safety
That
car
looked like the
standby.
wheel shedded off the rim.
Has it just come out of the pit lane? We are in a GT3 pit window. I can't see any more cars
Possibly,
standing
yeah.
through. So that will have to be a safety car as we now get the 51 Ferrari going around the outside of the 5 Porsche down to the Michelin chicane. It will clear it in time. It's on fresher tyres and has a bit more fuel, but local yellows right now. Slow zone could be the next logical course. JT, what they're saying?
Stand by.
Stand by. That's pretty much it. That was a biggie for the tyre to come off like that. And to be honest with you, I don't like seeing cars go off at that segment of the track after what happened 10 years ago here at Le Mans. Was it 10 or 11 years ago? Do you remember when, the Aston Martin then went backwards? Yeah.
Yeah,
Not
I remember
nice.
that. That would have been... Are we thinking about the Alan Simonson
crash,
accident?
yeah.
That would have been 2013. That was my first year reporting on the Le Mans 24 Hours for Eurosport. And I had the rather ignominious role of being the first person to talk about his fatality on that year's broadcast coverage, because we were basically doing the hourly updates. And I think it was hour 3 that we got the news through. And that was like my first time ever reporting on Le Mans 24 Hours. And I had to report a fatality. It was very, very tricky. It's like my first time doing all of these big events seems to have involved a fatality of some kind. The first time I did Le Mans 24 Hours, we lost Alan Simonson. The first time I did the Spa 24 Hours, we lost Dilana Van 't Hoff.
Oh,
you know, that was mad because I was literally going to do the Spa 24 Hours for my first ever time doing that race, and nobody in the sports car team was even watching the single seater race
Standby
that had been
slow
going
zone.
on. Yeah, I think we are going to get a slow zone. But yeah, nobody had been watching the single-seater races because everybody was focused purely on the sports cars element of it, of course. But Delano, you know, I had known him for sort of 5-6 years prior to that because I'd watched him through all the karting categories. I'd watched him through F4. I managed to fist bump him the day before his accident. We said, I'll come and catch you after the race, mate. Yeah, we'll go and meet. We'll go and have a drink. And then we lost him.
4, 3,
absolutely madness.
2, 1, slow zone initiated.
Yeah. And then, of course, as a commentator, you have to go into a 24-hour sports car race at Spa, having 2 hours before watched your friend die.
It's horrible.
And it's how do you prepare yourself? How do you reset yourself? How do you get yourself back into the mindset for that? That was really, really hard.
Did it
and that was one of the toughest days of my career.
Did it sort of come naturally? Sort of like, because it is weird how racing sort of does trick your brain. If there's something going on, you sort of do become a bit like sheep. It's like, oh, look, that's good. You still feel it, but you get caught up in the action that you're watching.
No, it's very true. And to be fair, because it was someone I knew, it was the first time really that an accident that horrific and that awful had happened to someone I actually knew. And that was the thing, you know, before there had been accidents and fatalities and things, but there were people I knew of and had worked around and about, but I didn't have a personal connection to. I didn't have an emotional bond with at that point. So when I commentated on Alan Simonson, or reported, I should say, on Alan Simonson, I knew of him, but I had never met him. And it was the same with Sean Edwards. You know, I had commentated on Sean Edwards in the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup prior to his accident, but I didn't meet him. I never met him. I didn't really know him, so there was no emotional connection. But because it was Delano, and I had known him since he was, you know, a 9-year-old, a 10-year-old, and it was just it was such a big waste, in my opinion. The whole situation, which is a conversation for another time. I am writing the book about things like that.
Wheel came off, guys.
It was such a way. Yeah, the wheel did. It parted company big time. But the whole situation with Delano, for me, it was such a waste.
Yeah.
And then you're the only member of the team who understands what really happened and what's going on and why there's emotional connection at all, because I was the only member of the team who knew him. So I'm the young kid trying to establish myself up against, you know, David Addison and Ben Constantinos and Bruce Jones and John Watson, and I'm the new kid, I'm the new guy, and I've just watched my friend die. And it's like, how do you then get yourself back into the zone and be that professional commentator that you're supposed to be to keep your career going? And it was very, very difficult emotionally to kind of get yourself back into it, especially when it was 2023. And you're not thinking anyone can die in 2023 in motor racing. You're not thinking that going in now because the safety standards are so high. And it's weird that your body and your brain can kind of think that that's even a possibility. So it was a very, very difficult weekend. And I don't actually remember much about the Spa 24-hour weekend now. I don't know what it is, but my brain...
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. My brain kind of sort of detached from it a little bit. I remember the end very, very distinctly because I closed the race and finished the race. Oh, someone's got a problem.
It's that 199.
We're watching the LMP2. The LMP2 really struggling down that Mulsanne straight.
I think it was involved in the 88's accident in some regard.
Oh, right.
It's picked up some debris. I don't know if the tyres bounced off his front of the car because we couldn't see a replay of it.
Yeah, the Algarve Pro Car, that's going far too quickly to be recovering back to the pits. They are going to kill their race before they even get back to the pits if they're going that speed.
Who's the car? I haven't got the full timings up at the moment thanks to the system we are right now. Let's have a look. 199 being driven by Dave Cameron.
That's way too quick. They're going to kill their race before they even recover back to the pits.
199 is Spike the Dragon, though, isn't it? And that definitely wasn't Spike.
Are you sure? It's the Algarve Pro Racing 20. Well, hang on a minute. The 45 slow now. Right, can somebody work? Are you sure it's not the 199? They're together. Hang on, the 199's together on the circuit with somebody else on the driver tracker. Look, could be the. Is it? It's the 25. See, it's the Algarve Pro Racing. You're right. Sorry. Yep. I'm looking. When you see, I'm on a tiny little laptop screen trying to close in, so I'm getting close to people. Do apologise. But yeah, I'm trying to work out who it is because the 199, they were going to the slow zone. Anyway, it is the Algarve Pro Racing. But no, I agree with you. You sort of do detach, and it sort of helps, but it's never good. Because
yeah, I mean, you kind of had to, essentially. The only things I really remember and really recall was going back to my hut after my night shift, and going and getting like 4 hours of sleep, and when I got back, it was the first time that it had been quiet and it had been like really silent, and I went back into the hut, and then it just all hit me in one go. It just all hit me in about 90 seconds. And that was really, really hard. That was really tough. And I'll share that in the book. I won't share that here.
I look forward to reading the book.
Well, and then after the race, I remember that because that was one of the... After the race is the reason I'm still doing this, because I was genuinely, at that point, considering... Because you do consider, what are we doing this for? Because I was so enraged, I was so fed up, frustrated, I was angry. It was a big career opportunity for me. I was working with people I respected, and I just lost all love for it in that moment. I just lost all sense and all purpose and all love for it. And it was the aftermath of that race, at the closing ceremony of the race, where David and John closed the race, and I was done, and I said goodbye to the boys, and then I went downstairs to go and be part of the atmosphere after the race, because I'd finished. And it was Alistair Young who called me. Now, Alistair, for those who don't know, is Alex's son. Very talented racing driver in his own right. Very, very good sports car and single-seater driver. Does most of the testing work for the Formula 4 teams out in Southeast Asia. Very, very talented guy. And a great sim racer. I've known him for many, many years through the Formula Regional and Formula 4 stuff out in the Middle East and in Asia. A very, very good guy. And he came to me, he called me and said, can we meet? I said, yes. So we met at the foot of the pit lane at Spa, and he went, I want to go onto the track.
3, 2, 1, slow zone ended.
Nice. But no, he said to me, can we go onto the track? I said, well, I don't know if we can manage it or not. They normally don't let us post-race at Spa for the 24. And he said, I've got a flower, I want to plant it where Delano crashed. I said, okay, right. Let's see if we can do it. So we went to the foot of the pit lane, Spa 24 2023, straight after the race. Nick Yellerly and the crew have won it. And we went over to the marshals at the foot of the pit lane and said, can we go onto the track? He said, no, nobody is allowed. Nobody is allowed to go onto the track. And Alistair held up the plant to the marshals and he said, it's for Delano. Oh, there you go. On you go. On you go. Yeah, go on there. The marshals, they understood straight away. They knew. They got it. So our party, which was 5 people, we were the only 5 people
on the entire
allowed onto the circuit post 24-hour. We went up, we climbed Eau Rouge up to the top of Radillon, and we went to the run up towards Les Combes, where Delano had crashed. And we planted it. And that is one of the most amazing moments that I have ever experienced in motor racing. The fact that we all, the 5 of us, we all just stood there, we took it all in, and we allowed ourselves to do that. And the marshals allowed us to do that. And I genuinely feel that if I hadn't joined Alistair, if we hadn't done that, if we hadn't gone through that process, I might have walked away from motor racing altogether. I might have quit. I might have stopped, because I was just so angry and I was so upset. You know, for me, it was my friend, and it was just a waste. So for us to be able to get the chance to do that, I think that's the reason why I'm still doing this and I haven't gone into some other line of work. I genuinely do. So yeah, it's an emotional sport if you get too in love with it.
It bites, and that's the thing that everyone's. You know,
yeah.
Nobody sort of gets how much it does actually bite. I mean, the accident at Alton Park just recently as well in the British Superbike Championship as well. How much that affected? Because we've got members of the. We've got another yellow flag. I've gone green now. But yeah, we've got members of the team, Lizzie and Maddie as well. They knew Owen, and I met him once when it was at World Superbikes as well. And it's just how much it hits everybody. Is like, oh right, yeah, it's how close you can get to motorsport, and it's a weird atmosphere, and it's just ridiculous that it happens at all. And I think
I don't think it hits you unless you know them.
Yeah,
you feel unhappy about it, but until you know them, it's just another face. It's just another driving seat.
I said to these lot as well afterwards, I felt weird after hearing that Owen had done, because I'd actually met him and had a conversation with him, and I was like, that's weird. And it does hit you, but no, I've never been in that position where, you know.
I tell you the other one that was really weird. Eurosport, myself and Tom Gaymore, we were doing the Macau Grand Prix 2019, and that, of course, was the big accident for Sophia.
Yeah.
And we had Eurosport feed, so it wasn't the world feed, so we were only being given certain information. And we saw the accident obviously happen live in front of us, but we had a couple of spotters who were there for us in the first grandstand. So we got their footage sent to us as we're talking about the aftermath in the red flag. And the two of us looked at each other, and we both kind of made the international facial expression for, she's dead. There's no way she survived that. There's no way. And we were both feeling really, really sick. He actually had to step out the box for a moment. I had to step out the box for a moment, because we were both kind of, I can't believe we just witnessed that. And it's mad to think, you know, if she'd have gone 6 inches higher or 6 inches lower, she'd have been gone.
It was, that is why I think Macau needs more safety at that part of the track. It hasn't changed that much, has it, in recent years? They've moved.
No, I mean, what
yellow,
they do with
30
it.
seconds.
Oh yes, full course yellow.
What's going
Something
on?
else happened then, JT? What do we got?
I've got nothing on my end as to why. Full course yellow's coming on. This is debris caused by that slow-moving Alpine and Algarve.
The Algarve Pro,
Racing.
yeah. It wouldn't shock me actually, because that was.
Stand by for full course yellow in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow.
Wow. Okay.
This technically counts as a safety
Our
car.
pictures have still. My pictures have still got blue flags out, so that's going to be 12 seconds time then.
Yeah, just prepare for full course yellow 19:26:45. That's what I've got as well. There it is. Comes up.
Wow.
Oh, and then
That's crazy.
Kobayashi got caught out as well massively.
It's at
Behind the
Mulsanne corner.
Well, we're approaching
and
that now.
The
Well,
message is
I'm about to see what happens then.
the message is bare left exiting Marshall point 20 and a double yellow at Marshall point 22.
There's no one there.
Oh, jeepers,
You
Camille
saw
got close.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've
there's
just
no
seen
one
the
there.
slide. My goodness.
Oh,
That is
contact!
terrifying.
It's the 16. Is that under full course yellow or not? The 16. Yeah, that's down at Mulsanne. So that's under double yellows. That's under slow zone. We've had a contact It's a replay, we know, but that's what happened to the Algarve Pro Racing. It just locked up its brakes and straight into the back of, I believe, the only other LMP2 that's in the pit lane behind. Of one of the
Oh, that's
competitions.
nasty.
Yeah.
That's really nasty. And yeah, that is under the full course yellow. So the full course yellow has been triggered, and they've just missed completely the call. They've missed it.
So,
oh my goodness, that's a
Go
rolling
on.
wreck.
Why? We've still got no reason why the full course yellow is actually out, though. We've got no radio control information as they're playing Aston Martin returns to Le Mans in about 5 minutes.
I wonder if it's debris from the
Yeah.
APR. You know, they've just seen it limping back into the pits, and it's punctured big time on the right front. So I wonder if it's debris from that. You know, because it was limping, like you said, Josh. It was limping around the whole circuit pretty much. So maybe they just need to, clean up in several places.
Now, this will be an interesting time because pit stops are coming up for LMP2 and GT3s. So they are going to have an opportunity to dive into the pit lane, and they are spread out quite a fair bit. In about 5 minutes, we'll be returning to the main commentary box as we get to kick Megan out for the end of Practice 3's commentary. So this is going to be a bit more interesting. JT, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Are you able to pipe in TNT's commentary? Excellent.
Yes.
Excellent. So that'll be good for when we need to change over the two broadcasts and not leave you with dead
I mean, you
silence
are forgetting that Sanson is here as well.
I am not forgetting that Santon is here, but what I am forgetting is the fact is that we need to change over. So I need to move the laptop.
You're saying that like it's going to make a difference, JT.
I need to move the laptop into the garage, and the Wi-Fi will not make it there. So it's not the greatest. I seriously need to work out how a tether link works to get that sorted, because it is atrocious.
It's a lovely Sunday evening here listening to this. It's lovely. Because it is now Sunday here. It's been Sunday for the last half an hour.
Oh, well, we've still got another 20.5 hours.
Beautiful.
And then here in the UK, it's still Saturday.
Well, I'm looking forward to going to bed in about half an hour, and then I'll wake up just as you guys are all suffering.
Yeah.
On the graveyard shift. And for me, that would be a gorgeous sunny... Well, no, it won't be a gorgeous sunny day because we're in the middle of monsoon season here in Thailand. So it's heavy winds and strong rain and... Yeah.
What's the weather like, Jake? It's going to rain sideways.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been quite funny, actually, when you go outside. You know those sort of comical parasol lift up and then you get blown away by the wind? There were a couple of people in danger of that today when we were out, so...
Wish it was that cold here.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag, full course yellow ended.
Yeah, so it was only something quick. Okay, checker flags out. We'll be back in a few moments. We'll hand down to TNT, and the mad rush to get from one box to another begins. JT, hit it.
Favourite that is a stunning looking and stunning sounding machine, Ollie Webb, 6.5 litre V12 in this day and age.
It's just the best, isn't it? I mean, it looks amazing, it sounds amazing. We have not seen enough of it in the first 4 or 5 hours of this coverage, or 3 or 4 hours, should I say. So Matthias there from APR basically saying he's managed to get it back to the pits. Just a bit of encouragement from the team to say we're still in this. So here we've got a replay. I'm hoping this is of what caused the full course yellow. There was contact with an LMP2 car as we just went to the interview earlier. I think these are just some lovely slow-mos. That is the exit of Indianapolis, just catching a bit of the gravel there, which then sprays onto the track before going down towards Arnage. But we didn't see... There was contact at Tete Rouge within the slow zone between a GT3 car and a P2 car, which spun it fully round, as we've got a green flag at the top of our time screens. So when we cut away from these replays, we should be go, go, go. We are go, 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 as we can see that everyone's trying to maximise the speed that they can out to the corners, down to the Dunlop chicane. We've got the Proton trying to attack here, but then getting past the LMP2, the Toyota is getting back up to speed when you've had a full lap where the tyres are cooling down there, and you're staying at 80k. You'll get a countdown there. The Proton pulls to the inside into Tete Rouge. We didn't stay full course yellow long enough to bring the temperature right down in these tyres, but it's enough that getting back up to speed for those who are on it will make the difference.
Well, let's check in with Lena Gade, who's back in the commentary box. Lena, what has that full course yellow done in terms of the strategy?
So the full course yellow, in one respect, is better for everybody because it kind of holds positions. If you've got various different slow sections and then you've got an area which is quite a lot quicker, it just messes up with a lot of the gaps. So this has kept the gaps kind of similar. Everything's restarted now, so everyone's just going to keep chasing.
And we've seen quite a bit of shuffling of the strategies in the first couple of hours of this race. Has this brought everyone back together?
I've been noticing the number of laps people have been doing in stints. There's cars that have been able to do 12 laps. There's cars that have been able to do, well, in the case of a couple of the Ferraris, 13 laps.
Well, 20 hours and 26 minutes to go. We've got another guest in the commentary box, and it's Timo Bernhard from the Porsche Motorsports crew. Timo, thanks very much for coming in and having a chat with us. How have you been? What have you been up to this week?
Well, thank you very much for the invitation. Yes, it's a busy week. I was here already last Wednesday driving the 963 RSP, the road car we converted in Roger Penske bought this. So I never arrived that early in my driving day, so I'm here for a long time already, being with the Porsche Penske program to support drivers and team management, but also being here as a brand ambassador, so did quite a lot of media today, such as today. So this is, it's the biggest race in the calendar, so it's great.
The RSP, the road-going version of the World Championship winning Porsche 963, and of course now a winner of the Rolex 24 and the Sebring 12-hour as well. It has been, over in the States, an immense year for Porsche, and obviously the World Championship last year as well, and so celebrating that with a road-going version of the 963, the RSP for Roger Penske. Tell us, what's it like to drive?
Well, it's very close to our championship winning car, last year's winning car, and also to the current 963 that we see running here just on the picture. And but for sure we made it some small modification, to fit it on the road. Obviously different tires, different setup, and the interior looks a bit more different than the race car, with some leather, and it's a bit nice, a bit more friendlier inside, but it feels very close to the race car. It was a blast to do this, and I think the fans love it around the globe.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like leather doesn't feel like it should fit in a car like like this, but comfort and speed.
Yes, and also to tell the full story, in 1975, so exactly 50 years ago.
No, we did a trip, so we didn't do the full road like 50 years ago from Stuttgart to Le Mans. This we didn't do, but around Le Mans on the road and pieces of the racetrack we used, but just in normal road legal conditions with other cars on track, and the police was escorting us, so there was quite a fun day. So we went into town of Telauger, who used to be the old workshop of the Porsche factory teams in the 50s, 60s, 70s and 80s. So a lot of historical pieces on that day, and then we drove to downtown to the Cathedral of Le Mans. So it was a pleasure, and a lot of happy faces around.
I can imagine. It is quite a striking thing. Yes. That Porsche has created here.
Well, there's such a big history of Porsche and Le Mans, and we know obviously that Porsche has the most overall victories at Le Mans, and the first race of Porsche at Le Mans was 1951, and they won the class straight away. I think the 1.1 liter class back in the 356. So it's a great great piece of history between Porsche and Le Mans, and this works very well.
We've got 2 more pit lane speeding penalties coming in for both of the Alpine cars, and that is the second time that we've seen that, which is quite an extraordinary thing. Timo, in your time racing here at Le Mans, did you ever have anything like this where you kept picking up penalties for pit lane speeding?
Well, it's not a good idea, and Lena's looking at me like with a look at her face like, if she's the engine and I'm the driver. And it's like, don't do that. It's not good. No penalties.
Well, I mean, you should be in control of the, you know, the pit speed button and turning it on. But yeah, all of that's like wasted time in the pits, right? You want to avoid the penalties. It is quite interesting to see how many are coming through. I think one of the things that might be causing this is the way the regulations are written, that if you're even like 0.1 over it, it rounds up. And so that's your penalty. So you have to really keep it in control. Obviously, long pit lane, time lost in the pits, you want to minimize that. But getting penalties like this is not going to win you a race.
I mean, the ideal race, that what you want to strive for, or you try to do, is like just fuel and tires.
Hello, can you hear me?
The driver.
Unfortunately. Yes, we can, sir.
Ah, we're back. We're in the normal box. Hello, everybody, returning to us from Twitch. Hopefully you had a wonderful Formula 1 session. Well, that went smoothly, guys, compared to the calamity that was getting us out last time. Well,
I'm trying to figure out what I should have on my iPad at the moment. Should I have YouTube or should I have Twitch?
Probably
Am I good to take my TV pics off?
Yes, you are. You're also good if you want to put your camera on.
Okay, because the JBM commentary box is currently not on.
What? Give me a minute.
At 46.
It was going so well.
Car through the Ford chicane. Were you still racing here when they installed the massive curbs out there?
Yes, I remember. We had to be very careful of our front noses not to damage them. So, yeah, I can relate to that. And there was, especially with the prototypes with the LMP1s back then, really stay away from these because it would damage the aero and you would lose a lot of lap time. And yeah, even had to change the nose if we were going off there. And just in the previous picture, we saw that Pascal Wehrlein was getting ready to climb on board the car 5, Porsche 963 car 5, and that would be his Le Mans debut. And he's very keen on the Le Mans experience, and obviously I worked with him a bit over the week, and no, he's very excited, and he's doing so far a great job during the week, and now will be his race debut.
Absolutely. Just real quick, let's just acknowledge the fact that Lawrence Van Tor, unfortunately for you guys, Timo, is being hounded by Antonio Giovinazzi with Robert Kubica in the custom AF Corsa car not too far behind him. What did you do in this situation? I mean, when say when the Audis suddenly started bearing down on you at Le Mans, which of course never happened, but what would you have done hypothetically in that situation?
Well, I was also in an Audi, so a couple of years, also with a chance of winning in 2010.
I'm here. Hello. Hello, guys. Where's Sanson?
Hi.
Thank you very much, Megan. The low reference. Hello, people. We are back. So then, JT, how have you found this one so far?
Well, I've got the spotter guides now. We've actually got the printer working, so...
I had a similar experience.
There we go.
Omi's back with us. Omi, how was practice 3?
Well, I mean, nothing very interesting on the circuit, but I don't think we needed it, because myself and Megan took the Le Mans commentary style approach by talking about drowning, drivers fighting, and all sorts of stuff that you probably wouldn't usually hear on F1 broadcast, but okay.
I'm looking forward to hearing qualifying later then when it's just you two again. It's gonna be fun.
I mean, we'll be a bit more focused, because it's a competitive session, don't worry, guys.
Ice cream. Breakfast of champions. Right. Has Sanson stepped out for a bathroom break?
Maybe. Oh no.
What?
Henderson Motorsports team owner has passed away.
Oh. Today of all days to have that announcement. That's terrible. Hang on.
It was confirmed that the full course yellow was for debris.
I thought so. Right, we're back on cameras. Hello, everybody. Well, that wasn't too bad of a mess, was it? Hopefully you all enjoyed that hour. We've still got another 20 odd to go, and the JB team are losing their minds already. What do you want to talk about? Samson's back.
Yes.
I am yes, I'm back. Apologies for that.
No worries.
I was going to show you my little doohickey earlier, and then we had that rather embarrassing Mustang accident, didn't we?
Yes. There we go.
They rather ruined things for me for a moment. But yeah, I was going to show you my insane handheld gaming device that if we had these in the UK, honestly, if we had these in the UK, we would never leave our houses. I think JT's going to be particularly jealous. I found this in one of the fantastic video gaming stores in Thailand. This literally has the Ataris, the Capcom CPS 1, 2, 3, the original Nintendo Entertainment System, the Game Boy, the Super Nintendo, the Nintendo 64, the Game Boy Color, the Game Boy Advance, the Genesis, the Game Gear, the Mega Drive, even some selected PS1, PSP, and Dreamcast games on here. And it's literally, I can play, I mean, amongst my favorites list, just to give you the ones I've earmarked for future playing pleasure, and I'll play a couple of them for you.
Go on, do it.
I have the Grand Theft Auto Vice City on here, the Millia arcade games, the Simpsons arcade fighting games, Grand Prix Indy 500 for Atari 2600, the old Pole Position, the old Ayrton Senna Super Monaco GP for the Super Nintendo back in the day. Oh yeah. What else is on here? The original Game Boy Days of Thunder.
Now that is a game and a half.
Only in IndyCar practice in 15 minutes only.
Fantastic.
Yeah, don't worry, I've already set it up.
What else do we have? The original Colin McRae Rally 2 for Game Boy Advance. Absolutely hilarious version that was.
Does that even
what else do we
count as a
have on
version?
here? I have the Driven game from Game Boy Advance. Sylvester Stallone's Driven.
You poor soul.
The game was better than the movie. It wasn't hard. What else have we got here? We've got the original Toka Race Drivers.
They are epic. I love that.
I have the Game Boy version of them on here, as well as all the Sonics, all the Marios, all of the Lara Croft Tomb Raider series, the original ones, Legend of Spyro.
I've just played the 2006 remake one. What was it called?
The remastered version.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is mad. Just to give you a sort of a brief idea of what you can get on this in terms of the quality. I'm going to fire up an absolute legend for you.
Yeah.
You'll all resonate with this, I'm sure. But on here we have no. Oh, we've gone even more hardcore than that. This is a brilliant game from I think 2005 or 2006, I forget. And it's by the BBC, of course. It is Robot Wars Extreme Destruction.
Oh my god, I'm going to play that.
We have the original Robot Wars Extreme Destruction, which was fantastic. We had all the greats on there. Chaos 2, Sir Killalot, Matilda, all the rest of it. Absolutely fantastic.
Extreme Destruction.
This is on my handheld. This is literally on my handheld. My flights and my train travels and my coach trips are no longer dull and defeatist.
You can get that through you can get that through customs then, no problem.
Oh yeah, this is absolutely no problem at all. But this is like, there's about 25,000 games on this handheld, and it cost me 80 quid. If we had these on sale in the UK, nobody would leave their house. Nobody would leave the house.
JB.
Is there a memory card?
Yeah, a memory is built in, so you can save your position.
Yes.
It's just insane.
You
Literally.
just hate getting to Lara Croft in Last Revelation and then have to switch off the console. Go on.
We need an Omi live reaction.
What? Oh! The 5 Porsche! It was slow coming out of the chicane at the top of the hill.
Yeah, it's dropping.
And it's just been passed by the 12 Caddy.
It's dropping pace. Something's wrong with it. Something's wrong with it. There's definitely an issue for the 5 Porsche.
Oh.
And that's straight out of the pits, isn't it?
Yeah.
Car 5 has also just been given a drive-through penalty as well, just to add to that.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's just ridiculous.
That was for slow zone procedure as well. Car 24 was also given one, which I believe is down. in LMP2, the Nielsen racing car. But I think it's time for an Omi live reaction. Omi,
What do you
have you seen what time the IndyCar final practice is meant to be getting underway today?
I mean, I am already up, so just annoying. I mean, myself and Megan, we also, I forgot to mention, we did a production meeting on air because I'm not good at working at times, so it was her job to tell me IndyCar times. So yeah, she
It's 1:15 a.m. for final practice, Omi.
Yeah.
Are you alive?
Well, yeah, but to be fair, if you want to actually go see my live proper reaction, you can go to our FP3 stream, because Megan actually told me then, so...
Are you going to need me
yeah.
to wake up at 7 o'clock in the morning? Is that what you're telling me?
Probably.
I mean, I'm up for it. If you guys are up for it, I'm up for it. Because 1 a.m. for you is 7 a.m. for me, so it's a bit more reasonable.
We're very much lacking on a crew here.
I knew that there was a decent reason for me moving to Asia. I knew there was.
Help out, JB.
It's only weekends. It's only weekends like this that give me the chance to really flex the muscles of the decision.
Yes, and you're such a busy man. We haven't had you on in ages.
No, I do regret that. I would have loved to have done a bit more. For 2026, I really want to do more, and particularly, I actually want to get involved in the NASCAR stuff. I've always been a sort of a secret NASCAR fan, and never had the chance to watch it properly. I've only played the video games, really.
You'll love it.
Oh, the Mercedes is in trouble.
Oh,
That's not good. The Iron Links Mercedes dropping like a stone. That's not good.
Now, is this gonna be there's monkeys on the barrier there? I've just noticed.
There are monkeys on the barrier, and this isn't even Malaysia.
No. So that is an issue for 23rd in class for the Iron Links. So moving right down the order, that is with Fran Ruder at the wheel. And the Mercedes AMG LM GT3. It's not going well, is it, their return for the first time since 1999? Guys, I've got it on the helicopter camera. I can't swivel it around. Well, I might be able to.
Just so that I can be appropriate, I have fired up on the handheld. You may have seen the ACO logo a moment ago.
I did.
It is the original Game Boy edition of Le Mans 24 Hours.
Just realised my flag has gone behind. I love that. I miss my Game Boy. Do you know,
I've never played this version.
Do you know what? I was heartbroken.
I've never played the Game Boy version of Le Mans 24 Hours. I've only ever played the PS1 and PS2 versions.
My PSP's battery blew up the other day. I found it. It's swollen.
Oh, wow.
So I've got to buy a new one.
Oh, I've got several options as to which car I could drive, guys. Might need your assistance.
Go on.
In amateur, I can run as the Marcos, the Rook Porsche, the Loctite McLaren, and the Panos Panos Esperante. Oh, also as the Chamberlain Viper.
The Viper was always one of my favourites from the 80s. Yeah.
Or I could go pro, and in the pro category, I've got some very decent choices. I've got the BMW V12 LMR. I've got the original Yoast Audi.
I've got a BM.
Yes, we have a BM. I've got the Panos Esperante LMP1 version, the 99 Esso Toyota, and the Nissan GT1 from 1998, the R390. Some solid choices.
Games just aren't like this nowadays. You probably have to pay 50 quid just for one of those cars.
I know, it's just... Back in the day when you could literally use a cheat code... Yeah, back in our day, when all this were fields. I can't believe I've used that sentence. When all this were fields. But yeah, when you could just unlock cars with a cheat code. Do you remember? You know, you could type in all vehicles 1 as a cheat code, and then all of a sudden you can play every car in the game. Where are those days, eh? And to be fair, was the Le Mans 24 Hours game on PS2 not the most addictive racing game for PlayStation 2? And I spent the entirety of my teenage years praying that my parents would go away for a weekend. Oh, sorry, my mother would go away for a weekend so that I could literally sit and do a 24-hour mode on my PS2. I never managed it. I'm 39 years old and I can still find the time in my midweek now to do it. If I manage to get round to setting one up, I'm going to go and do a live stream on PS2 on my Le Mans 24 Hours, maybe with a gaming rig connected, maybe. I'll try and get it also, and see if I can still do, in the modern era, a PS2 24-hour of the original Le Mans 24 Hours video game. I want to do it.
That's better.
I want to do that.
I'd like to see that, actually. I miss it.
I think I'm going to do it. I think I'm going to do it.
See, with me, I always loved R Factor, the original. For me, I just
Yeah.
special memory for that, because my brother got it, and when he got his laptop, and but he wouldn't let me buy it. So the manager.
I might have to get all my old mods for R Factor.
I just love it.
Sorted again.
Talking about games, JB.
Oh yes, of course. Go on, go for it.
Shall I announce the schedule of the Saloon Stock Cars League?
You can after I make the announcement of our 4th channel.
Okay, you make the announcement of the 4th channel.
We have a brand new channel on JB Motorsports as well. We need to come up with a company name at this point. JBEsports. So we're going to be esport racing with several things coming through. And JT's got news about what we're doing first.
Enter the Jake Sanson pog face. So, the JBM National Saloon Stock Cars League, short oval racing around the UK. And it is to every single regulation by the Saloon Stock Car Association is being used. It is fully set to in real life rules, and the schedule is as follows. Event 1 is Mendips Raceway for the Master of the Mendips. That is 2 heats and a final, with the final winner being classed the Master of the Mendips. But then after that, there will be a 15 laps Reliant Robins Fun Race, Jake Sanson. Event 2, we are going to Northampton Shaleway for 2 heats and a final. Then, event 3 is Skegness Raceway.
The only circuit I've ever actually raced around.
Skegness?
Yep. For 2 heats, a final, and an all-comers race.
The 60's going in behind the garage, so whatever that problem was. Bye-bye, Merc.
Event 4 is Hendersford Raceway for 2 heats and a final. Then we go back to Skegness for the UK Championship final. With qualifying Heat 1 and qualifying Heat 2, the combined points for those 2 heats will set the grid for the UK Championship final. And then we'll have a Grand National after that. Then up to Cowan and Beef in Scotland for the European Championship familiarisation round. 2 heats, final, and all-comers. Then we go to Bradford for the Odsall Stadium for 2 heats and a final. Then to Knock Hill for 2 heats, a world ranking.
Oh, sorry, just 51.
Are you seeing this? 3 wide!
Wow.
Where did that come from? Out of nowhere, we've got the Ferrari AF Corsa and the Ferrari, the 83 and the 51, side by side with the 6 Porsche. 3 wide coming into Indianapolis, and somehow they all made it through. That came out of nowhere. My
goodness. The 51 Ferrari was properly on it on the slipstream, and now they're going at it after the AF Corse Ferrari again. So this is going to be lightning stuff by the time they get to the Porsche curves. But now we're going to get to see the Porsche really stretch its legs, as now we've got Giovinazzi trying to squeeze into the smallest gaps in history. I mean, Antonio Giovinazzi was on the course there for pulling off the greatest overtake he's ever done, and certainly more impressive than anything he ever got to do in Formula 1.
He'd be praying to himself that he could get that moves done. Please tell me people got that. I don't have to explain the joke.
Oh, we did.
Good.
We got that. Still swarming around behind the AF Corse Ferrari. This could go on for the entirety of the next lap as well.
I've just had a meta moment that I unmuted the radio, but there wasn't anything there, and I went to mute it again, and I thought the world feed was talking because it was Jake Sanson. I completely forgot.
I'm so sorry.
I completely forgot that you're not on the world feed. You're actually here. Just a complete.
I have to say though, JT, there is nothing more exciting than the prospect of doing a Reliant Robin esports race. Hell to the yes, all of that, please.
That isn't the first one. There is a second one, and it's on shale. It's on dirt.
You're gonna do it on shale? Bring it on.
Yeah, so not kill is our. Here's a replay of the free wide moment. Wow, going down in towards Indianapolis. What a move.
Inject it into my veins.
Yeah, I want more than that.
But yeah, not kill. As here's an on-board.
Go for
of
it. Oh, that was
You just wanted him to make that move happen, didn't you? You just wanted him to commit and send it.
I think he could have done it. He needs to quote James Hunt, bigger balls, and he would have got through there.
Yeah, I quite agree. But the thing is, you're Ferrari. You do not want to take that big a gamble. That's the problem. But yeah, any other driver, under any other circumstances, I think they would have stuck that. And that could have been the move of the century. And now we're going to go for it again. Look at it.
Come on. By the way, Mark of Doom has been officially called in for the first time today because the 88 Pro Tour competition is officially retired from the event.
Oh, that's disappointing.
So that accident was too much. It's been told to come back in. So the driver can finally walk away from it. Who was in control of that at the time?
Are we early enough in? Are we early enough into the Le Mans 24 Hours that at least one of their drivers is never going to complete a lap? Then
we
must be.
That. Yes.
Yeah, because you've got to feel that, you know, the two most disappointed racing drivers in Le Mans 24 Hours history have got to be Leo and Greg Mansell.
They never got to do a thing, did they?
They never got to drive properly.
Oh, here we go again. I don't want to say the Iron Dames was in the way there, but it was in an unfortunate position. And now the number 6 going to swing around the outside, coming in towards Indianapolis. It's got a good run. Cuts off the 83, gives it a bit of a squeeze. That was bullying and a half for the Porsche. That was the Porsche. That was more Penske than Porsche tactics.
Yeah.
It really was, to be fair. That was definitely a little bit more NASCAR than it was Le Mans. Just trying to squeeze him at the most ridiculous part of the course to get racy with somebody. I mean, that could have ended in such a big mess. But that just shows you how badly Lawrence Vanthoor wants to be on the top step of the podium. He was able to go toe-to-toe with Kubica. And he's not a man to trifle with either. So fair play to him for really having the guts and determination to make that stick.
Change at the front. Peugeot are into the pit lane for the 94. Stoffel Van Dorn pits. So the Ferrari 50... of course, Antonio Frucco takes the lead of the race. And now they were running that Peugeot out of strategy after the accident earlier on. So it kind of works out best for them, I suppose.
I mean, is this Peugeot even going to see the top 10? It's not even close, really, on take-back, is it?
Oh, there goes the
They need a lot of... Well, and we've got to the commercial break. So go on then, JT. Fill me in on the rest of this NG Drive season. I'm very excited, I have to say.
The first world ranking round, which is not a championship event, is at Not Kill, at event 8, where the points will also count towards the World Championship grid at the end of the season. Event 9 is Counterby for the European Championship, where the winner of that will get the red and yellow checkered flag roof. Event 10, Mildenhall, 2 heats to the final and all comers. Then down into Cornwall for St. Day United Downs Raceway for event 11. Then
nobody willingly goes to Cornwall, can I just point that out?
Then up to Devon for Smeethorpe Stadium near Taunton for 2
Well, there
heats,
goes
a final.
0.7% of our audience figures.
and a Reliant Robbins fun race.
The only good thing to come out of Cornwall is ice cream. All right.
Then to Mildenhall, event 13 for the British Championship, which will be the black and white checkered flag roof. And then Northampton Shelway for the first appearance of the Brisker Formula 1 stock cars, Sanson.
Oh.
And they will be it'll be a qualifying heat 1 for the Brisker F1s, then heat 1 for the saloons, heat 2 qualifying for the F1s, then heat 2 for the saloon stock cars. Then it'll be the F1 European Championship, then the Stock Cars Final, and then the F1 Stock Cars Grand National. Then event 15, Sanson, this is the one that you asked for. We head to Birmingham Wheels Raceway for 2 heats and a final. Then at Kings Lynn for event 16, which is the Saloon Stock Cars World Championship Familiarisation and the Brisker F1 World Championship qualifying round. Where the grid for the World Championship for the F1s will be set. Event 17, we go to Aldershot for a world ranking round. That will be the final opportunity to get points for the Saloon Stock Car World Championship grid. And then after that, the grid will be set for the Saloon Stock Car World Championship. And then final event of the year, it'll be Kings Lynn for the World Championship double header. It'll be the National Saloon Stock Cars and Brisker F1 Stock Cars all racing for the Gold Roof. And no doubt, even though... hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 races there will be on that event. Oof. And I don't know where to put the Shale Reliant Robins. But that is the event calendar for this year.
I'm going to be failing at everything because I'll be targeted by these people.
If I get 5 laps in a Brisker F1, I will be very impressed.
The thing is, I know JT's just going to target me every time I'm on the track.
Of course he is, yeah.
I mean, I
Own
can
back.
if I want to, but then...
Own back for everything.
What? Hold on. Let me just deafen JB for a moment.
That's right, alienate all of our viewers. Well, I'm watching the battle right now on the helicopter camera. That's the most entertaining bit.
We're going to be hitting.
Welcome back, JB.
Wonderful.
Why do I feel like
you can hear us again.
I'm planning to be murdered now, aren't I? This is
Anyway.
live on air. Yeah,
Live from the JB Motorsports Broadcast Center, this is the Le Mans 24
Oh my god, I've
hours
just started
hourly
in Econ.
update.
We immediately have a yellow flag. Guys, behave yourself.
Amazing. Well, that's an hourly update interrupted by our own Omi. Big accident for the number 88 Proton competition for Mustang GT3. That was at Tet Rouge. That caused a slow zone. That car has now retired from the race. Then we had a 4 minute and 15 seconds full course yellow for debris. That was due to the number 25 getting involved. We had a 5-second time penalty just added to the next pit stop for car 83 for a lasting advantage at Marshall Point 16, and a couple of double yellows at Marshall Point 34, which is down towards the final 2 chicanes. First in hypercar is currently the Ferrari AF Corsa. That of course being the number 50. Then in second it's the AF Corsa 83. Then it's the Ferrari AF Corsa 51. It's the Ferrari 123 at the moment, currently in hypercar, as the number 6 Porsche Penske drops down to 4th place. Down in LMP2, as a massive lock-up there for one of the Alpines, the number 36 going in towards the Dunlop chicane. LMP2 is the Inter-Europol competition, once again still leading the number 43. Then it's the 48 LMP2, currently in the pits in second, and third is the Iron Lynx. Number 9, leading LMP2 is the 199 Pro-Am. Then in GT3 it's the 21, leading GT3, the 46 Team WRT in second, and then the number 92 GT3 currently in third. That is your order for the Le Mans 24 hours.
That was your 24 hours of Le Mans hourly update from the JB Motorsports Broadcast Center.
The 24 hours of Le Mans weather update with JT, live from the JB Motorsports Weather Center.
It's air temperature 22.1 degrees, staying around the same the past couple of hours. Track temperature 26.6 degrees Celsius, warming up a little bit. Wind speed has gone down to the lowest we've had today, 5 kilometers per hour, still in a east-northeast direction. Humidity 54%. That is your weather update. And, well, Omi, I hope you're having fun with yellow flags. Back to you.
2, 4, 6, 8, James May.
Just got to resist.
What was that?
It's the Top Gear stingers from when they did a radio show. Every time
2,
Jake...
4, 6, 8, Jake Sanson.
That's never going to catch on. That's never going to catch on. I've just loaded up the Twitch stream because I didn't realise we did Twitch as well. I've finally subscribed to it. There we go. So I'm ready for all future circumstances.
Do you want another one, by the way?
I've been driving in my car, listening to Jeremy Clarkson.
That is the saddest, most ridiculous jingle in the history of radio transmission, isn't it?
£5. That's how much it costs.
That's so disappointing, isn't it?
It is really
You think, oh, a
sad.
Jeremy Clarkson jingle? Oh, that'd be amazing.
Oh, Paul. They didn't
It's
do
really
one for
quite Paul.
Hammond. Hammond didn't have one.
Hammond didn't have one?
No, he didn't bother to make himself one. That's what I
The
found
only one with professional radio experience at that point as well.
The thing is, he made them as well, which made me a bit scared.
That is quite disappointing.
I'm surprised,
to be fair.
I'm surprised JT hasn't done more. Hello, Claire Cottingham.
It's Claire Cottingham! My mate Claire!
Should we hear what she's saying?
Yeah, go for it.
Machinery. Just take a look at what's behind me. And I'm going to talk to a man that knows everything about this. This helicopter is, can you believe it or not, a camera. Frank, welcome. Hello.
Hi.
What are we sitting in? Can you just explain what we're hearing?
Yeah, for sure. Hello, everybody. I'm Frank. I'm working on a 24
Yes, that's the
hours of
fighter
Le
jet.
Mans at the IRL camera. Basically, this is the
Its name is
gyroscope
Budgie.
camera, a gyro system. We fly with a pilot at minimum 100 meters and the maximum speed 200 kilometers per hour. We have a control pad here, view from a monitor. So the pilot has a monitor too, because we are working both together. That means here you can manage the pan, the horizon, the roll, the tilt. So that's 3 axes you manage. You have the focus knob.
Let's just move your microphone. I'll hold your
Yeah.
microphone so you can show us.
Okay, you have the iris knob there, and you have all the control camera, colorimetry control camera, and the speed limit of every component.
That's incredible. Now, we were looking at some numbers. You're flying at nearly, over 100 miles per hour, and you can't fly under 300 feet, but you are up there for 3 hours. That's a long time.
Yes, we just fly for 2 hours 30, and on the event, on 24 hours, we fly about 14 hours.
Okay, and then you've got 2 pilots and 2 camera operators.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're alternating for 24 hours of Le Mans?
So
You're operating for the whole 24 hours?
yes, we fly 14 hours on 24.
Incredible. What's it like up there? What's the view for everyone that maybe has never experienced what you've seen at Le Mans? Is it busy? Is it a lot up there? Do you watch the racing? Have you been watching the racing?
Sorry for that.
Do you watch the racing as well, the cars?
If I watch the racing, oh, you know when I'm filming and just with the cover and but it's very touchy. You are really in the race.
Okay,
Yeah.
you're going back out very soon, aren't you? You're going back out into the air, aren't you now? You're flying
Yeah,
shortly?
Yeah, in 10 minutes.
In
yeah.
10 minutes. We've
Yeah.
got to get out of here then. Thank you so much, Frank. Enjoy the rest of Le Mans.
Thank
We
you.
can't wait to see what you're going to show us from the air.
And I'm just working on it. Go on.
British person tries to speak to French man.
Yeah, that's so frustrating when you've got a guy who clearly doesn't know a lot of English. That's so frustrating for Claire. You know, she's doing a grand job as well, to be fair.
If this works. Yes, there you are. And that is the view from the helicopter camera now. Obviously, we can show it.
Great.
So that is
Very
live.
cool. I'm delighted to say that Claire Cottingham was able to get the W Series gig on recommendation when she got her gig in 2019 to commentate on W Series from a certain person called Jake Sanson.
You did it?
Well, I didn't do it directly. I didn't decide to give her the job, but I was offered W Series in 2019 as well as in 2021. The second time I was an absolute idiot. I should have taken it. But the first time, on both occasions, I was very much playing the loyalty card to RGMMC and the FIA Karting Championships and Miami European Series. And I felt that, you know, if I am loyal to my employer and stick with them, then loyalty shall be repaid. So I kind of felt, well, I don't really feel that I can accept something that deliberately and directly clashes, which is a shame. You kind of have to weigh these things up in your career. And you have to figure out, you know, you can't just be the guy who jumps and flits from thing to thing and hopes something sticks. You have to be loyal to something. You have to be committed to something. So on both occasions, I said no to W Series. And the first time, I said, well, it's an all-female series, so you should really have a female commentator. And they said, well, we don't know anybody. And I said, well, why don't you give Claire Cottingham a call, see if she's interested? So it was literally that conversation. And then when it turned out that for round 1 she was doing it, I was like, oh, I'm glad they all decided to make that happen then. That was really cool.
To be fair, it makes sense. Female series should have female commentators.
I quite agree. Which is a shame because, you know, Claire feels, and I've spoken to her about this subsequently, she feels she didn't do a good job, which I don't agree with. I think she actually did a great job.
Yeah.
Nikki, I think, needed a bit more training to finish last year on a high note, but she did have potential. Laura Winter should be doing it.
I agree.
Is my personal opinion.
Laura's
I think Laura
fantastic,
is. I think Laura's fantastic at everything she does. And this sport, I'll put my hand on my heart and state my reputation on this. Motorsport needs 20 more Laura Winters.
Yeah.
We really do. We really do.
Ferrari,
Side by side between the Ferraris. I'm going to sit back and enjoy this.
They might not have the opportunity, but yeah, the 51 has to back out a bit coming into Indianapolis. That was not an overtake that was on. I will say, however, it's only 8:13. It is getting quite dark quite quickly, and we are racing on the longest weekend of the year. So that's where Le Mans. I'm surprised the cloud covers quite a lot.
Rain is coming. Rain is coming. Proper rain is coming.
I'm just suddenly remembering, shouldn't people be buggering off to race 2s of things?
Half an hour.
Oh, thank God for that. I thought to myself, shouldn't F1 Academy race 2 be on by now? But no, half an hour. Good. I'm all over the place.
Did someone mention W Series?
Oh, yeah, you got that trophy. I didn't know you were a woman, JT.
Whose trophy have you got in the background?
It's from a race that never happened. It was the Mexico City race, which got cancelled.
Ah, so you've got... How on earth did you acquire the trophy from that race?
It took a lot of burglary.
No, when W Series went into administration, they held like a massive auction and they sold literally everything they owned.
And you bought some of it?
I got the trophy, yeah, but you'll never guess where I had to go to pick it up. I had to go to the W Series HQ and and you might need to get one of the jingles ready, JB.
Why? Which one did you? Which one?
Because the HQ for W Series was at Dunsfold.
Oh.
And dying.
I've been driving in my car, listening to Jeremy Clarkson.
Go on.
And the W Series HQ was opposite the Top Gear studio.
Oh, was it really? I did not know that. Fair enough. Did you guys ever have Alexa? I don't know if you guys have Alexa.
I have Alexa.
I literally just said Alexa and Alexa started listening. Alexa, stop.
Alexa, studio lights on.
No, don't stop. Stop it.
Oh.
Stop ruining my house. Stop ruining my house. Anyway, they have an alarm that you can engage, which is the Top Gear team waking you up.
Oh, yes. I've had it.
And I did have that for a short period because it was funny, and then it stopped being funny.
Yeah.
So I now no longer have it.
But
I did have it for about...
Time to wake up. Good
morning.
morning.
It was about a week I had it, and then it suddenly became not funny.
It annoyed me at Australia, where you've just got Jeremy Clarkson shouting, "Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!" at like 1:50 in the morning, and I just want to go, no.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, I've opened a notepad with the more information on about the stuff, Sanson.
Right, I need any context there. But go on. Ferrari might be in a little bit of a battle because that 51 is getting very close to the 83.
It really is.
How
and
Ferrari managed 1, 2, 3 again?
And of course, the works car will want to get ahead of Robert Kubica pretty darn quickly. There's a lot of traffic coming up. Oh, this is going to end messy if we're not careful. Oh, Kubica riding the curb on the inside to Mulsanne. The 51's going to get a lovely bit of tow from the LMP2 in front of it now. And that could actually turn into a move down to Indianapolis. Here we go. This will be fascinating on board with Giovinazzi.
Use your hybrid. Come on, come on. Tow in. Got GTs ahead. Ferrari GT ahead. That's too
He's
far.
not quite going to be close enough this time, is he? He's going to have to wait till the Porsche curves for another crack.
Right. You don't, obviously, but if you were to change Le Mans, what would you add?
That's a really good question.
Yeah, we like Robin race.
I actually want to... you do talk about the Reliant Robin race. Do you know what I want you to set up for me, JT?
Yeah,
You're the esports master. Do you remember the Love Bug? The first Love Bug movie?
Yes.
So, I have always wanted to recreate that race or at least as close to those races as possible in esports. So we obviously need one Herbie car, one Thorndike car, and all of the 1967 and 68 GTO and GTS cars from that particular grid. If we could have like a super 60s GT sports car race done in the same sort of fashion as the Love Bug with Herbie on the grid and everything, I'd be entirely up for that. That's your next mission. That's your next thing.
mean,
anyway.
We already have a historic stock car.
Well, yes. We do have a historic stock car. I'm ready for that.
Yes.
What would you add to Le Mans? Oh, it's a difficult one. What would you add to Le Mans?
You saw what happened, JB, when we got over line Robin and raced it round Le Mans.
That is true,
doing a barrel roll through the Dunlop curve gravel trap at 100 miles per hour in a very modern line Robin.
That practice red flag really did go along, didn't it?
Shall I get the clip for you, Sanson, and send it to you?
Yeah, why not? It's hard to know what to add to Le Mans. I would only take things away, really.
What would you take away?
This is going to be controversial again, but I would actually take away P2.
Really?
I would. Yeah, I would take away LMP2. I think the strength of the hypercar and GT grid is enough that I kind of feel that when you add, or when you have LMP2, they're just fast enough to cause a headache for GTs for being too quick, but also being too slow for the hypercars. I think if you have two classes rather than three, I don't know, the strength of GT3 and the strength of hypercar, I think is enough that you don't need the piddly little LMP2. And the thing is as well, I don't really see where the value of LMP2 is outside of the Le Mans 24 hours. I mean, yes, you can say European Le Mans, and yes, you can say Asian Le Mans, but I just want to see hypercars more often. I think the LMP2, it's kind of a gateway to the top. It's a gateway to the pinnacle, and with the amount of manufacturers and teams that we've got in hypercar, I don't know, this is going to sound really, really unpopular, and people are going to shoot me down in flames for it. I don't really see, from a purist's perspective, what LMP2 adds that makes it better.
Yeah.
I think you could probably do hypercars and GT3 standalone and fill out the 60-car grid that way, rather than have LMP2 in the, I don't know, maybe that's an unpopular opinion. I'm not sure LMP2 adds anything that really adds the spice for me.
We haven't
I
really
like the
talked about
GT3 being manufacturers, and I like the hypercar being manufacturers.
Yeah.
I don't know, the privateer thing with LMP2, and they're all the same cars, the Oreca Gibsons. I don't know, I feel it's a bit stale. I think it's great for IMSA. I think it's okay for, I don't know. Maybe I'm just whistling up a gum tree.
Say again?
When did we do the Beam and G?
It was a night practice. Night practice 2, I reckon, yeah, night practice 2. Well, they are introducing a new LMP2 in 2027, and I have no idea why. When I read that announcement, I was like, why? Why waste money on a dead technology?
I mean, if you look at Asian Le Mans, for an example, there's only about 7 LMP2s, I think, consistently. In European Le Mans, yeah, there's pretty much most of the teams that you have at the Le Mans 24 Hour, but I just don't see I don't really get it. I mean, I maybe that's just because I prefer seeing GTs and hypercars to the LMP2s. I just don't really get the LMP2 thing.
Well,
it's
we've barely mentioned them today. They are so far back.
It's not what people flock to Le Mans for, is it? It's not. People flock for hypercar. They flock for the GT battle. People don't really go for LMP2. They like that it's there, but it's like, would you really miss them if you filled the grid completely with hypercars and GT3s? Would you notice they were missing?
Are they sprouts?
I don't think I would.
Are they sprouts? You know.
Yeah.
They're
part of the Christmas dinner, but if you got rid of them, it would be kind of, oh no, you can't really get rid of them, but at the same time, you wouldn't really miss them if they weren't there.
Yeah, because there's nothing changes to the meal. It's like, oh, lovely. Okay.
Yeah. I kind of know what you mean, actually. Yeah, they're kind of a staple, but they don't have to be.
No.
You can have, you can do things differently. But again, if I were to say that in like a public motorsport, what? You would say to LMP2? You don't like LMP2, Jake? Here, take your arm and throw it on the funeral pyre.
They would
I would be slayed. I'd be slayed for criticising LMP2.
Don't mention Slade. I've just started Buffy season 4.
Oh, fair play.
Oh God, why?
What are you late to the party or rewatching?
Sort of both. I
Oh right, okay.
I very much remember watching Buffy very early on. It was more my sister's thing, so I can remember bits and blobs. But
I wasn't allowed the first time round.
You were not allowed to watch Buffy the first time around?
No, because it was all about vampires, you see, and that's heathen and horrifying and wrong.
I must admit, I couldn't imagine. It's really fun, and I thought it's been something that I've been seeing on TikTok, thinking, should I watch it? Should I watch it? I thought, I'll give it a go.
It's actually a very important TV show.
Yeah.
It's a very important TV show is Buffy. It did a lot for gender stereotypes, I actually think it kind of started the LGBTQ acceptance thing on television.
It's
okay,
great.
it was Joss Whedon, so it was still a little bit chauvinistic. But I do kind of feel that, it's an important TV show. It is very, very significant.
I just didn't like Angel. I'm probably in a camp there that everybody goes, oh no, he's great, but I didn't like him.
I get that. I don't know why the way they filmed Angel or the kind of cameras they used, the lighting or anything. I would get about 2/3 of a way into an episode and go, why am I watching this?
Yeah, they took the worst characters.
Why am I getting this?
Yeah, they took the worst characters. I gave them the spin-off series, and we were expected to watch it. I was like, no, thank you. Go on, JT. We've got down the Buffy rabbit hole.
If I put this up to the screen, can you see that?
I can see Martin Brundle.
Yeah.
Which is always a delight to see.
Okay. That's bouncing off the wrong camera, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes,
I do love seeing Martin Brundle. I do love Martin.
Let me turn my TV screen off. Right.
Why is Martin Brundle on? Is a question I'm asking, considering the fact that we are hours away from qualifying even starting.
Martin's one of my favourite people in the sport, to be fair.
I do love Martin. I'll get back to Martin in a minute.
Okay, I'm ready. Oh, that's wonderful. That is absolutely magical. Lovely. Yeah, I'm up for that. I'm up for every single second of that. But no, Martin, what I like about Martin is that when I interviewed him, this would have been 12, maybe 13 years ago now. No, it would have been 12 years ago, when they did that fantastic Ayrton Senna piece that they filmed with Bruno, with Damon. I'm not sure if there was another person there, but they were all driving Senna's F1 cars at Donington. I think it might have been 2014, actually.
Can I go off topic again after you?
In a minute, yeah.
You can, yeah. But he had just got out of the Lotus 86T, and I chatted to him, and it was like chatting to a 12-year-old boy. He was so excited and youthful and exuberant. He was literally like his eyes were on stalks. It was but this is Martin Ruddy Brundle. He's like the Formula One grid walk guy, like the coolest of the cool. And here he was chatting like he'd just, cavalcaded through Sainsbury's in a shopping trolley and scoffed off the Kit Kats. It was wonderful to see him with so much energy and love and passion for racing, having just stepped out of a car he wished he'd raced in, period. It was very, very cool. Very cool.
I don't want Martin to hang up that microphone anytime soon.
None of us do. None of us do. It'll be a sad day when he leaves.
If he does, I want Button.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, if you have to get rid of Martin, or if Martin has to retire, Jensen is the natural replacement.
Yeah. Because you can't have somebody who... Karoon's great with where Karoon is. So is Anthony. But none of them have the cheekiness. And
that's true. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you need to have a guy who's a little bit rogue, a little bit colourful, and Jensen's absolutely on that.
I knew it from 2005. That one race he did in Monaco. I was like, you're in the job. You've got it. I would love it if they paired.
Oh yeah, I'd forgotten that he commentated because they weren't allowed to race, of course. So he commentated for it. I'd forgotten that.
The extra fuel tank.
I want to go back and watch that now, actually. I want to go back and watch that race with him on comms.
It's really funny when you realise he's hungover.
Oh, is that right? I wasn't aware of that.
You can hear it in his voice. He's really gravelly, and he's hungover because he spent the previous night partying. So
that is fantastic.
You can hear him. To be honest, he was great, but he's still hungover. It was fantastic. You watch it back, and then with the knowledge that he's hungover, you get to see all the funny bits.
Oh, I'm delighted at that.
Did you guys see the NASCAR Mexico crash today?
Is that the slam into the barrier at turn 1?
Yeah.
I did. That was quite nasty, wasn't it, for the NASCAR Mexico?
Sansa, did you see it?
No, I did not. I wasn't aware it happened, actually.
This is the NASCAR Mexico series.
Right.
Well, down a bit. Oh! That's harder than I saw.
Lincoln heck.
That
That's a long way in. That's a brake failure. Well done for spinning the car.
Oh my god.
Because that is a really nasty shot at that speed.
I saw the front angle, actually.
I leave you with that.
That's your exit. Oh, yeah, fair enough. That's embarrassing. Oh, dear.
To be fair,
do you know what? I'm happy to be a meme, if I need to be. If I disappear and get some shut-eye,
yeah,
in the preparation to wake up at about 7, half 7 to save some bacon, am I going to become very unpopular very, very quickly?
No, I'm not at all. You can disappear.
I mean,
Excellent.
I could also tell you, Jake Sanson, that the Briscoe F1 Stock Cars European Championship grid will be set by the combined points of qualifying Heat 1 and qualifying Heat 2 at the same event before the championship race. But the Briscoe F1 Stock Car World Championship grid will be set by the combined points of qualifying Heat 1 and qualifying Heat 2 and the World Qualifying Round Final at event 16. The National Saloon Stock Cars UK Championship grid will be set by the combined points of qualifying Heat 1 and qualifying Heat 2 at the same event before the championship race. But the European Championship grid will be set using the World Ranking Points chart after round 8. The British Championship grid will be set using the World Ranking Points chart after round 12. The World Championship grid will be set using the World Ranking Points chart after round 17. And then the roof colours will change after round 4, round 8, round 12, round 17 and round 20. Rounds 19 and 20 are to be confirmed.
The negative about that is that it just sounds like I need to make an effort.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've just realised, by the way.
Oh,
What?
Kobayashi under investigation.
Oh.
But
pit lane speeding. No, not now.
The world ranking point means that you can miss a domestic round, but without the world ranking points being affected. But if you miss a championship round, then that's when it affects.
I kind of feel like that rule may have been invented for my busy schedule.
Exactly.
Making concessions for me already.
Which is why I need to talk to you about dates and times and when you are available.
He gets concessions, does he? Do you know, I just realised how easily I could be killed. Off topic, but when I was in the front room...
Off topic, are you sure?
Well, I've just realised I haven't eaten. But somebody gave me a chip. A singular chip during the broadcast when I was in the commentary box. And
I love the fact you said somebody as if, personnel unidentified.
Yeah.
But
just some random person walked past your ass and went, "Yo, I think you could use some energy."
I have no idea you gave me. I just sort of saw a chip.
Random chip approached in front of your eyes.
Now, there's two things on that. One, someone's trying
That
to kill me.
could have come from Peter Stringfellow, for all you know.
Yeah. One, now this is one of three things. One, someone's trying to kill me. Two, someone knows I'm not going to be eating much. Or three, I'm fat.
Well, yeah, all of those eventualities are still, who gave me that?
Yes,
Where did it come from?
Can someone review the footage earlier on and see where that chip came from? As the Ferrari
I'm looking
gets
forward to one of the most exciting moments of the race, the Peugeot going against the Ferrari toe-to-toe and making the move. Go on, Stoffel.
Come
Go
on.
and get him, mate.
Van Dorn is good. Can we do it, please? Oh, my word. That was close to contact. The 50 Ferrari gave absolutely no room on the brakes, and the 94 Peugeot just getting through. But Stoffel Van Dorn is no
F1
slouch.
Academy cars to quid.
Go on, Stoffel, go for it. Come on, really push it. It's Miguel Molina who's been very, very calm and collected in the situation, but this is the Ferrari that could win the race, don't forget. So I really want to see what Stoffel Van Dorn can do here. He's going to ride the rails, try and push all the way. Molina's trying to keep him guessing. Van Dorn's got plenty of power on the uptake.
Whoa,
He's going to try for the inside. Molina is shutting that door big time in his face. No chance. You're going to have to pull off something a bit more spectacular than that, Stoffel.
Cheeky again there from the Ferrari, but it's illegal. It's legal. You can do it. You're staying until after this battle's sorted, aren't you? That's what I can sense.
Yeah, I am. I really am. I want to see how this kind of resolves itself. Is Stoffel going to have the might to go after him again in the Porsche curves? This might have fizzled out, you know. This might have been the false dawn of the Peugeot TE, trying desperately to try and move further forward. But yeah, this is the problem. Unless the car's got good mechanical grip, and there's definitely a pit stop coming for Toyota. That's going to be the number 8, isn't it?
Yeah, dived in. I've still got it on our... I've got it on our aerial camera, coming through the Porsche curves. No, they're still
I'm really hoping that when I go to bed and then I wake up in the morning, the 83 Ferrari is still leading. Somehow I don't think it will be.
It could, you know, because they're going to be in the same pit stop cycle with the Porsche in 6. So
I mean, they're kind of there or thereabouts, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're not far off it.
They have dropped back, by the way. So
JB.
Yes, go on.
Can me and Omi disappear as Sky F1 have got a free show?
Everybody can disappear.
Okay. Sanson.
Are you literally handling the fort on your own, Josh?
Probably, but I don't know if Ed and Tom are going to join in.
Oh, Ed, this is your moment, man. Come on, go and save some bacon, man.
I don't know where Tom is. Oh no, of course it's not Tom. Tom's on the night shift with Jake. That's visual, yeah.
Ah, cool. Right, well, I shall return for the night shift.
Take care, Sanson. See you later.
Take care. Have a good. Thanks for having me again.
Oh, always. The number 8 Toyota go out. They need to change that livery because it looks so much like a Porsche. It's still in there. Right, JT and Omi, you can leave too. Oh, right, they literally just go without saying goodbye. That's always the fun. Battle still going on then, with 19 and a half hours to go here of the 24 hours of Le Mans. And Rio Hirakawa is now leading the Toyota Gazoo Racing number 8. A man who's had 2 drives in Formula 1 this year for 2 different teams. One with Alpine and one with Haas. He's got in. And arguably it's going to be an interesting situation run around as well for Haas, as Toyota have linked up with them. Haas this weekend celebrating their 200th Formula 1 Grand Prix start with a throwback livery to 2016 and their Australia round in the championship. So Hirakawa just warming up down into the chicane. 35 Alpine also now coming into the pit lane. Oh, twitch as well from Hirakawa coming through the the Daytona chicane on the back straight of the Ball Sound. Just having a look as well on our helicopter camera at the race. That is the 50 Ferrari of Corsa running in 3rd position. And now look on the 51 on our monitor. He's just come out of the pit lane running in 5th on the aerial cameras. So there are more or less bigger changes coming through as we see Sebastian Bourdais in the 38 Hertz Team Jolter squad having a go as Lawrence Van Holst takes the lead. So the 83 Ferrari is into the pit lane. So Robert Kubica now relinquishes the lead as it's come to the end. So 6% is equivalent to 1 lap around here. So Lawrence Van Holst for the number 6 Porsche Penske will be back next time by, but this is now on board. This is from the
tyres, but he has come out of the pits.
Great work, bud. Great work. Nice top lap. All these cars in front of you are 4th position. Yeah, Bourdais, then the Porsche, and then Sheldon Vanderlyn 7 seconds up the road.
That's the battle for the 311 team as we now see Bourdais right on the back as well, trying to make a move around the outside. So this is the 38 Cadillac making a move on the 4 Porsche down towards Indianapolis, swinging it round the outside and gets the move done spectacularly. And here's the 311 Cadillac V-Line Engineering, the IMSA team, who've come in this weekend. Now they're going to have a attack charge to close back in. A fantastic battle brewing here over what is 4th position overall in the race. As into the pits does come the 83 of Corsa. Robert Kubica, I think, is going to stay at the wheel. No, Yiffy Yi has taken over. So a driver swap going on there as well. Pit out also for Pascal Wehrlein. And Sheldon van der Linde is going to come in soon. Paul Louis Chatzon as well. The Alpine's now taken over the 35 car. So the number 6 Porsche leads this race with 19 hours to go of the Le Mans 24-hour. Let's check it in very quickly with the Ward feed.
The single-seater ladder. Mercedes junior driver, affable chap.
Yeah, still does a lot of work for Mercedes, doesn't he? As
He's
a
their
sim driver.
Yeah, he is their overnight. He is their overnight simulator driver. The sim says more front end, please, for the Formula 1 team on Grand Prix weekend.
Oh, tough weekend this weekend then for Mercedes, because Ant Davidson's here at Le Mans and Vesti's here at Le Mans. They've got to call up some other people.
Yeah, that's a good point. Answers on a postcard, please, for who you'd put in that Mercedes sim this weekend. Maybe Ant Davidson is hot-footing it back, or he's putting a call in to see. There are plenty of that. They probably use. They won't anymore because he's moved across to Alpine. So I don't know who they'd use.
Yeah.
This
I know
weekend.
they've used. I mean, Red Bull Racing, for instance, used Sebastian Job, who's a sim racer. Rudy Van Buren's been part of that team as well in the past. Again, a sim racer.
Because I think Danny Juncadella is here as well.
Yes, he is.
Who would also have done that. Paul Aaron they might have used in previous times, but alas, Fred Vesti is demonstrably not on the Mercedes sim and demonstrably doing a lovely job.
I'm sure there's
behind the wheel of that
somebody at
Cadillac.
Brackley who can answer the question. Get in touch with us on Twitter. It's been quite quiet on my Twitter this weekend so far, but Brundle's getting all the attention. Vesti getting under the tail of Wehrlein. Always an interesting choice, wasn't it? Wehrlein and Sven and Müller being chosen in that Porsche. Oh, and that's a lock-up on the left front tyre from the number 4. Not what you want to be doing.
All right, bud, go get him. Don't let him hold you up now.
Love the encouragement.
Star of the show, Peter Barron, over the radio, formerly team principal of a World Endurance Championship winning LMP2 team in the shape of Starworks.
Oh, yes.
He was the man behind that effort. Now finds himself as a strategist come driver motivational speaker over the radio channels at Whedon Cadillac.
And I was interested to see when walking around the paddock a few days ago, you know, the traditional bronze driver with the platinum driver as your driver coach in the car. There are driver coaches in the garage specifically for that coaching without actually having in-car experience across the weekend, such as the need for that outside point of view. Driver weights being monitored throughout the paddock because that's now such an important, integral part of the balance of the car.
I was mid-snack. So, yellow flag still was briefly out on the circuit, but it is okay now. All gone back to green flag running, which helps the best, to be fair. Now, if you're watching along with us, we're going to have a numerous run of commentators joining us throughout the 24-hour broadcast, so hopefully you're inundated with enjoyment. And right now, obviously, Sans has gone to bed in his time zone. Me and JT have gone over to do the F1 Academy race alongside Wes. I stay put up here in the comms box as well, being able to bring you all of the action. Let's go back over to the radio team.
I know there was a directive and there was a lot of questions around it.
So you normally wait at the passage, the scrutineering. At the beginning of the week, a nice man takes you aside and just pops you on the scales. You know, and I always used to stand there and think heavy thoughts. Always better to be the lightest driver in your driver trio, of course, because if you have a heavy driver, he changes the average of your driver trio, and he makes you personally look very good because you're driving a lighter car when you're in it, if that makes sense.
That shot of Lawrence Van Thorges there out of the Peugeot, it looked like he had a dirty face. Sorry, it wasn't Lawrence?
It was Porsche, out the Porsche, not Peugeot.
Sorry, yes, obviously out the Porsche.
The other.
He looked dirty. He looked like he'd been racing in the 1930s. Kind of. There's obviously something going on inside that cockpit.
Some of those vent systems are better than others. So you get debris that comes through them, and you'll have a something that the driver can close in the cockpit for if it rains, mainly, but also a sequence of filters. The problem that you have is if the filter's too tight, doesn't let any air in. If the filter's too loose, it lets other stuff in. And it's a constant discussion between you and the team as to how close the mesh is going to be in there, so you don't get brake dust in your eyes, basically.
But that looked like he definitely had brake dust in his
He's got brake dust in his eyes, so he's got it wrong. You also can see the number of flies. I know we keep on banging on about it, but it is incredible. So I'm told by teams that the temperature dropping is what changes the air pressure and brings the flies closer to the ground. So flies that have a preference of being higher in the air, if you're that way, if you're a fly that's that way inclined, will come down in this air pressure. So there are not more flies in France, apparently. They're just more flies here.
But it's been really hot the last couple of days, and it's not anywhere near as hot today. So I thought they might have gone on holiday to Brittany, where it's still hot. But they haven't. They've still stuck around and covered our windscreens.
Nah, can't afford it. Recession on.
The Iron Dames machine coming through, the full female lineup, the 32nd full female lineup at Le Mans. The most entered, 4 female lineups in 1935. And they are in 7th position, the Iron Dames, at the moment. And a good little battle pack of cars behind them as the Aston Martin shoots past. You've got the TF Sport Corvette and the second of the WRT BMWs.
As we see the Iron Dames machine, our heart goes out to Michelle Gatton, who, after a freak accident in pit stop practice, is unable to start the race. She'll be replaced in the lineup by Sarah Bovey, but is in the pit lane for the Iron Dames with the legs strapped up. My understanding is that the car actually came off the air jack and landed on her foot, which must have been extremely painful. The team had to lift the car back up again off her foot, and as such, heartbreakingly, and as we heard from her earlier on in the broadcast, heartbreakingly, she had to forfeit her entry into the Le Mans 24 Hours. So get well soon, feel better, and our heart goes out to you for missing the race, Michelle Gatton.
It is strange how Le Mans does this to you. There's so much history over the years of these bizarre incidents. Remember Narain Karthikeyan falling off the barrier and breaking his ankle, I think, just before the start of the race, so he couldn't take part at all.
Yeah, that was Andre Lotterer's first time out at Le Mans, and he had a bit of a shock to the system, having to do pretty much significant part of the race, after which he came to us.
Good experience, though. It wasn't a customer Audi, though, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Yeah,
it was a customer R10.
Yeah.
That is brutal. I have had a teammate forfeit in the midway through this race, and you'd think it wouldn't be that much of a change, but it destroys you. Absolutely destroys you. Having to be whenever the other driver's not in it, you're in it. It changes the game in terms of the timers.
And while we're talking about GT3, there is a story that I'm not sure we've touched on yet. The number 63 Iron Lynx Mercedes crashed in FP1, and after 3 laps, and wrote off the chassis. They spent the whole of Wednesday and Thursday up until Thursday evening getting that car rebuilt, and then they went out on FP4 Thursday evening, and it still had a technical problem, so it did 1 lap. So in total the car did 4 laps before the start of this race, and that meant the obligatory 3 laps that each driver must do in the night was not possible for any of the drivers.
No, and that's a big critical thing that you have to do at Le Mans, is always make sure that you do those hours during the night stint. If you don't, unfortunately, it does sometimes lead to penalties, but not in this case because of an exemption given, which was the best news. Apparently, there's been a red flag due to weather in the NASCAR Cup Series in Mexico City, so if you're watching our stream on that, that's going to be later on.
Since here for your first ever time racing at Le Mans, talk us through those hours driving das LMP2.
Yeah, it's nice. I started off a bit tentative and then started to get into it, and
yeah, ended up doing quadruples, so ended up getting a little bit more of a rhythm. It was a little bit tough at the end with the tyres, so yeah, I think we're doing okay. We're just chipping away. We haven't got loads of pace, so I'm just trying to learn as I go and get faster and faster each time, but yeah, getting there.
You've been spending quite some time in the car. How's the track changing?
You're starting to feel more marbles. It's starting to get a bit cooler, so actually I think it's getting a little bit better. It's going a little bit more towards understeer. And then obviously it's getting a little bit darker as well, so visibility we've got a lot of insects here for some reason isn't the easiest, but yeah, it's good fun out there.
You're fighting for top 5 right now. Is it your aim at? Was it your aim at the start of the race, or is it upon your dreams?
I mean, I think we're just going to stay out of trouble, see where we end up. Honestly, I think after qualifying, we reset our expectations a little bit, but I've got some amazing teammates, so and a great team as well. So let's see.
Thanks, Jimmy. Thank you.
Just to go finish off our number 63 story, Stephen Grove cannot drive between the hours of 10 and 6 in the morning. That means his son Brendan Grove or Lucas Stoltz has to do all of that, but he still has to do 6 hours of the race because he is the bronze driver. So there's a decent amount of maths and a decent amount of running he needs to do now and tomorrow in the day.
Hopefully Lucas Stoltz has had his carrots and will be driving a lot of that night sim. Esteban Gutierrez will almost certainly be driving Mercedes.
Well done. Well done.
Well, not well done to me. Well done to David on Twitter, who has pointed that out. Has pointed out to me what should be obvious. And yeah, Esteban Gutierrez. Meanwhile, Lena has spotted something with regards to the 94 Peugeot, which is incredibly interesting.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit earlier about why the Peugeot is where it's at, and basically it's just spent much less time in the pits than everybody else in the hypercar field. What they've been doing is getting out their laps, their stints of 13 laps each, and they've been pitting when they needed to. Because they've just spent less time in the pits in terms of track position, they've moved that far ahead. Pace-wise, yes, it is a little bit slower than some of the other competitors, but they are actually in the mix there on genuine strategy and pace then.
So do they save a stop or 2? They save 1.
It's a bit early to say.
Non-committal. We like it.
Have a look. We've got 19 hours left to go.
in theory, though, one would suggest that they're not doing that without hope of saving at least a stop.
That's correct. You want to try and do that so that you can just reduce down the number of stops. And you know, if you're doing 1 extra lap compared to everybody,
they save a stop every 12 stops.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they are a minute and a half back from the lead of the race right now after 4 hours and 50 minutes of running. So
should we see if we can get Lena to commit to a winner?
Well,
we're leaning on Lena is the new watchword. Watching the number 4 Porsche.
Still looking strong here with 19 hours to go of the Le Mans 24-hour race in 2025. And the action is thick and fast. It's exactly what we like to see as well in terms of the running order. No one worried about anything changing up situations. Everybody knows that this is going to be a smooth, calm, controlled and fascinating race. Certainly, we don't know what's going to happen next. I don't think anybody really knows what's going to happen next either on the board. It's just that type of bizarreness day. And everyone's just gone, yep, sure thing, we'll agree, we'll do it. As we'll keep on with our situations. We're off camera at the moment on our battle cams, just to make it a bit more easier. As for the next 45 minutes or so, we're in between.
Bourdais is 4.7 up the road. Push, push, buddy.
So Frederick Vesti there, been given the hurry up to get by Pascal Wehrlein. They are losing about a decent couple of seconds a lap. Well, at least last time round, to Sebastian Bourdais up the road.
Bourdais in another league, isn't he?
Bourdais, I think he's got a bit more of a clear lap there, to be honest, because when you look at Ryo Hirakawa, he's much more in touching distance. But in any case, they're right to be asking Vesti to try and make the move on Wehrlein if he possibly can. Another thing I spotted when we were off, when we were off comms a few moments ago, is how aggressive all the drivers are being in both the forward chicane and the early part of the lap on those sausage curves. These are a set of drivers who have been told they need to go for it with a lot of confidence in the integrity of the suspension and chassis of those cars. That curb in the second apex of the Dunlop chicane is normally a no-go until the final few hours of the race, as are the ones in the Ford chicane. It's not the highest load case in the lap. That's the exit of the left-hander at karting. But it is a big deal that they feel confident enough to charge over those curbs.
Big lock-up going into Mulsanne there, just off camera shot, so not entirely sure who it was, but somebody is going to be spending a wide moment around the outside of the gravel there.
Yeah, big old lock-up.
I don't know exactly which car it was, but you can hear, if you're listening well on the audio, you can hear that squeal of the V12 Aston Martin, the Mercedes AMG.
Couple of pit stops in LMP2, 22 United Autosports in with Pietro Fittipaldi bringing that machine in behind the wheel. Pole sitter Matthias Besch has also brought the TDS racing in. Nick Yellerly has taken over the 43 into Europol finally from Kuba Skwiatkowski, who drove it for much of the early phase of the race. Ollie Gray making his Le Mans debut in a VDS Panis Racing, the 48 car, pursues Yellerly at the moment in second place. A lot of teams now currently running their amateur drivers. Francois Perrodo jumping in the 183. Ryan Cullen in the 16 RLR M Sport. Daniel Snyder back in the 23 United Autosport. So using this phase before darkness falls to try to get that drive time done, to keep those gentleman drivers perhaps out of the perils of the night as much as possible.
Yeah, and it's going to be really tricky from this moment on. The sun starting to set with those bugs across the windscreen, going to make it ever harder. We actually haven't had much proper sunlight today. It's all been behind some high cloud, but it now is shining down on the Circuit de la Sarthe. The photographers are going to be heading out to their favourite spot because it is looking beautiful around the circuit, the campsites. Look, the cloud is burning off, and that's going to give us a really great sunset. We love it. Photographers love it. The drivers absolutely hate it, especially when their windscreens are covered in detritus and bugs.
Well, finally here at Le Mans, we're going to get a little bit of sun. It's been miserable and cloudy throughout the entirety of the race, but now it's all going to change, which is brilliant news as well. I like the look of that, to be fair, as well. A nice, smoother run around as... Oh, yes, of course, the Academy race has started. That's something that probably we should be taking a look at as well.
Lights out, away we go in F1 Academy, and it's a good...
Okay, so that's Ben Edwards on F1 Academy. I was just wondering who was where as they got through. Oh, dear, so we've done some one. Yeah, so nice to see their second race of the weekend underway. It's weird that I'm not there at all today, thanks to Le Mans, but I think it'll always be a great race and a great atmosphere around. And yeah, it looks to be a good start for everybody. A clean getaway for once. No one in accidents. So, yep, thumbs up there. As we still have a strange running order around here. As we're on board with Sheldon van der Linde running now in the BMW number 20. 19 hours to go here at Le Mans.
That kink out onto the Mulsanne straight. Pick up a toe from the hypercar ahead of us.
Yeah, that's a Toyota, so that is for position. That's at the moment for sixth position with Ryohiro Hirakawa, and he's been taking nigh on the last lap, been taking 7 or 8 tenths of a second out of the Toyota. Here's a sexy slow-mo.
See what I mean? Over these final few curbs of the lap, that for 24 hours is one confident suspension engineer. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. We're not expecting any rain through the race, although stranger things have happened. So these cars are going to be pounding over the curbs just like that for the full distance. Closing in then, still with Frederick Vesti trying to make the move on Verline ahead of him. Good look at the Cadillac steering wheel there. You get a sense on the bottom of his steering wheel. Those are the tyre pressures. The quad split. That gives the driver a sense of the tyre pressures he's got. Normally colour-coded as well to give you a sense of the brake temperatures. So they'll be managing those throughout the stint. And the main thing that Fred Vesti wants to manage right now is the move on the Porsche.
put him up to 9th position if he does it. But as you say, when we joined this battle about 15-20 minutes ago, Bourdais was there. Bourdais has now checked up the road, and he is closing in on Sheldon van der Linde. Still 9 seconds between the two of them. Van der Linde close, as we saw just a few moments ago, to Ryo Hirakawa. The ride on board once again. There's the sun going into the eyes of Fred Vesti.
Great sense of how tricky it is. See how he turns in late there into the kink in Indy. What he's trying to make sure he does is stay away from the inside curve. The inside curve of the 2 kinks on the run down to Indianapolis are massive, and you're always concerned that you're going to hit one on the way down there. Then it's really tricky to pick a spot to turn in for the first part of Indy. You need to look for the green Astro on the left, which helps you. It's right on the turning in point, especially when the sun is low like this or into the night.
Still a long way to go here at Le Mans as we'll come up to Combox camera. 19 hours coming up as now the GT3 traffic once again still hovering in the way of the field. It's a Ferrari 1, 2, 3. The 50 for IAF, this 51 for IAF, and the AF Corsa 83 running in. Oh, thank you very much. Oh, hot. That's dinner time coming through. Oh, here. Thank you. So, it's side by side over the start-finish line. Still a few positions that have to be changed up and changed through. Just put that there. If anybody wants to know, as dinner is approaching, it's pasta. Lovely pasta for dinner. Here at Le Mans. Anything that can fit into a box and also go down all the way down your shirt. So that's a brilliant atmosphere, isn't it, right now? Just looking at the helicopter camera that we have alongside us here. We've now sort of gained a commentary window as well with the new television monitor that's alongside us here in the comms box. It gives us a bit of a window, and I can see out of it on the monitor. The sun glistening down as it is over there it's just coming up actually to 9 o'clock. All the football stadiums alongside the Mulsanne Straight all looking golden. It looks absolutely tremendous right now in what is the best seat in the house for racing in Le Mans 2025. Into your pole competition, 43, Nick Yellowly in the car, just comes into the pit lane. A little bit of a spice up, polishing the headlights, gets off all the fly gunk as well that's been around here, but now we know why. I can't wait to tell the team that later on. As we get the moves going on down the 93 being overtaken, so that's Mikael Jensen in that Peugeot that had an accident earlier on. That's now been lapped by the Ferrari, and the Toyota go through as well, so that's down further on in earlier positions. 19 hours to go then here at Le Mans, 5 hours down.
The Valkyrie and the Peugeot there too. Slipstream.
Yeah, knew that was coming. Who didn't know that was coming? On the order there as well to have to go through. I suspected we might have such a thing. Let's go down to the world feed. Ain't gonna get me.
That is also for position. The Peugeot and the Aston Martin are for last in hypercar, and they're on the same bit of tarmac. Mikael Jensen and Ross Gunn fighting over in that battle. So we've got the battle for 6th and the battle for 20th in the same part of track. I don't know how Sheldon could deal with that. With that glare, really, really hard to see as they're coming towards the Indianapolis section of turns now.
It's even worse as well with the convex nature of the screens from where he's sitting inside that car. Really, really tricky conditions for the drivers. They do have tear-offs. You can see the green tear-off on the steering wheel, and this is the pit stop that Valentino Rossi owes us. But you can see the green tear-off beginnings on the outside of the steering wheel on Rossi's car. They're white there, look. So they'll rip those off the screen. But the problem is you can't add them at any time in the race. So you have to do it by time. You can't do it by driver complaint. Otherwise, you run out of them with 12 hours to go, because every driver, of course, wants a new tear-off off the windscreen in their stint. So, yeah, really difficult. There are specialist companies that do them, and they'll be running up and down the pit lane, doing almost the whole field on the test day. and then redoing it for race day. Looks like Rossi's going to stay in the car for a fuel-only stop here.
There's tyres being readied, though, which is a bit of an interesting one.
Oh, yep, tyres on that. Tyres on there.
So,
maybe left side only for Rossi. Let's have a look.
Yeah, tyres, but Rossi's staying in the car, so he's going to have a bit of a play. This is all this golden hour that we talk about. This is where the lap times start to tumble. I don't know whether it's still as appropriate now as it was a few years ago, especially with these bugs. I'm not quite sure you'd want to be going for fast laps.
It's always a stint you'd pick. As a driver, you'd love this one. You'd want this one because it normally sequenced through to put you back in the car in happy hour in the morning. So you'd work out as a driver, once you'd done this race a couple of times, the exact stint plan, and in no way try to convince the team, as the magical side-eye comes from back across the commentary box from Lena, to put you in at exactly the right time so you could have happy hour. Oh, there's radio, good.
The penalties really bad, dude. It's obviously okay, but we need to pull it there off on the next stop.
Visibility, copy.
You never did that, did you?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The Ferraris, meanwhile, continue to be a second clear of the pursuing pack.
The Ferraris
are lightning.
In total, are 30 seconds ahead of the next other brand of car. Rafael Marcello, BMW, in 4th position, 32 seconds back from the lead of the race.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that...
And Marcello's a second clear of anyone else that time around. So it is... the gaps that are there in the field, that is pure pace. Being delivered by the Ferraris.
The thing is, though, and we should explain this about Le Mans, this is pace now, right? But in a couple of hours' time, it's going to be a clear night. It's not too humid. We might see something change. Ferrari leading 1, 2, 3. 32 seconds between the first and the fourth cars. But this isn't now what it's going to be like for the remainder of the race, Lena.
No, and I've just been looking at how the track temperature's been evolving, and it is dropping. There's only one car that's tried anything like a soft tyre, the Toyota, which has put one front right on. They've done it twice, actually, once with Nick de Vries and once with the previous driver. The soft tyre works at a certain temperature of the track. It is 25 degrees and below. Around that kind of temperature, you'd be seeing these cars put those tyres on. It's who can make it work earliest and make it work successfully, because it will be the faster option through the night. Be interesting to see how this pans out. It won't be now. It's still too warm at the moment.
That's early to the soft tyre in comparison to what we've been hearing from the teams, isn't it? Yeah. We were hearing maybe a couple of stints in the middle of the night.
I think based on the temperatures they've been seeing through the week, if it had remained as hot as it has been yesterday and the day before, you would be looking at only a couple of stints. Of course, all of that depends on how well a car uses those tyres, because it can well be that it just uses up the life in that tyre much, much quicker. The degradation or the balance changes quite significantly, and they won't be able to run those tyres. They'd be better off staying on their mediums.
And we are at track temperature of 26 degrees right now, so we're sort of getting onto that cusp, and it's going to get colder.
But keep in mind, at the moment, it's still daylight. There's still a bit of UV loading going on there. You still need to wait till it actually really does become dark, until it actually does really drop. And it drops everywhere around the track, because it's different. Being such a large track, the track temperature will be different in different locations.
Different tarmacs, new tarmac into Porsche curves, but the road surface around Indianapolis and down Mulsanne, very different to the racetrack surface elsewhere. 14 degrees minimum temperature tonight, air, at 5 in the morning. So that is we're gonna see some differences, and it's gonna change up things as BMW in the pits.
And of course, the other classes don't have the luxury of being able to just throw on a softer compound tyre. If you're in LMP2, you run what you got, and you just plain go slower and have to keep it out of the wall in those coldest night conditions.
We are going to be talking a lot about bugs all evening, and let's go into the pits and have our first bug update.
Well, of course, we've come down to Porsche, and this is the talk of the day. Bugs everywhere on the tear-off. And I found a driver to talk about it. Felipe Nasr, thank you so much for chatting about bugs with us in the pit lane. Look, that is a lot of bugs. You've got 12 of these tear-offs. Are we going to last a whole race when it's looking like this after how many laps?
Yeah, honestly, it's like looking back at
the bug's life here, because I've never seen it that way. In 3-4 laps, everything gets covered up, and usually the transition from the daytime to nighttime, it's when it gets really tricky, because you start not seeing the apex and the boards for braking points. But I guess it's for everybody, and you made the question there. I don't know, we have maybe 12 of this in the car. At some stops, we just clean the windscreen and see whatever it comes out, but it's going to be a challenge for everybody.
Obviously, it's not every time you come in, you're taking one of these off. You are cleaning it as well.
Yes.
How easy is this to clean?
Not easy. You ask the mechanics there, he's giving the look right now.
They got it out the bin for me,
tricky.
so I'm happy for them.
It's pretty tricky. Like I said, I've been to Le Mans. That's my 6th time now, and you see every now and then, but this much, it's pretty unique.
Okay, so talk to me.
Extra layer of difficult out there.
Yeah, if at 24 hours in night and maybe rain, who knows what, wasn't hard enough, this is catastrophic. Is this going to...
Try driving your car like this the next time you go on the road.
That's a good way of doing it. Talk to me about the end of the race then. Is that going to be an issue, or do you feel quite confident?
I mean, we're going to go flat out no matter what. It's like I said, it's an extra layer of challenge for us. Hopefully at the night time will be less, like we've seen in the last few days, that when we went to the night session it was a little less concerning, but during the daytime for sure it's a big mess.
Well, thank you for chatting to us about bugs, the important things at Le Mans.
It came up as a topic,
Thank you.
Claire Cottingham there might be joking, but it is an incredibly important topic when you can't see at this time, and amazing that it's become... I've done 14 Le Mans, and yeah, okay, my car's been covered on the way here, but never have I had to talk about it in commentary.
No, it's a serious consideration for drivers, especially this weekend.
Still the battle between Wehrlein and Vesti, with Van der Linde now in the 20 BMW just ahead in the pits. So they were chasing him down. There's a gap of about 9 seconds, but there is the Van der Linde number 20 BMW now in pit lane. Is that coming out or coming into the box? No, they're right at the end, aren't they?
Yeah, they're right down in the slightly smaller garages towards that end of the pit lane.
But WRT always choose the best garage at the Spa 24 hours, and they feel as though this is obviously a good place for them to be as well.
Well, I would never aim to be right at the end. I know that there are some works teams who would always demand the final end box or request it. I think it puts you at a disadvantage because the car in the fast lane has priority on pit exit. But then again, being right at pit entry is not great either, because it doesn't give you as a driver much time to undo the belts in the way you're definitely not allowed to do before you enter the pit box to make your driving change faster. So that's a little bit of the difference there. Oh, a man whose drink system's working.
You were always in the middle, weren't you?
No, for the main pit building, we were at the end. So
end of the main pit building.
Yeah, so before the new
extension.
buildings.
Yeah. Toyota moving this year from the start, traditional boxes 1, 2, 3 down to the other end to join BMW.
I used to be furious in an LMP2 car when they held me for Toyota to come out of their pit box.
I mean, the boxes are tiny anyway, but to then be a works team to choose to go down to those small ones has to be a performance advantage, because surely the work environment is less good.
I think it's also one of those things that's cumulative. If you get used to being in that very end box, you're building your strategy around it, you're building the way you operate your pits around it, you're always in the same garage. I remember driving for United Autosports, who took the 2 temporary garages when Le Mans moved up a couple of extra cars, and we were in those 2 temporary garages, and they remained in those temporary garages even after that year. The cars were admitted late into the 24 hours, and they were placed in the temporary garage, which would sit right at the beginning of the pit lane. Yeah. They got so used to it that they wanted those garages again. And so much of this place is about process, is about operation, that actually you end up doing stuff purely because you know how it works.
First chance to see Jenson Button out on circuit, the Sky Sports F1 pundit, ex-Formula 1 world champion. Fourth different racing car that he has raced in his 4 appearances at the Le Mans 24 Hours.
Yeah, one of them, of course, was the NASCAR. He drove a couple of years ago as well, the exhibition car. And let me tell you something about JB, the other one, not me, as well. Definitely must have chosen to do this because he doesn't have to do Canada as well, which I know many people have been saying. Cracking F1 Academy race happening right now, by the way. In the second race of their 3 across the weekend as the 35 Alpine moves to the inside line and gets ahead down at turn 1. This is the problem with the 51 Ferrari with Pierre Guidi.
Moment of that team getting that 1-2 lockout on Thursday afternoon.
It's Paul-Louis Chatin making a move down the inside of Jenson Button, down into chicane 1. And it must be said, when Cadillac put the cars across the front row with pole position, I wasn't expecting to see quite this struggle in terms of pace from them. They're really missing, even from those who are pursuing the Ferraris out front, they're really missing a turn of pace here, and they're really missing a lap of longevity in the stints as well. As we see the 51 Ferrari, 311 Cadillac, and the 5 Porsche all as pit callers.
Interesting that Cadillac are working as one. I think we've spoken about it a little bit earlier. The whole process, when they came here, there might be 3 separate entities, although it's really 2.5 because Wayne Taylor operating out of the Jota garages. But the whole point was this 311 was the reference because this was the car that was here last year and had more experience. So everyone was basing their setup choices and their experience initially on that car. But I think as the week has gone on, they probably have moved away from that baseline setting and that experience because the experience in Jota has now sort of trumped it.
I'm going to say something else as well. The F1 Academy race is absolutely stunning right now, that I think we might see a couple more support series come in as well. It is a cracking broadcast. Just having a look as well on our helicopter camera that we've got alongside. I don't know if it's coming into land or not, but the camera's now shot up towards the top of the base. I think that heli might be coming in because it can only go up and down for 3 hours. And there's having to redo adjustments with it on levelling out. There we go. A wonderful look at the surrounding area. There's a little bit of moisture around about I'd say about 2-3 miles away along the top of the area we can see on the television stand. There's one board now with Jenson Button in that 38 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota squad. Now running on the back stretch, trying to get a little bit more run in to go. No, John Chuck is working. On the back stretch, he's got the 311 V-line just ahead of him, as well as the 12 of Alex Lynn and the other Cadillac. Jensen's going for a drink down the back stretch. Obviously, he needed something, a bit of energy. And I should know all about that with the water to get through. Best way to get into it. Oh, I think Nicola Harvey just spun out. Yeah, so there's an interesting F1 Academy race going on right now. We'll have Omi and the team back with us shortly as well here on JB Motorsports. Delighted to have you all watching as the race goes on. We will head back now.
Of the Cadillac drivers are left-handed, including Sebastian Bourdais. Let's go down to the pits and hear from the man from Le Mans.
Sebastian Bourdais just off the Cadillac from Jota team. Talk us through the last stints for you.
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, it's a big fight, obviously, with everybody running flat out. No safety car, no nothing. Grip seems to be fairly low because the pace is slow, and yeah, it's just sliding a lot, abusing tires. You kind of have to do 3 stints per set of tires, and there's quite a bit of tire deck, so yeah, not easy out there.
And you expect better performance over the cooler temperatures and night coming?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really understand why the track's so low on grip, to be honest. So I think that's the biggest thing. So the car's quite disconnected, lots of understeer, oversteer, fighting. So hope it gets better, but yeah, it doesn't really seem to rubber in.
Thanks, Seb. Merci.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing for the Jota car so far. 20 years they've been coming to Le Mans. We were talking a little bit about their experience with 6 different vehicles over that 20-year period, mainly in prototypes, but they did run an Aston Martin one year.
Yeah, they've focused mainly on the LMP2 run, of course, under various different guises here. Run under G-Drive Racing, Jackie Chan DC Racing. Misfortune of running me on occasion. Feel for them on that one. Interesting tyre discrepancy there, Lena, isn't there, between the 50 and the 51 Ferrari. 51 Ferraris just thrown on a scrubbed set, it appears. Whether that's one of the sets they've put a scrub on earlier in the race. 50 we've had through the pit lane as the 51 as we move through this pit stop cycle in the hypercars.
Paul-Luc Chatin that we just saw out fighting with Button. Now in the pit lane, looks like he's staying aboard his machine. It's his 10th start, would you believe, for Paul-Luc Chatin. At the age of 33, that is quite impressive.
He's been higher a pro for years, Paul-Luc Chatin. Yeah, it's only a single lap scrub on the 51, so seeing ghosts there a little bit. But yeah, Paul-Luc Chatin, pro of choice for IDEX Sport for a number of years.
Including pole position in 2023.
Yeah, cool racing. He's done a lot of IMSA and Daytona 24-hour stuff. Very much a driver who's made his way through that route by being the pro to a gentleman driver, and then finds his way into the very top echelons of prototype racing. Ye Fei, now behind the wheel of the 83.
Yeah, since the age of 14, Ye moved over here to Le Mans for his education, learnt French here in this medieval city, and learnt to drive a race car at the school based here at the Le Mans circuit. So sort of as much of a Frenchman as he is a Chinese, and now having a chance to go around a circuit that he knows and loves so well. This is a very important moment, and you would, when you look at the entry list, you wouldn't necessarily attribute that to him, but he feels as much Le Mans home as Sébastien Bourdais does.
Yeah, previously a Porsche North America selected driver, made the switch across to this privateer Ferrari, and has always been a standout in terms of his performances in LMP2. Number 8 Toyota Ryo Hirakawa aboard, being pursued by the 94, which has picked up its pace ever so slightly in this phase, with Loic Duval behind the wheel.
Celebrated his birthday just a few days ago. And that battle for 7th position right now.
Yeah, and so far so good then in the overall battle of this overall race. It's going well. TT have just gone to an ad break on their international non-ad break feed. Do they? I don't think they know what they were doing there. That is never usually a situation that they do. They've just gone to ad break in their you pay not to go to ad break feed. And I think that's because they've now switched over to their secondary input for part 2. Yes, they have, which is always a fascinating scrum pull through.
Too much about, and perhaps we should have done in the early part of the race, is that this became a green racetrack overnight, didn't it? We rubbered up a lot over Wednesday, Thursday, but we had a big old storm on Saturday morning, and did we pretty much reset the track again?
Yeah, it would have washed away a lot of the grip that was, or the rubber that was put down. There were a couple of races during today, but nothing that would have put significant amounts down. So, getting into the car from Thursday to now, for some of the drivers, it's going to be very, very different. Also, keeping in mind that the temperature's, around 10 degrees less than it was on Wednesday and Thursday.
Once again, battle for 10th at the moment. Porsche Penske with Cadillac Whelan. Wehrlein and Vesti continue their fight with traffic. Wehrlein managed to put the Corvette between the two of them. That'll just stunt him a little bit. And is that another Porsche joining the party? Yes, Michael Christensen in the 5 now comes to start attacking Vesti. So suddenly the focus is going away from just attacking for Frederick Vesti and maybe defending, but no, he's got nothing in defence, has he? Got compromised by the Corvette going through Tertre Rouge, and that just allowed Christensen to draw up alongside. Vesti fighting hard though here and turns in across the nose.
Brave stuff from Fred Vesti. Lost out a little bit in the mid straight after being balked through Tertre Rouge and just made it happen on the brakes. Still a big enough discrepancy down there in the braking zone for chicane 1 for Fred Vesti to take the rubber line and take the apex. Look at the toe now, no, for Christensen, who's going to sit underneath the diffuser. Vesti thinking about it. Is he going to defend in the middle of the road? You don't need to be there, Fred. Not on the crown, because you lose a little bit of braking performance down towards that first apex. Vesti hanging on for now, and attacking has become defending, hasn't it? He's now got 2 Porsches to deal with.
He seems strong on the brakes though. Both of those 2 chicanes, he seemed to be later on the brakes and able to make the apex.
It's been higher downforce all weekend,
yeah,
the Caddy. It's been around 5-6 kilometers per hour down in a straight line in terms of VMAX. They've been getting it all back, particularly in the shape of Jota, through that final sector specifically. 83 car pitched from the lead while we watch this battle.
One of the big things that we talked a lot about in sort of Formula 1 and that, the dirty air effect. Fred Vesti's been sitting behind this car all the way through these stints, and I just wonder how much of an effect that's going to have on the front end rubber of his car. On board with Nick de Vries. Arnage and Indianapolis. Great place to view if you ever come here to Le Mans. If it's still on your to-do list, that is a great campsite and area, because the cars are going relatively slowly, so you get to see them for quite a long time. And that big stop and that big overtaking into Indianapolis. There is also some street lights around there. And Arnage is a nice place to hang out when you need to have some refreshments.
Battle over 10th in hypercar, this one. Hard to believe, isn't it, that this is the ferocity of the battle over 10th position as they weave their way through the Porsche curves on this, the 88th lap.
Oh, he got properly compromised there. Here he goes. And now also has to get hard onto the brakes.
Well, V-Line getting in the way of things was as well now. They're really struggling. It was one of the GTs as well. I think it was the Kessel Racing 57 that got completely in the way. And it was indeed the chicane. So the V-Line almost running into the back of the Cadillac. And now that is a switcheroo on the timing tower. So a lot more races to go. Let's take a look at this. This is the Ford Porsche with the 311 V-Line and just a little slide out back, and just holds off for a good run on the inside line. It's been a great race, and it's going to continue to be. The whole season in a day is what we used to say this was. Le Mans is the ultimate test of driver and skill, and certainly an important one. Why did it take me off? What's happened to... What's happened? There we go. I swear this thing just does what it wants half the time. It doesn't seem to ever want to hold back into the normal position, but either way, we have it now. Race control technical, that came through in the investigation, that was it. Hello. A little bit close down towards the chicane, looking for a move on the inside line, and the Cadillac is going to get through on the Porsche. Sweet move on the inside line, hook, line and sinker into Daytona chicane. And that Porsche is dropping back very, very fast. Now the Toyota number 7 Gazoo Racing slips to the inside line and breezes past as well. Simple manoeuvres. So yeah, that Porsche is running out of grip. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's touched the brakes early, trying to regen some power. Just lightly touching it before arriving into the chicane. I can see on the secondary camera we've got up here in the booth. Not good, never good situations really, 9 times out of 10 for those. That's how Christensen.
So pedal will be soft, take some margin.
Yeah, soft already.
Really?
Oh, yes, it's soft already. So that's in terms of how you're braking, it just goes along, it goes in deep and there's nothing left. It all runs out on you eventually, doesn't it? That's the worst thing that can happen in well, certainly in an endurance car, it just goes straight. Nothing left to push, nothing left to banter and argue with. It's just one of those days, unfortunately. 18 hours to go then, and you're live on JB Motorsports for all of the action. Hopefully JT pops in for a hourly update before we go for qualifying. But if not, I guess I'll have to do the hourly update because he's not here for this situation. But I'm now trying to find this document he sent in order to do so. He sent it a few days ago. We talk a lot. Planning, broadcast, stuff right and centre. A few little overtakes coming through. Ah, here we go. Let's get ready then for our hourly update.
JB Motorsports Broadcast Center. This is the Le Mans 24 Hours Hourly Update.
I kind of can't deal with.
Should we try that again without the world feed introducing us?
Live from the JB Motorsports Broadcast Center. This is the Le Mans 24 Hours Hourly Update.
So, 5 hours down, 18 to go here as the timer stands. We've got the Ferrari 50, 51 and 83 leading the way in hypercar at the moment. LMP2, that's being dominated right now by the VDS Panis Racing 48. 21 seconds clear to the Iron Lynx Proton number 9 car as well. GT3, that's currently 16 seconds dominated for the Manthe first as well in the 92 squad. Valentino Rossi, all our MotoGP fans will be very much glad to know that he's in the car in the 46 and he's currently in second position. They have a genuine shot of either a podium or a race win out here today. Only one retirement so far, and that was from the 88 Proton competition who had an accident down at the chicane. But the 60 Iron Lynx has been in the pit lane for the last hour, just having more and more work done. Not exactly the greatest hour, but it hasn't been so bad overall here at the Le Mans 24 Hour.
That was your 24 hours of Le Mans Hourly Update from the JB Motorsports Broadcast Center.
There you go, JT. I did it for you to come in. Yeah, but everyone's already over there in the F1 Academy box. I'm here in the F1 booth and getting ready shortly as well to get going because we'll be handing over in about 15 minutes, well, less than that, to change over as well as Spike the Dragons into the pits.
On this particular LMH car, but it doesn't necessarily compromise them because the balance of performance, as we keep talking about, looks after them and makes sure that they have a similar, if not exact, same power output in total, which is 698 combined, 698 horsepower, rounded up on our TV graphics to 700, as I've noticed. And so not compromised at all.
Power is one thing.
Power is nothing without control.
It's nothing without control. You've thrown to that advert before. But the main thing about the Valkyrie, when you talk to the team down at Heart of Racing, is the torque of that car is actually proving to be a challenge for them. So much torque has the V12 that on a bumpy circuit, these cars limited to the amount of torque they're able to produce. And they're allowed to produce in order to keep the racing fair through a process called balance of performance. They, over bumps and curbs, the engine generates naturally so much torque that the torque spikes past what they're allowed to run. So they actually end up having to back the power of the engine off to prevent the spikes of torque and give more of a margin to the balance limitation of their car, to the amount of power that.
Oh, hello. What are you doing here?
Hello.
Ah, you're all here.
Well, we're making sure you're awake, of course.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just getting ready for the changeover. I was just having.
Okay. Nice. It's going to make sure we're not late this time.
No, we're gonna be. Now we know the system, and it's only me. It's better. What the problem was before is that the commentary box I was going to had no internet connection and no way to stream pictures.
Right.
So it was completely messed up. It had nothing. I couldn't do a thing.
Do you need my TV pics again?
No, because there's gonna be no one in the booth. So we're all.
I've not heard from the Oracle about Xfinity. Xfinity, so I don't know what's happening there.
If Xfinity even happens, have you seen the weather?
No, I haven't.
It's really bad. They red flagged it at one point. Just a reminder, we know we haven't been able to broadcast the NASCAR Cup Series. That's because of the changes to the day schedule they've had. So we will upload that post-weekend. We'll get that to you with the Fox team commentary. No, Prime.
Fox?
Prime,
Right.
sorry, yeah. Look, we've got 18 hours to go. I'm already going nuts. Still, yes. Omi, how was F1 Academy?
One of the best races the category's ever had. We had about 6 cars, maybe 7 cars finishing inside 1 second of each other at the end. It was a drag race fight all the way to the end.
Jess isn't going to be with us for the rest of the broadcast. She's not going to be on Le Mans this year, as a heads up. And she's not going to be in the F1 broadcast either, so it'll just be you and Megan, Omi.
That's a shame. I was looking forward to that.
But yeah, Jess is off working at Sky, so fair dues to her. But Omi, are you looking forward to leading the qualifying session? You get your first, I think the first time ever you'll lead the whole thing.
Yeah, whole thing for F1 quali, so that'll be fun. So yeah, I'm taking a few moments to process what I've just seen in F1 Academy, because 6 cars being separated by 6 tenths. 6 cars being separated by 6 tenths in total between first and sixth across the line is absolute wild and ludicrous stuff. So yeah, some of the greatest things we've ever seen in that. But yeah, looking forward to F1 quali, which seems really competitive as well.
I'm so glad that after you didn't get to call anything in Miami, you've now been able to call some stunning action here.
Yeah, to be fair, I think I've taken the best action F1 Academy's ever had away from Jess.
Oh,
so,
sorry Jess. I'll just leave F1. I'll leave the WEC stream on for Megan alongside in the comments box so that she can keep an eye on what's going on alongside.
Did you do an hourly update or did you not?
I did an hourly update, just did it. Nothing happened.
Ah.
But I did do an
Are
hourly
you keeping
update.
an eye? Are you keeping an eye on the F1 stuff, JB?
I am.
Doing
I was
good?
watching the F1 Academy alongside the broadcast. Yes, I kept an eye. Dorian did well to save that slide. But
Did you see the finish then?
I missed that.
Oh, well done.
Yeah. I did see the replay, so it was quite good. But I did miss it because we were doing. They went to our break, so I had to.
Did you see the assassination attempt in race 1 or did you not?
I have not seen that, no, because we were in the comments box. So, yeah.
Is my camera on stream or is it not?
I didn't even know
I
you.
was to turn it on.
Yours is not on. If you want to put it on, you
Okay,
can.
good. No, I will feed it through my camera so you can see it.
Pit stop coming in as well. Alex Lynn for the 12 hosting John squad are in. We are gearing up though, guys, for changeover. Just so you know. Huh. Seems my television is not doing the best to connect to the Wi-Fi, despite it being perfectly fine a second ago. Isn't that always the way with technology? Oh, it might actually be working. Let's come into it. Jesse saying, how's Le Mans going? Remarkably okay. A little bit of a paddy earlier on, but so far, so good. JT? I don't know if you know this, but the international feed is now synced up with the TV feed on Discovery Plus. Have you seen it? It's synced in perfectly. Like, I don't even need, I should just be using Discovery Plus instead of the ad breaks. I can turn my head and see a full picture of the race across it. So yeah, they are perfectly now in sync. Go on. Oh, you got very quiet.
Ready?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so this was F1.
Oh my word, locked up, straight on. Oh my goodness. Oi, my, oh, yeah, okay. That's a penalty. That's a big penalty. What on earth?
How stupid was that rejoin?
That was very stupid rejoin. Yes, Jess, it's a Ferrari 1-2-3 at the moment. And that number 6 Porsche got disqualified and now rocketed back up into 4th place. Okay, changeover time here at JB Motorsports. We'll hand down to the international feed to get ready for the swap over.
In these conditions?
It's, I think it could be just Christensen.
Well,
because the pace of Matt Campbell in the number 6 is decent.
Verline, not really.
Yeah. Yeah, Verline, but then again, they've not been quite as quick in the number 4 for the full race. Campbell is around half a second off the Ferraris at this. Only 2 retirements with 18 hours to go. Phenomenal, both the control of the car by the drivers and reliability demonstrated with these complex race cars. Incredible to see.
Yeah, gone are the days that this became a endurance race. The tests have been the unpredictability of the weather over the years, obviously the traffic as well, but you know, really we have to blame Audi for the Le Mans 24 hours becoming a 24-hour sprint race rather than a test of endurance. In the early days it was, and Audi invented all kinds of very clever systems.
Audi would have a dry brake gearbox down there at turn 10.
Why are you looking at me?
I'm just bringing you into the conversation.
Oh, I see, yeah.
You're so involved in your colours and charts.
Well, yes, you are right. They did change the game of sports car racing. What they brought to it was an element of go flat out for as long as possible and minimise the amount of time you lose by having to do repairs or make changes. And I think it actually made the racing better.
Oh, I never criticised the racing in the slightest, nor did I criticise Audi Sport as an ex-employee myself. But it has completely changed Le Mans being an endurance race, a race of attrition. I mean, there was one year where only 17% of the field finished in 9. Completely changed Le Mans being an endurance race, a race of attrition. I mean, there was one year where only 17% of the field finished in 1970. Although the best reliability, you have to go back to 1923. The very first Le Mans has the best reliability from the 33 starters. 30
Bit of a mega run here for this number 43 Orica. It's just taken a pit stop and will now feed out into the middle of the pack, but on its way in it was a minute clear of the pursuing traffic with Nick Yellerly at the wheel.
He grew that by half a minute in that last couple of stints,
and he'll come out 15 seconds off the lead of the class, which will become probably 20 something by the time that he's finished getting up to speed. But they're in a really strong position at the moment.
He has done 2 more pit stops as well. It will come one when the rest of them mirror his strategy, most of them owing us a pit stop in the next couple of laps. This is the Pro-Am 29 car, TDS Racing, Matthias Besch putting that car on pole position. Overall, it's now second in Pro-Am, and a good battle. Besch and Delatraz, two drivers that really are at the very top of their game and fighting for Pro-Am honours. But Delatraz at the moment third overall in LMP2.
I should cover off the Pro-Am is all about lineup in the LMP2 cars. They are exactly the same car. They can win LMP2 overall should a Pro-Am car find themselves in the lead of the race at the end of the race. But it's all about having a couple of amateur drivers behind the wheel, whereas a normal LMP2 lineup would be 2 pros, 1 am. If you've got 2 amateur drivers with the appropriate gradings, you get bumped into the Pro-Am class, and that gives you the opportunity for secondary honours of being the earliest Pro-Am home.
Yeah, so in the TDS machine, they have Rodrigo Salles, who we have seen in that car. We haven't seen Clement Novalak yet, but it's Salles that is the bronze in that car, and he has done at least 1 stint, if not 2.
I'm just looking at the LMP2 averages here, and this is mighty impressive from all of those drivers out there. It is so close, so close.
Yeah.
It's going to be a great competition, this one.
It always is. It's a single make 24-hour endurance race. It always goes down to the wire, and it sometimes looks like there is, but that's due to the lineup and due to the way that each individual team have used their pros and ams. So, you know, Besch has been in the car most of the race so far. You can tell me better than my speculation, Lena, but 5th position. We have seen Salles in that car. I don't think we've seen in the Delatraz car. He shares that with PJ Hyatt. Maybe 1 stint?
We have seen PJ Hyatt.
Yeah, but
very early on in the race. I've yet to note Dane Cameron take the wheel of Spike, the Dragon, the AO Racing LMP2 car, but PJ Hyatt has been in. We're spotting some stints from Cameron.
Oh, okay. So we've seen all three drivers in that car as well. In the subject of the LMP2 category, Pro-Am second position, Matthias Besch, drive-through penalty for an issue in the full course yellow that we just had, whether that's overtaking or speeding, himself and the 150, which is the Richard Mille Air Course Ferrari.
If you need, you can switch on the high beams, switch on the high beams.
So switch off the high beam there.
Does it switch off?
Or switch on would make a lot more sense, wouldn't it? Yeah, so often you're so focused as a driver, as Ollie Gray is, doing Le Mans the first time on, connecting your apexes perfectly, getting everything absolutely right, you forget to ask where the light switch is. And they all get their manual through the week, and you so often just, I always used to do it before the race here, remind myself how to turn the lights on.
You're getting the eyes again from Lena.
You never need it. You never need it until you get here. Until you get here at Le Mans, it's a relatively simple touch panel in an LMP2 car. But if you don't know, you don't know. Windscreen wipers, lights, and in the panic, the moment when it just starts raining, it's so easy unless you've reminded yourself in recent times to think, where are my wipers? You know, that moment where you take 2 seconds to figure it out could easily be the 2 seconds you need at the end of the race.
You could always just get the steering wheel and hit all the buttons like some people do.
Yeah.
See how that goes.
Yeah. No, I only used to do that when I got it wrong. That's Ollie Gray being asked to fire the high beams on, which is indicative of the track conditions, which are increasingly cool. Out there, aren't they? Down at 21 degrees air, 25 degrees now of track temperature. This battle on track, and this is a battle over the
second position
in LMP2 as they charge down towards Mulsanne corner. Prototype traffic coming through to the right-hand side of them, and I think he's going to get the move done, Louis Delatraz, on the way down there.
Not a surprise to see Delatraz passing Rachid de Geras up into second position. Delatraz still yet to get a class victory or an overall victory at the Le Mans 24 Hours for real. Let's not forget that he won the Le Mans Virtual that was run during COVID, but that's the only full trophy, and he's come so very close on a number of occasions. He's 11 seconds back from Oliver Gray. Gray, rookie to this, so Delatraz doing a second a lap faster, at least, than Oliver Gray ahead, but at some point this fun is going to have to end for him.
Delatraz has been caught for the last couple of laps behind de Geras as well, or at least the first part.
And I just want to say hello to everybody watching, because I am actually now broadcasting from outside the commentary box, considering the fact that we wanted to get out at least during some of this hour when Megan and Omi are commentating on the next session as well as for Formula One. So, yep, here I am, ready to go for what's going to be a very interesting session. I can't quite get to the final bits of qualifying at the moment, which is slightly annoying. I think the height needs to be a bit bigger, but hello everybody, welcome. And so far, this is so good, because the racing running orders so far have been fantastic. It's been a lot of action, a lot of closeness, which I don't think anybody truly expected to see here at Le Mans. We all thought, there'll be a lot of red flags, but we've got to go back because there's an interview.
Here in Le Mans, this sunset is nothing more than a big challenge for the drivers. Tom, tell us how tricky it is to drive in these conditions.
Yeah, it's changeable conditions, and of course when you're going and you have the sun is getting into the eyes, it's the drivers have difficult to find comfort in that. The sun is not so bright due obviously to the overcast situation, but nevertheless you go into flirting a bit with things you can't really see well, and a big challenge has been the box coming in and sitting on the windscreen. Looks like it's raining, and sometimes it's at the end of the stint before they go in for refueling. it's full of these animals and creating quite bad visibility. And and it's quite far away from the driver's eye. It's a bit far. So in that sense, to be ultra precise, which they want to be, that's a big challenge. It's also a big challenge how many rip-off you have and how you clean it, because obviously you're creating some challenges through that as well.
Yeah, so the golden hour is already a challenge in terms of visibility, but all these laps around, yes, the drivers have been complaining about this and about this visibility.
Yeah, but they have to deal with that. We want to see that. We want to see they overcome these difficult situations. But nevertheless, it doesn't take long. Now we are 6 hours into the race. It doesn't take long before it's dark. And then it's how they're going to cope with that. The temperature is dropping. We have seen them race hard on the Michelin tires, on medium, especially in the hyperclass. Goodyears are on the other two categories. And the hypercars have done 3 stints. Will they have to change just 2 tires? Because, as you know, you go in and they are cold from the beginning. Or will they change all 4 and continue that? And might even some teams, like BMW, drop to the softer compounds as well? That's a question which will be asked in the darkness soon.
So this is the sunset, the golden hour, and it's like the perfect time to actually take a photo. If you're a fan, the crowd will take pictures, of course, of the track. It is so beautiful out there before entering the night. And this is another challenge, of course. We can't hear each other. But, of course, entering the night is going to be another challenge for the drivers. And we'll see this later on. I think you're going to be in Indianapolis tonight.
Absolutely. Stay tuned.
Really looking forward to it. Thank you, Tom.
Well, I find the Le Mans 24 Hours sunset romantic. Romantic in a different way, perhaps, but still very beautiful. And the photographers and the cameramen and the drones and the helicopters will all be enjoying this moment.
They will indeed, but I'm going to say hello to JT, because I think he's stalking around in the background somewhere on the line. So, JT, are you in the background? Can you hear me? Hello? Yeah, he is there, but he's not saying anything. Hello, JT, can you hear me? No, yeah. Yes, you, hello. Obviously not, it seems. Either way, the action's still going on with 18 hours to go here of the race. And 51 Ferrari, of course, running in second position, still running out strong as well out there. So if we take a look out here in the booth, we've decided to sit outside. We're testing out the outside broadcast, what we wanted to do, with the ability to do so for the next hour, because that's the commentary box, and right in there right now is Megan and Omi. They're commentating on the next session of the broadcast as well, and we wanted to get out of here ready to go. Wireless transmitter just ran out. Oh, okay, so JT is here, but he can't talk to us, so I'm sorry about that. But he's getting ready for the NASCAR Xfinity Series broadcast coming up soon. But yeah, Megan and Naomi are in the commentary box. They're getting set. Should we, though, have a word with Valentino Rossi?
Fight, and it's a fantastic feeling, because when you are in front, everything is more fun.
Did you enjoy your time at the wheel?
Yes, very much. And also, you know, when you do a lot of laps like this in a row, you can find a way also to improve some line, some gear everywhere like this, and I enjoy, yes.
Thanks a lot. Keep enjoying. Thank you, Valentino.
Okay, let's head back to the world feed.
Just love Valentino. Ever since he stepped into 4 wheels, his passion for this has been the same as what he carried through his MotoGP career, and he is enjoying it just as much. And obviously now with his opportunity, a real opportunity to win the Le Mans 24 Hours. The 46 car leading in GT3, 13 seconds ahead of the Manthey Porsche number 92. And then the Lexus, would you believe, a Cadillac ASP, a tiny French team, Jerome Poliquin, who raced many times here at Le Mans, running a tight outfit in that Lexus, that aging Lexus, but they are third in GT3 by just half a second. 204.
Yeah, well, half a second left at the moment, but I'll tell you what it is. We are 6 hours down and 6 hours to go. 18 left then of the 2025 Le Mans 24-hour event, and what a fantastic 8 hours, 6 hours it's been so far. This would be the ending of the normal Le Mans race, of course, over the distance. It would be the ending. This would be the last bit, but a few have changed in. I don't know. I think it's a smoother operation right now as the rain has sort of dissipated. The sun just beginning to set. It's still setting here in the UK where we're commentating from. So there's a few aspects coming through, but 6 hours down and a total of 6 to go. Tom Osborne has joined the commentary team now over at TNT.
So I thought we were going to get some radio there, but yeah, Yiffy Yi is on some pace, and it's interesting to see potentially where that car is going to get up to.
Alessandro Pereguini, the 51, into the pits then. That is also why Yiffy was chasing him down, because it's the end of that stint.
And that is the best lap of the race for the 83 Ferrari. Last time around, 27.9.
And only 0.05 of a second slower than Lawrence Vanthoor's fastest lap of the race so far.
So Lena's parting comment to me of watch that 83's lap time was quite good, wasn't it? Within a minute of her telling me that, it pops it in. I should have claimed it as my own, that I knew he was going to do that. But yeah, that car's suddenly coming alive with these track temps, all run by the same team. Obviously that yellow car being the customer team, but maybe they're set up just allowing for the tyres to stay in a better window.
So is that an assumption, therefore, that the radio message we said new target was actually we're going to go faster and shorter than try and stretch to an extra lap? Unleash yourself, yeah, Yufei, and see what you can do. He's only 3.1 seconds off the lead of the race now.
Yeah, I was just about to say that the 6 of Matt Campbell was kind of hanging in there with the Ferraris. They've been pounding around, doing 329s, keeping with them, and then Yufei just pops in a 27.9, a couple of seconds quicker. It can be the case in these conditions, especially. You just get a magic lap with no GTs in it, you know, and that can look pretty exceptional. But it's proximity.
That would be. I don't know if JT is able to hear me or not. Oh, are you back? Can you talk and hear me as well, or is it just talk?
Go ahead.
Hello, how are you doing? Right, look, I'm outside. I'm on an outside broadcast. Wow. Hang on. Oh, hang on a minute. I've lost you on the driver tracker. That's weird. I had you earlier on, and it's yeah. You're back now. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing? So yeah, we're outside now, and I wish I could grab you on Discord, but for some reason it's all disappeared. Oh,
that's weird.
Hang on.
Well, MRN Live, the green flag is in 39 minutes, but I've got no message from Matthew, so I don't know what's happening yet.
Okay, I now know what was going on. The screen and audio capture was on at the same time, so that's why. But I can now see you. Hello. We can hear you.
Hello.
So, yeah, what do you think? Outside broadcasting. I'm using one of your headsets, by the way. The Behringers.
Oh,
look. I don't know if you can see. But, yeah, what have you made of the 24 hours so far?
It's been all right. So the headset is NASCAR, and the earpiece is WEC with the boom arm. This is my production mic setup, which I'm using for you now. So yeah, but for once I can actually. Normally my production mic setup is talk through this mic here through headset, but because it's all separate, I've done the wireless transmitter, which is what I normally use with the scanner, not with the bus mixer. But hey, there we are.
There's the back of the commentary box, by the way, and there is what should have been the fire pit.
It's a mess.
It is a mess, yeah. So that's why I'm sat strategically in place. But we were supposed to have the fire pit going. Unfortunately, it's waterlogged, so we can't at the moment. But night just began to set. Literally, how am I watching the race? Portable monitor set up as well on the phone. So, considering that Discovery Plus is in sync with the RTV pictures, it just made sense. Instead of being inside a stuffy front room for an hour, I could sit outside in a bit of fresh air, be on call to the commentary box if I need to be, and be able to just talk and chill. And I think that's the important thing. I've got no track audio though when I'm out here, but I wouldn't have had it anyway. So that's why we've got Discovery Plus on standby audio coming into it.
Do you want track noise? Because I can give you track noise.
If you give us track noise while we're here, while you're here, that'd be great.
Wait, can I? No, I can't.
No, I thought you couldn't.
Because I'm on my baby bus mixer, aren't I?
I've just had a thought of how I could actually do it. because my phone's out here. So actually I might be able to. I'm going to try that out. Let's pass back to radio. Let's pass back, actually, shall we, to the TNT team. Here we go.
Yeah, this car could do one more at the end. It's on its 11th lap, so it has done both on lap 12 and 13 of stints. But yeah, maybe with that extra push the engineers given them, they've gone for a 12-lap run, and maybe they got a chance of overcutting the sister car of Pierguidi there. That's 2 push laps, and I think that chance is pretty high. It could go up to second place after the next round of pit stop.
There's only 2 seconds separating the 2 Ferraris post pit stop. Didn't see if Molina got tyres. No, he didn't on that last stop. So they're both on, they're not having to go through that warm-up phase. They can straight away attack, but just 2 seconds between them. Could Yaya jump both of them? I mean, he is doing a 28.2 on the last lap, 27.9 the lap before. You only need to do a 30.
The sports car overcut, we should explain, is all to do with cold tyres out of the pit lane. If you carry on your warm tyres and the car pits, especially to a new set, and has to go slowly on their opening lap with cold tyres, you then can pit and come out in front and then try to retain track position, which is what you're suggesting, especially with 2 laps of difference in the pits then for the 60, Joe.
Yeah, I heard that car did an alternator earlier and it took out one of the oil pipes. So second time in the box for that car, real shame. Andrew Gilbert, first bronze there as the Penske boys warm up. The other thing to add to the overcut, Alex, is actually in the track position of the 83.
We now have track noise. JT, can you hear me? I have no idea. He's not there. Okay, we now have track noise when we're out here as well. Well, I do think of everything outside broadcasting. There we go. Well, this is an impressive setup and a half. We can now enjoy fully the Le Mans 24-hour coverage. JT is stepped out of the booth, it looks like, from his little setup there. One problem is, though, I apologise, but it's incredibly pollinated out here. Freshly cut grass I'm sat on as well up here in the comms box, and yeah, still not too shabby. 17 hours and 50 minutes to go of the session, and our senior AF course are still struggling a little bit out there on the circuit. I won't be too surprised if we see some tyre changes in the next 45-50 minutes or so, just because of the nature of the circuit, about how it would have to change over anyway. So that's still a secondary option. Let's check in back with the world feed.
In the World Endurance Championship all over. There's most of the times that car has looked strongest but unluckiest.
Yeah, the car's just mega at this stage. About an hour ago, you could hear them managing through the Porsche curves, lifting out of there and just adding that element of comfort that you didn't see at the beginning of the race. And they've got that easy speed, they've got that easy pace that we always talk about in endurance racing. Porsche keeping themselves in the hunt, but you sense it's just a bit more of a stretch every lap for Campbell to stay on the pace.
Thomas Loudenbach watching on. If there are any important people in the world of their motorsport circle, whether it be Cadillac, Porsche, Ferrari, they will be here this weekend. They might not necessarily be in the box right now monitoring the team. They may be in the hospitality areas taking a small rest as Matt Campbell blasts past traffic. There's a 30-second gap between Campbell and Yaya on this lap. It hasn't really compromised Yaya. So far, sectors 1 and 2 look equal to what he's managed before. He's right in the mix of traffic now, though. We're not seeing it on our screens, but
right,
towards
JT's
the
here.
Right in the centre of everything. So it's the final sector of this lap, which is going to hurt.
Right, JT. Track noise.
Nice.
Yes, I impress myself, don't I? As well, so we have a remote broadcast. So, what's the deal with NASCAR?
Okay.
Go on.
Food.
Is that what you're having tonight? Tell you what, the commentary box is if I could, I'd do the whole 24 hours out here. It's so much nicer. It's not boiling hot. It's not miserable. It is perfect weather.
I have no idea what's going on with NASCAR.
Is it looking like you're going to be filling in the blanks during the CW broadcast?
I don't have access to the CW broadcast, so it'll be MRN.
I thought you had. I thought it's on Premier Sport tonight.
It is on Premier Sports, but can I be able to get it sorted? Probably not.
So MRN, just leave it with MRN. You'd have to restream it as well to USRN, don't forget.
What?
Well, you'd have to restream it to USRN as well because they're covering every race this year.
I can't.
Oh, well, Matthew will have to really get back to you quickly.
You can't just throw that bombshell into it literally half an hour from the green flag.
I could barely hear that. You were very muffled there.
You can't throw that bombshell in half an hour before the green flag.
Fair point, fair point, fair point. Oh, bat! JB outside. I'm so glad it's not raining, by the way. I'm so glad it's a nice, clear night. As you can see, if I go up.
Alexa, make it rain in Grimsby.
That's right, dox me even more.
Says the person who's literally said he's in Grimsby literally every single weekend of broadcasting.
I know, but there's probably some sort of drone. If a drone comes and spies on me right about now, I'm on a mate. How's everybody's broadcast evening going? You all enjoying it? Let's have a look at the chat. Ferrari leading, still people watching. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. It's one of these days where we've got no idea what's going to happen in the World Endurance Championship. Well, actually, I can tell you, because the number 6 Porsche that's leading the race at the moment is going to be in for yet another tyre stop shortly. So pit stops will still be a factor, which I kind of expected, JT, didn't you? We're on board right now with the number 6 Porsche through the chicane in the backstretch and still pushing on hard with 17 hours to go. It's nice to get out here for an hour, and it is literally just about an hour and 15 minutes. It's also easier to relocate to the commentary box because it's just there. I've already popped in several times, so to take a look at the F1 qualifying session. Omi and Megan leading the action. Oh, okay. Let's head back down to the world feed quickly.
over the stint. His last stint was dominating pace-wise.
Yeah, that's always handy when the streamer doesn't work. Apologies, everybody, for that. Hello. Hang on. Yes, the Williams just exploded. I have no idea what happened. If that's what Megan called me into the commentary box to tell me about, the Williams engine cover literally just exploded in Formula 1 qualifying right about now. Strange, as night has fallen here at Le Mans. Here in the UK, we've still got another hour. So let's hope that this qualifying session doesn't last long, eh? Because otherwise I'll be needing a torchlight out here in the booth. Hey, I tell you what though, JT, brilliant stuff here. If we can do the pre-show for F1 out here nowadays, that'd be epic, wouldn't it?
Maybe.
Yeah, we just sit out here and do the pre-show and the post-show with time mics. Yeah, that'd be lovely. We'll see if we can get it done for tomorrow, actually. So me and Megan sat out here, doing a little bit of a pre-show. Sun setting. Is your camera on, Discord, by the way? Is it? No. Still 17 hours to go in this mess as we come into it. Ferrari, of course, are leading with the 83. If Samson wakes up now, he'll be very, very happy. That's one thing I'd say. He'd be in the right game of mind as well. He'll be back with us at 1 AM, it's 7 AM his time, for the action. The light making it pretty much impossible to see what's what now, so let's hand back to our colleagues at TNT Sports.
17 back is the best BMW with Sheldon van der Linde aboard the number 20. The best Toyota is in 6th position with Ryo Hirakawa. That's 9 seconds back from van der Linde. And then you've got the best Cadillac, which is the number 12 pole car. Norman Nato aboard that car now. And somehow, Loic Duval holding station in 8th position in the 94 Peugeot. 13 seconds back and with attention, as he has for a while, from BMW 15. And then the best of the Alpines, they really have dropped off. Mick Schumacher, 36, down in 12th position now. And Schumacher, that team Alpine struggling in the second half of the afternoon. The only other team we have therefore not mentioned is the Aston Martins.
And the gaps are so close that the more you save, the more we jump.
So that is all about fuel economy. So what they want to do is bring Pierre Guidi in with more fuel residually in the car, or more energy residually in the car. That means they have to spend less time filling it and have a shorter pit stop than their teammates. The problem is that, they're all on different laps, aren't they, those Ferraris, in terms of pitting. So the problem is not a problem, which is that then they're all in the same box. But of course, they're all looking then at each other, thinking, if we save a bit of fuel, we have a couple of seconds shorter pit stop. It is 1.4 seconds back to the 50, another 7/10 back to the 51. So whoever has the shortest stop in terms of the flow rate comes out ahead.
But that was not... That seemingly was the strategy from Ye Yifei until they chose to change it. What was it, 50 minutes ago? We had that radio message saying new target, and then we saw a fastest lap. So clearly they were trying to do the same. They were trying to save, and they have switched it. Finally,
that is
Darren Look
Richard
has got himself
Millet.
out of the McLaren.
That's the 95 United Autosports.
So, try again, engaging here, playing a little bit with the clutch. If you can make it happen, yes. Otherwise, I think we're going to have to accept. We're going to have to hit it.
And I'm afraid that is then confirmed that the number 95 is out of this race, and that is a bitter, bitter, bitter disappointment. So the 95 is out of the race with 19 hours to go in this one. And JT, that's an unfortunate side effect, I think, isn't it? I think the 60 Iron Lynx might be out of the race too. So that's 3 cars down, mainly them coming in GTs, as things stand. Try and get that GT counter up. Yes. Yeah, 3 out. Iron Lynx is officially out. The Proton competition is officially out. And now it looks like the 95 United Autosports is also officially out of the race. So 3 retirements at the Le Mans 24 Hour, which is not the best situation on the planet. That's upsetting, to say the least, here. As the situation goes on, let's hand you back over to our coverage at TNT.
are to potentially fix an issue. So yes, unfortunately, that will be a retirement for the United Autosports McLaren.
When you did Le Mans first, did you carry a mobile phone?
Mobile phone, toolkit. There's a manual kit which you can stick in the top of the X-Track gearbox of an LMP2 car to force it into first gear, and then you could force the throttles open so they would go just beyond idle, so it would roll back to the pit lane. Fantastic bit of kit I never used, but I sincerely applauded the concept.
No, but it is true. Those listening for the first time and unaware of the history of the Le Mans 24 hours, the circuit being 13.6k, you are a good couple of kilometres away from paddock when you are down at the Mulsanne hairpin, and mobile phones were the only way to communicate with the team. Before mobile phones existed, there was a radio point on the inside of the Mulsanne corner where you basically had to go to and make a call to the team. That obviously was in the days where the 10-metre rule, where if you leave the car more than 10 metres, then you retire out of the race. That didn't exist, so you could get to the radio point. And so many of the early years of the Le Mans 24 Hours featured teams, drivers fixing their cars on the side of the road to get them back to the pits.
Think of that iconic Delta Wing repair job in a couple of corners' time. That was amazing, wasn't it, to see, and even more amazing to see what tools and parts he found near a cut through in the fence.
I think there are a lot of petrol trees as well, aren't there, down near the dark areas of the circuit that have been found over the years.
Yeah, the very first Le Mans 24 Hours in 1923, I told the story last year, they found a policeman's bike and stole the fuel out of the policeman's bike so that the leading car, which became the winning car, could get back to the pits because it had run out of fuel at the end of the circuit.
That's the problem, wasn't it? The diesel turbo diesel era, nobody had any diesel around the track, so if you ran out of petrol you were really stuffed. 94 makes his way back into the pit lane, as does the 12 Hertz Steam Jota, Norman Nato aboard.
Interesting, Cadillac actually doing a purple sector 3 on its in-lap, which normally doesn't count because it's obviously into the line, so I don't know if that will get deleted at a later time.
That's the purple sector of the race, which sits there standard when they're in the pits.
Just making sure you're paying attention still.
WEC timing screens, on the WEC timing screens I've spent my life staring at, so absolutely no concerns. Bit of a light clean for the Peugeot 12. Makes his way back out onto the racetrack. A little bit of contact earlier on for the 12 from the rear, from the 51 Ferrari, which I'm really surprised they got away with. Appeared to dislodge the upper deck of that machine, and I suspect they just re-clipped it in a pit stop somewhere. You can really see now the light beginning to fade then as Pierre Guidi makes his way down, and those onboard cameras make it look better than it is as well on the way into Indianapolis.
I wonder if that Ferrari 51 carries any little bit of damage from the front left corner, wasn't it, that made the contact?
It does.
There's a few little planes there that would be missing now.
It's lost a light cover that I can see, and a bit sort of a dirty aero surface on the front of it, but yeah.
Looks like it's been sliced almost, doesn't it? I don't know if it was the towing eye of the Cadillac that kind of roughed up against, but these Ferraris just running in formation still. All three cars within 2 seconds still, so pace is very similar, and it is this energy management, isn't it? Here, Guidi, we're used to slips. Oh, huge snap of oversteer when we're talking about managing way too much apex curb. The car not liking it. That was a big snap, and I was about to say, when you're saving energy, you can get into this sort of hypnotic, and then why? That'd be a track limits as well out of karting. This isn't as easy as it should be.
So this is what happens when you tell racing drivers they need to follow each other round, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lapse of concentration, that was. Catches the curb on the left-hand side. Team have asked me not to pass Molina and to push together. 4 wide is it down the Mulsanne straight? No. He thinks better of it, Paul-Luc Chatin, and doesn't go for the move on the 94.
There was no space, was there? The BMW was not going to give them half a car to the right-hand side, but not the full car he needed. And that's where patience is so important at Le Mans. And that's where your wits really need to be about you, especially when you get an LMP2, a GT3, and a hypercar on the same part of the circuit doing very different things.
That moment for Pierre Guidi, Joe, didn't it absolutely smack of a driver who's following his teammate round? He's on the plan, and he's stopped pushing for something, so so that focus just falls away ever so slightly.
Yeah, the adrenaline's low, isn't it? Because you're not on the edge, and then suddenly you've lost a rhythm, and you're just not concentrating on what you should be. It's a scary moment, and that would have woken him up and probably got another 5 laps of concentration back in the books. But yeah, I think Chatin is interesting. I thought he was going to keep his foot pinned. Maybe if it was for a top 3 position, you would. But with this long left of the race, he wisely backed out of that one.
There's a horrid lay-by just on the right. You've got to kind of figure out where they are. There's a couple of really nasty big bumps on the runoff down the Mulsanne straight. And the really experienced drivers who've done it for years, Chatin's one of them, know where you can take to that off-track section and where you can't. Seems like a matter of time, though, that he's going to be past this Peugeot in the Alpine. That's over 14th place. Nico Lapierre, now long-time driver for Alpine, LMP2, LMP1 cars. Also a stint for Peugeot, now finds himself as sporting director.
First year that Nico hasn't raced here at Le Mans was with the team last year as a driver, and then ended up deciding after a podium, I think it was, in Interlagos, that he would switch roles and do that role, sporting director.
Poor Louis Chatin as well, not happy with the in the Alpine there.
If it's a Peugeot he's fighting with.
Well, yes, it's very clear. The rear end lights very different.
Surely he can see the lion
differences
design
of opinion
of the car that's up the road from him.
Duval, of course, Lapierre, also part owner of the CLX Pure Racing team that runs as Cool Racing also in the LMP3 world. So always have that duality of 2 teams anyway, but very much an employee.
Yeah, but the 20 BMW is going to have to come into the pit lane this lap, by the way, everybody. That's what we've currently got on the systems of the Deltas. He's got 6% of energy fuel left.
Out on circuit. Looks a bit less kept, let's say, than when he's presenting himself at Le Mans as a driver.
A driver with a fantastic array of achievements here at Le Mans. Nico Lapierre. He's won it behind the wheel of an LMP2 car. He's been a works sports car driver for an extremely long time indeed. Now finds his role in that team, and he'll be able to provide all of his experience. Slightly early there on the brakes for Paul-Philippe Chatin. You sense he's trying to get a lovely exit and try and make the move down towards chicane 2. I suspect he asked if it's a Peugeot.
Yellow flag. Yellow flag is out there on the circuit. I don't know where that flag's coming out at the moment, but we have got yellows circulating. So we'll keep an eye out on our monitors. It has now gone green. I think it was down at, well, it could be the 77. He's a bit slow on the circuit right now to come into it. But the AF Corsair leading the way at the moment as the yellow flag now does come up on our monitors up here in the commentary box. Still can't see why. Let's go down though to Rubens Barrichello talking now as well with Claire.
You've raced here yourself, Ruben, and now your son is out there. I know it's not maybe going exactly how you would like it at the moment, but you must be so proud.
I am. It's amazing that he's finding power, because at the end of the day we were 13 minutes at the pit, and he gave me like I'm stand up there. It's all right. So I'm super proud. The times that he's setting there, the way he's resolving himself with the P1s and P2s, I'm super proud. So I told him that if I don't get to be a bronze quite soon, I will contract him to drive for me, because he's doing super well. I want to drive this race with him.
That would be amazing to see. A father-son duo. I think that should happen, surely.
Well, I mean, I'm super competitive doing the stock cars in Brazil and some other series, and not just Eduardo, but also my other son Fernando. So I really think that we can do this in a trio Barrichellos.
Okay, that's breaking news. You heard that here. That could happen, and I'm going to make it happen. Just a final point then. Has it made you want to go back out there and do it again? And has it really reignited maybe your love for Le Mans as well?
Absolutely. It's Eduardo has been my teammate for the last couple of years in stock car. We know how competitive it is. And I still have this thing burning inside, so I definitely want to come back to Europe for us to do long stints like endurance, and definitely Le Mans. Le Mans is very special.
Funny as well to watch it on the other side of the garage.
I'm such a proud dad that it's I mean, just to hear him and to see that he's enjoying himself. For me, the most important thing was when he was a kiddo, and also his brother, that they do because. Not because of me, because of them, and it seems like he's enjoying himself a lot and a lot of speed, so for me it makes me really proud.
Well, go enjoy the rest of the race, hopefully.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you, Rubinho. The 94 just ran into the back of the 36 Alpine ran into the back of the number 94 Peugeot and brought out a brief yellow flag down at Arnage. 17.5 hours to go. Ferrari lead 1-2-3 here at Le Mans, and it is the 83 from the 50 and 51A of Corsa.
JB comms chat urgent.
Let's go down to the world feed.
2 Aston Martins at the tail of the hypercar field, and then in the LMP2 category, it's the Pro-Am car of AO by TF that leads, and the best LMP Pure is the VDS Panis racing machine. We've got to go down to 38th position where we find Team WRT and the Valentino Rossi BMW leading the Manthey Porsche by 17 seconds, and then the 2 Lexuses. We have had, I think now, 4 retirements from this Le Mans 24 hours, the latest being Darren Lung in the 95 United Autosports McLaren. Drive-through penalty for the leader in LMP2. Louis Delatraz, yellow flag infringement during that yellow flag period just a few moments ago. He is also joined by the 61 Iron Lynx Mercedes that has had the same penalty. But just as we were on that interview with Rubens Barrichello, great to hear, by the way, that he wants to do Le Mans again, 53 years old. He must be a bronze soon. But big contact between Paul Chatin and the Peugeot ahead, both spinning. We saw a yellow flag down at Mulsanne just before that contact, but then another yellow flag when they both went spinning.
Yeah, it looked like Paul got caught out a little bit in the brake zone right towards the end. Obviously losing front grip when you're right in the toe of that car, as they're just checking around the back of it there.
This is the other one.
Oh, this is the other one, yes. Yeah, clipped the back, sent him into a spin, and then had to make his way around. The 33 has gone into the garage here, and they're all crowding around that rear left.
So is that the car that caused the first yellow flag down at the Mulsanne?
That came in quickly, yeah.
I wonder whether the Peugeot held the brake because there was yellow flag ahead, and that's why Paul got caught out, because actually he was slowing down more than he would usually because there was a yellow flag at Mulsanne.
Yeah, it could have been unsighted from the Peugeot, not spotted the yellow flag himself, and Taval doing the right thing and obviously checking up under a yellow flag. The TF guys looking at that rear left. Could be something on the suspension, obviously just trying to have a look, but as soon as you go in the box, it's hard to recover. As we go back to this top 3 battle, we're on 3rd place at the moment. Ifie actually in the distance. He's 2 cars ahead of this one. So we've got a P2 car in the middle of it. And Ifie now starting to edge away, and he has more energy left as well, doesn't he? So at the moment, the 83 car, the strongest out of these 3 still.
Squeal from the electric motor. Both deploying after 120 kilometres, 150 kilometres, something like that, but also then recovering as they either brake or freewheel into some of these corners, putting energy back into the electrical system.
And that's what they're talking about on the radio with their engineers here, is the engineers saying, okay, look, we're stuck in this position anyway, 51 and 50 especially, so let's have a little bit of lift and coast, let's try and save what we can, let's do that in the most efficient way you can, as they're really riding the curb and actually having to use an escape road that you don't normally use, or shall I say an exit of a track you would normally use, but it's nice and flat there, no curb to use. I think a little bit unsighted with the GT car, and we saw that, didn't we, in one of the practice sessions, didn't we, with, what were the two cars there that made contact? It was the Toyota, was it? And I can't remember who else it was, right in that...
Radio for Perguidi.
Assistant to Perguidi.
Okay, so there's a lot of cars under investigation for not respecting a yellow flag. This is exactly what we don't want to do. You are not under investigation, we are not, but please respect everything.
Oh.
Just reinforcing the regulations and the rules, because at the moment they are in so much control, Ferrari. 1, 2, 3, but a yellow flag infringement would throw that all under the bus. And a very serious message from the Ferrari engineer there. Do not get any infringements. Running wide, cutting the circuit, or if there's a yellow flag, or full course yellow, or slow zone, respect everything to the max, because they are in such a strong position. The best non-Ferrari, 22 seconds back in the hands of Matt Campbell, the number 6 Porsche Penske.
Still using a huge amount of curve through the chicane there. Every single curve was whacked, and the energy going through the car. They're obviously very confident in the product here, that they don't need to manage the car. They're driving fast and flat out. Interestingly, they've only triple stinted so far in this race on tyres, and this is the 3rd stint on these tyres. So are we going to see all 3 Ferraris put tyres on? Are they going to stay on the medium compound, or are we going to experiment on the soft? I think it's still a bit early with the track temp. It's just gone below 20 degrees. We're hearing from Michelin, it really needs to be sub 15 for that soft tyre to be the tyre to be on. So potentially another 3 or 4 hours we could go there. But with 3 cars, that's the joy you can have, and still the team working on that rear corner.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're 1, 2, 3. Definitely don't fiddle around with the formula quite yet.
Yeah, so we've seen a couple of cars. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, Joe, you've got the stuff in front of you, but the Toyota has been the car, and 1 or 2 others who have put in a front right soft, and has there only been 1 car, the Alpine was it, who's done a full soft. So that's all we've got to go on so far. It's definitely too early when the Alpine did it.
Yeah, no one's made the soft work,
yeah.
So that's for sure. But if you go to Ben's comment of if it isn't broken, don't fix it, we'd still be living in caves, wouldn't we? So someone's got to be a pioneer and work out some difference there. As we've seen the 33 car now released down pit lane, having a good wobble there as well to make sure it was all tight, and on their way they go.
And the other argument is, of course, there are variables, and there is a changing track temperature, and there is traffic and all these things. So yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but things are moving away from you potentially on that medium tyre. So at the moment, perhaps don't risk it. It's a better way of saying.
If it ain't broke, don't risk it. Look, even walking into the booth just now, it is the first time I've felt needing a jacket.
Yeah,
it is needed, and obviously we're still not anywhere near the cool temperatures of the night yet. So I think we are going to, for those of you who aren't staying to the committed hours, you're going to wake up to maybe seeing a few soft tyres on your screen. As there we've got the energy levels come up. We're back on board with Pierre Goudi here now. He was lifting and coasting for a good 50 metres into both chicanes, even into here, and also into Indianapolis, and so he's still managing to do the same lap time, so he's saving a lot here.
And the lift and coast is interesting as a driver. I remember the first time learning it, the engineer suggesting it, and almost just telling him to shut up straight away, because I'm a racing driver, I'm going to go fast, throttle is fast. But you can get into a style where you lose very little time, but can save anything, 5-6% energy, and it's a real interesting trait.
Softs all round for the 7 Toyota. They are the ones that need to throw the dice. They need to roll.
Yeah, they need to throw the dice. They need to see exactly where it's going to be. A change of pace and a change of situation slightly later on. You can see at the moment there's JT in his commentary box area as well. I know he can hear. I don't know if he can hear me. I think yeah, he can hear. Yeah, hello, give us a wave. He's on the Xfinity call, getting that set up as well with MRN taking us through the action. 17 hours to go. I will bug him and just remind him that we haven't had an hourly update so far this hour. If he wanted me to do no hourly update, they can't do an hourly update. I'll see if I can do an hourly update on our broadcast systems here. somehow, somewhere. Well, I'm trying to find the link in order to do so. Hang on a minute. No.
Nothing's happened.
Hang on. Alright. I can't find it because I've got We Will Survive from memory. Let's find out what's going on here. Let me find out. I'll find it. I always do. JT is correct though. Nothing has happened so far, has it, JT?
No.
No, nothing has happened. Right, where are we? When did you send it to me?
Shall I send it again?
I think I've got it somewhere. Hang on, is it here? Here it is, I've got it. You ready? Here we go.
Live from the JB Motorsports Broadcast Center, this is the Le Mans 24 Hours Hourly Update.
Well, we have 18 hours remaining here at the Le Mans 24-hour race so far. No change at the front. The race now just settling into the first hour of darkness, and with it has come a bit of a surprise. It is a Ferrari 123, but we have had drama in the hypercar category. The 94 Peugeot and the 36 Alpine, 13th, 14th position, coming together out there on the circuit, which is not the greatest. The 911 Cadillac and the 99 Proton have come into the pit lane as well, ready to change over. Leaders in the category at LMP2 is the VDS Racing number 48 squad. They've got the advantage over the AO by TF 199. The Inter-Europol competition 43 car running in order there as well. We did have problems earlier on for the 25 Algarve Pro Racing, but they are on track in 33rd position. Over in...
Yes.
Go on. Yes. Over in the GT3s, we've got the 92 Manthe leading the way. Correction now, thanks to the order change. It is the Team WRT, Calvin van der Linde, Valentino Rossi squad. That has got the order in 38th place overall, and leaders in GT3. Then out of the race so far is the 95 United Autosports, the 60 Iron Lynx, and the 88 Proton competition. They're the only 3 drivers so far that have retired. We're coming towards pit stops though in hypercar with the 51 Ferrari, the 8 Toyota and the 5 Porsche coming in this lap. And that's your hourly update here with 17 hours and 16 minutes to go at Le Mans 24 hour.
That was your 24 hours of Le Mans hourly update from the JB Motorsports Broadcast Center.
I thought that went quite well, JT. Shall I give us a wave or not, somewhere around the order? No idea what's happened to our screens, but there we go. Okay, let's head back over then to our commentary team at TNT.
Have the advantage of anyone in front of him to be able to lift and coast with either, to be able to save energy from or to be able to match the speed of. Yes, they'll all be on the radio to each other, but he's the one having to lead the front.
How the choreography should work is 51 boxes this lap. Let's listen to him.
Okay, we box at the end of this lap, box at the end of this lap for driver change.
Okay, copy box.
So, yeah, they're going to box at the end of this lap. Then the 50 will box the lap after. Then, Yay can go for another 2 laps. So they've already got that advantage. And it does look like 13's definitely the maximum. We've only seen Peugeot do a 14-lap stint so far as a driver change going on in the Toyota. It gives you such a good illustration how tight it is as Barami's tool frame slots in there. Driver helper, you can see that. The headrest being moved out and then snaps back into place. This is seriously well drilled in these cars these days.
Yeah, seamless here, aren't they? They've definitely done that many, many times, and that's part of the things they'll be doing throughout this week. Yes, on Friday there's no track running, there's the drivers' parade, there's constant driver change practices, and the Spielman will have been doing many a dry drill of these as we see the softs about to go on. So another car, another Toyota should we say, with brand new softs going on. Are they all round or just on the side? It looks like we've got 4. We do have 4. Mediums coming off. So the white wall on the side dictating, along with the S next to the Pilot Sport for the Michelin, and get a little bit of surface temperature there with a wheel spin. You'll see the lights pop on now, so when we release the pit lane button, when we get to the line, we'll call the line, hit the pit lane limiter button, that releases the limiter and turns on the main beam lights, which are banned from being on in the pit lane.
And no flashing lights allowed in pit lane either. That used to be a bit of a thing. You see the cars coming down pit lane flashing, but that's also been outlawed by the regulations. The number 7 hasn't yet shown us a lap. It's Mike Conway aboard the 7 Toyota, but we haven't yet seen what kind of pace that soft tyre could give him. Could it bring him back into the window? And Toyota obviously thinking it is definitely the time to go there. Buemi is now aboard, as we saw the 8, as we sit on board the 5. Is that the 5? Yes, it was. Julian Andlau, yeah. One car that has just set their best lap of the race on the last lap was the other Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 of Felipe Nasra. 3:28.0 he's managed on that last lap. It's a minute back.
Chunk faster than everyone else on track at that time.
I wonder whether he's just decided to turn up the WEC there. There's everyone else doing 30s, saving, but we know there's pace in that Porsche. It's just not consistent enough to be on par with a Ferrari. A minute back. That's the 5th place car.
I was just looking at outlaps for Conway while we waited for him to post a time, and a 3:41. So now the track temp dropping, the outlaps really affected. We saw 3:35 as an average outlap at the start of the race, track temp high then. So now the outlaps on cold tyres, anything 5-6 seconds slower. So they're losing up to 10 seconds at the moment on an outlap on cold tyres. That's going to force these teams into considering a quadruple stint on the tyres, because the net gain of a new tyre is lost for such a long time with this stint now.
Or potentially even considering the softs, because if you're losing half a second a lap towards the end of your stint on the softs, but you've gained maybe 2 of those 10 seconds back at the start, then maybe that's where you can start to generate a little bit more heat. But the Porsche not considering that. They went out on new mediums, and the Ferrari that we just saw on screen there was getting new mediums on, and here we've got the 87 Lexus doing a driver change, fuel and tyres. So there we've got some other mediums on the side. Is that just a spare punch set? No, they're ready to change.
Pit stop times coming in then, finally. And that's where we needed to sort of turn up. JT still with me up here in the comms box booth, watching on. It's getting dark here in the UK now. As WRT, are you happy with tyre pressure, or are they too low? I mean, if you can raise it a bit, it can be nice. I mean, we reached the target, but we're on the low side, they say. JT, it's getting dark out here in our booth, well, outside area, and I'm slightly alarmed because if the light fades, I have no light, and Megan's still in the commentary box calling the qualifying session, so it's not gonna. I might need candles.
Like a you problem.
Yeah. I suppose it's interesting. It's quite nice actually. It's been a bit refreshing. I'm not locked into the commentary box for 24 hours. I can get an hour out here, and I'm glad about that. It's a nice atmosphere. It's a nice, cool, calm, collected. And we wanted to do an hour out here. We've now been able to. Wish I could have had the fire pit though. Would have killed off some of these bugs that's hanging around here. But hey ho, it's full of water. We need to drain it and clean it and get it all set up, ready for when we have guests. Apparently, JT, there's a caution.
Is there?
Maya in the wall at turn 11. Bob Podcast has just told me.
Is there?
I have no idea. It's up to you. It's NASCAR.
I mean, when you first mentioned it, it was green, but I'm guessing you can see the flashing of the yellow now on the OBS, kind of.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I can see it as well.
Something tells me I'm going to have to cover MRN.
Well, as you do that, we'll head back down to our colleagues down at Le Mans.
Europe just didn't have the same level. And so BMW strong in GT3 right now, but not in the same league as the Ferraris and even the Porsches right now.
BMW there using 3rd gear in the chicane. I mean, I know these gear sets are fixed to different manufacturers, but for a Cadillac to be in 1st and for this car to be in 3rd, I mean, listen to it out the corner. He's almost using it as like a manual extra TC. saving fuel and no wheel spin in second gear out of the corner. It does sound a little boggy.
Also gets rid of 2 gear shifts, right? One down and one back up, so it takes a load of stress out of the gearbox. And these gearboxes go through so much stress. Obviously, the kilometres are going to do, as we see the 50 car 1 lap later, expect them to do tyres as well. So we're going to see an overcut potentially here from the 51 as he gets his tyres up to temperature. Is it going to be the other way? And the 50 will actually extend its lead, but so we expect to see Yiffy in the pits in around 7 minutes' time then.
Looking at the tracker, though, not necessarily the clean track that he had when we had the last round of pit stops, where he was able to do 3:28s. Also, he's on tyres that are at the end of their life, and so may not quite have that same effect that we saw last time, because, all right, on the one hand, you've got to get the tyres up to temperature, but they are also fresh. Soft going on, so a split strategy for the 50 and the 51. Is that just one soft on the left front?
No, it looked like all round there. So Nielsen aboard that car in his new liveried or non-liveried white helmet, which is a homage to his first karting helmet, and I think all of our first karting helmets.
Yeah, exactly. That's not very remarkable, is it?
Yeah, there's a couple of drivers who had. Adam Christo had a white helmet for a long time. 1 or 2 others. Of course, still having to hold a few spots. Look at how slow GT3 pace. GT3 pace coming out of the corner there.
The GT3 Lexus almost pulled away there. And they're both on new tyres, because the Lexus had stickers on as well, but just the heavier, softer car able to go. Now the hypercar finally starts to look in, but I'll keep an eye on these outlap times. But like I said, they've really dropped away, and it'll be interesting to compare, won't it, the 50 and the 51 outlap times, soft versus medium, to see if is there an advantage in turning this soft white wall tyre on.
And not only was he being cautious with his tyres, he was being cautious with the traffic as well. Didn't dive bomb into Tete Rouge. He didn't have the confidence in the car to do so. So had to follow that Lexus all the way through onto the Mulsanne.
Do you think AF are going to have enough data from the outlap of those 2 cars to make the right call on Yiffy? Because obviously he can now make a choice between medium or soft, but is there enough time on his next lap for those data engineers, performance engineers at AF course to work out what is the tyre to do? But good to see Ferrari not living in the cave and coming out and being brave.
Also, how much is that yellow Ferrari considered a works car versus it being a customer car? Yes, it's run in AF Corsa. Yes, it's part of the same team, but I don't know whether it gets the same shared data as the 2 red cars.
I feel like this is my hunch. This is not gospel whatsoever. But I feel like it would be the sense that the 50 and the 51 car would be asking to extract as much from them as possible, and the other way around might be a bit more limited, especially in this situation when the 83 is the one leading.
Yeah, suddenly that race engineer has no friends.
All animals are equal. Some are more equal than others.
And so actually Yiffy coming into the pits this lap, so 1 lap shorter stint this time than he's managed before, brings him slightly closer to the 50 and 51, or is this normal?
Yeah, it's a 12-lap stint, that one, so we haven't got the 13th lap out of it. Be mega interesting now to see what tyres they bolt on. Conway in that Toyota with the softs isn't really got any mega pace, nothing to write home about. On the timing screen alone, you wouldn't be able to tell he's on a different compound tyre, put it that way, and obviously the durability is only going to be worse of that soft tyre if they try to triple it.
And so is that him being careful? Is that him not pushing hard because he needs to make it last and you don't want to use it up early in the stint?
Could be a plethora of things. The balance of the car might not be as good at this moment in time, might suit a slightly lower fuel car later on in the stint. But yeah, first, as a driver, when you've changed compound tyre, you want to go through the process, and you'd rather have 5% in the bag at the end rather than 5% out of the bag too early and give yourself a headache for the last couple of laps of the stint.
Yeah, there's always that question mark when you go on to not only a new set of tyres, but a new compound of tyre that you've not been on maybe for 3 days at this point since you've last tried it. And in some cases, some of the drivers will have never been on that compound, at Le Mans this week, not been on it at all. As we see a replay here, what have we got here? We're on board the BMW number 20. Looks like a simple overtake of the P2 car, unless we're going to see something dramatic afterwards.
Is he going to run deep? No, gets the apex.
It's just a lovely onboard of a car we need to see again.
Also not to like, guys.
Exactly, we're here for racing, let's see it. So this, overtaking here between the double left, I mean, you're blinded. The lights, these laser lights, are direct focus. They don't have to be facing down like you see on the motorway. So these GT cars have an incredibly hard job to know the distance of how far away behind they are and how many there are. Because once you see one come through, at some point you've got to turn in and commit. And the Porsche curves is a terribly scary place for that.
In the GTE days, Corvette came up with that system that had a radar system that told you how close they were getting. Has that been translated into GT3 as well?
Yes, yeah, you have that panel system inside the car, and it's green, orange and red, and it'll be down the side, and it'll give you the different meters to how close the cars are coming, and even in your blind spots and your peripherals, so pretty much until they're alongside you.
And it's still very, very bright into the eyes.
Well, an ad break. How rare is that on a TNT broadcast at the moment as well? You pay for ad-free, and you don't get ad-free, so that's a slight annoyance on that front. But hey-ho, it's still going well. Let's go back to them now.
Jenson Button, I'm afraid. We don't know exactly when that infringement was, but they have deemed to have broken regulations on the yellow flag, and well, they are the weaker of the two Cadillacs at the moment, the best of the Cadillacs.
Yeah, been given a drive-through penalty for that manoeuvre, unfortunately. You can see here in our comp box, it's getting darker. So that's never a good sign to come into things as well. Now, JT's there, and he told me that he was with USRN. He's now with USRN on the call, which is great news. So that's where he is. You can see how dark it's getting here in the UK, actually. I wonder if that was a spider. They crept up beside me as well up here. 17 hours then coming up. I would have been sat here for an hour. Dear me, we are waiting for it to go differently, aren't we? Let's head back over to Radio Le Mans.
Any kind of blankets or in a heated area. You have to define the areas in which your tyres sit in the garage and out the back of the garage. And gone are the tyre warmers, the expense of the tyre warmers, but in has come a huge set of regulations to govern exactly where those tyres sit. Because, of course, you put a set of tyres in the sun versus put them in the shade, they are going to heat up like a tyre warmer.
Yeah, it's huge. You'll get a good 30-40 degrees out of a good tyre in the sun there, and it heats up the rim as well, and you make a huge difference here. I mean, it's going to be less effective now we're into these night hours, but yes, you're exactly right. You have to define exactly where you're going to put them, and it has to be under a certain temperature.
I've raced in some series where the tyre ovens are banned as well, and you end up working with the team to get a very hot truck, and the tyres get stored in a truck which is at 45 degrees, so it's a sauna as well as a... oh, and the tyres are warm, no way, how did that happen?
On board with Jenson Button, who's got that penalty looming for him. What a real shame for that car. Bit of a fan favourite, of course, with Sebastian Bourdais. 17 starts for Bourdais at the Le Mans 24 Hours. One of the older men of the championship as well. And he is obviously from Le Mans. And so that, with Jenson being a Formula 1 driver, the preferred car for so many around the Circuit de la Sarthe. But it is the other one that is doing the better work right now.
So nice to ride on board with Jenson Button. He's so smooth, places the car perfectly, just metronomic, and it's amazing how it's transformed across so many different disciplines. As we go to a replay here of Peugeot in front of us, we can see the slipstream effect popping to the right and carrying that momentum all the way through, and what looks like a relatively easy overtake done there as we see one of the Aston Martins pitting. Been a tough start, isn't it? Obviously they're looking here to get data. I would say one major lovely positive is when you just hear it roaring through the background, and they're getting to work on a tyre change. Interesting to see what they're putting on their car. All the data so important. You can see that driver cooling pipe. Interesting on the front of the helmet. Don't see that so often, normally on the top, but car released on a medium set of tyres. A huge amount of wheel spin there. It's almost like a rolling burnout.
So welcome back if you are watching on Quest, and a little recap of what has been happening. Ferrari been dominating at the front, the 83 leading for most of the way, the 50 and the 51 in the wheel tracks, lifting and coasting their way into being able to do an extra lap, each of them collectively. The 83 managing one less, with now Philip Hansen at the wheel. The Porsche number 6, who is in the lead, still needing to pit, and we're starting to see the soft tyres go on. We have a Ferrari on softs, we have 2 Toyotas on softs, and we have the Porsches sticking to their mediums, as we see now the number 6 from the lead darting into the pits, attacking the pit lane entry here, is just as it we're hitting a lot of curb there. Just as important here, following the LMP2 car there into the pit lane. First gear, 60 kph, the green dash there indicating that he's at the right speed, loosening his...
I'm gonna have to come in because I think I need to talk to JT here if I can on this one, because it looks like this. JT, you can hear me? Please, can you talk to me? What on earth is going on with you right now?
Jumping in. So
you could say, what on earth is going on with you? I was going to do an Instagram story about WEC, NASCAR and F1 at the same time. I don't have my nerd screen open, so there's no point, because my nerd screen is currently replaced by you.
What, smiling? Yes. Look at the pretty lights! Look at the pretty lights with the commentary box. Oh, come on.
Wow.
Yes, it's getting dark. And all
Look at my pretty lights. Wow.
Yeah, well, there's another set of lights that should come on. It's getting dark here, as into the pit lane comes the Porsche Penske number 4 as well. Don't worry, within the next half an hour, I'll be back in my box. As I back down to the team. Go on.
Back in the box or Jack in the box?
Back in the box. I won't be a Jack in the box. But no, it's going to get feisty very soon as well. Because we're losing the line.
Jack, back in the box.
We are losing the light very quickly here now. It's getting a bit alarming. Qualifying's gone on longer because of the red flag for Alexander Albon. Okay, wrong screen. Let's go back over to our colleagues over at TNT.
Fresh medium tyres aboard, and you see the LMP2 car from CLX driving around it like it's
and a GT3 car.
A GT3 car like it is an LMP4 car.
A dive bomb from the Corvette there down the inside. I mean, it's just bonkers, isn't it?
It's the complete opposite of what you want on an outlap, because he knows that GT car is going to hold him up. So I think he tried to defend through the first part of the S's and then finally had to concede. And there is that Corvette. Luckily, we're just going to breeze past him on the Mulsanne, so it's not too much of an issue. But look where that other prototype's got to in the distance. And Kevin Estre, wide-eyed and pretty bushy-tailed early on in the race. You can see him leaning forward in the seat. No karting trick almost, isn't it? Jump up and down in the seat to let the engine revs get through the torque a bit easier. But yeah, these cold tyres not looking easy to activate.
No, and hitting the curbs, yeah, snap there. I'm surprised actually he's still using any curb at all.
Yeah, with this lower tyre pressure on a cold tyre, the engineer is screaming at you to stay off the curb, because of the low tyre pressures. You don't have the rigidity, the structure in the tyre wall. It can cause a failure later on, and Kevin Estre decided he has to push through that and see what he can do pace-wise to try and catch the Ferraris.
Another drive-through penalty coming in, this time for the 34 machine. That is the Inter-Europol competition machine. That's not the one that's been dominating proceedings in LMP2 so far. That is the sister machine that currently sits in 10th position in class with Luca Giotto on an outlap at the moment. Sparks from the Peugeot in front of Jack Aitken, dodging and weaving through the traffic down the Mulsanne. And at this part in the night, I suppose there's just a whole additional element to this race. The car starts to behave a little bit more differently, and you've got probably less of an idea, I imagine, of what traffic is around you, because all you can probably see in the mirrors and the rear view camera is just a blaze of headlights.
Totally. It's a tough time to drive because of the confusion of who's around you with the cars. Especially, I remember doing it in the LMP2 years versus the LMP1 years, is when you're doing it in an LMP2 car, you they all look the same, so the taillights are all identical. So at least with these hypercars now, you can actually tell the difference, especially with the Peugeot versus the Porsche, and you can really kind of get to grips with who at least is in front of you. But it's also a beautiful time to drive. It's the time when you can really have that driving subconsciously feeling where it's just all in a rhythm and it all seems to click, and you can at least get a couple of stints out of the way where it feels like it all just flowed as clockwork. But then all of a sudden someone will spin, or you have a moment, or it'll go full course yellow, you'll get freezing in the car and the tyres will go cold, you'll lose a bit of that energy and concentration, and all of a sudden your third stint really drags.
So Jack Aitken in the slipstream and pops out to driver's left, and this will be a brave one to get done.
I hate my Peugeot rental car, and I hate this Peugeot, buddy. He's killing us right now. We're -5 to Button right now. Button's pulling away from us.
Cadillac have been
I don't disagree. My Peugeot 208 steering wheel does annoy me.
Do you reckon it's the same in the hypercar? It's always blocking the screen.
There was a 205 GTI parade before the 24 hours started as well. I didn't see too many people unhappy about that one. Drive-through penalty coming in for the second place car of Nick Nielsen, though. Yellow flag infringement. Now, boys, this is what we've been talking about. Ferrari so far, the works team anyway, are the only ones who've kept it sort of squeaky clean so far in this race, but now they have fallen afoul of this infringement as well. So yellow flag infringement for car 50.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been Nielsen either, I don't think, because he's only been in the car for the last 3 laps and hasn't been a yellow flag, so that would have been Molina. Interesting, we heard the sister car, didn't we, 51, the engineer telling Pierre Guidi, be careful of yellow flag infractions. You've not done anything, but lots of people are getting done, and that seems to be the case there. And that's going to really drop them out, and then suddenly it's becoming a 2 prancing horse race between the Ferraris. Of course, we've got a long way to go. A safety car would bunch them all back up, but with the pace being so similar, that is a real clip of the wings for the 50 car.
What the engineers are effectively saying, or at least said to the sister car, the 51, is I'd rather you lose 1 second every time you're in that yellow flag zone and do it 30 times during the race, you know, once or twice every hour, and you'll still lose less than getting 1 drive-through.
I feel like the engineer of the 51 said it after they would have been investigated. We've only just discovered the penalty, but I think the investigation would have been on this car, and the engineer would have used that as his prompt. Interesting, the flasher on this Ferrari hypercar. Let's listen into Nielsen.
Maximum push, no lift at course target.
So that's obviously in retaliation to losing 32 seconds for all the drive-through that he's got to serve. We're just going to talk about the Ferraris. If he flushes his headlights here on the BMW GT3 car, they almost all turn off on the flash. So it goes pretty dark for them when they flash their headlights. Might stop them flashing so much in the corners.
93 Peugeot also picking up a drive-through penalty for a yellow flag infringement. That one's going to have less of an impact on the race, I feel, because Paul Di Resta is currently in 20th position. That's Julian Andlauer, who's just made his way past Loic Duval for 11th position.
As long as they all get a drive-through penalty, it's pretty even.
Yeah, that's true. Well, if everyone's going to pick up a track limits penalty, that evens things out as well. But it's so funny, I was just talking with the other team members about how we have Ferrari 1, 2 and 3 going into the night, and seemingly everything going their way at the moment. And I say, trust me, when I come back on air tomorrow morning, it won't look that way.
Yeah, it's a lot of gravel there. So and still carrying on and on and on. So
is that somebody who's been through it and then deposited it back onto the racetrack?
Must be, yeah. We'll spin it all over the track and then carried it.
Yeah, so as we now take a look at the team, JT, darkness has fallen, and now here in the UK, I can barely see a thing out here. Red alert, please. I can't see a thing. It's not great. Have you seen, everybody, pole position time? Absolutely insane. Every time I am not in the commentary box, a certain British driver takes pole position. Every single time. It's getting beyond a joke how much that is happening. I'll just pop back into the other commentary box to get through. on board with the 24 Nielsen Racing. Oh, off, locked up and into the gravel down at Mulsanne, and down into Arnage, nearly had a big accident as well to come into it. So just a little bit wide with the continuation then going. There are 16 hours and 49 minutes to go. Drive-through penalty for the 81 for yellow flag infringement out there on the monitor. So, 16 hours and 49 minutes to go. We'll be leaving the outside and going into the commentary box once again, ready to go as we'll now return to our routes in a few moments. So we'll hand down to TNT and begin the changeover.
All probably from the last full course yellow, shall we say, or last slow zone.
We've just had so few yellow flags, haven't we? So it's almost got to be a collective mistake there from those drivers, and yeah, the penalties coming through thick and fast and affecting all three classes.
That's the 81, by the way, that's picked up a penalty. Charlie Eastwood currently at the wheel of the TF Sport Run Corvette in 7th position.
Oh, quite a lot of smoke coming out the back of that United Autosports car.
Is that smoke, or is that just the flies?
I don't know. That seems strange, and the GT car was also catching it out of Tech Rouge.
I think it's the flies.
Okay.
If anything, the night and the circuit being lit up by the headlights has only illuminated the problem, so to speak.
So on board with Julian, lots of lift coasting there. Staying in 7th gear for a while as well, so not even needing the engine braking and almost hitting the green bollards on the left-hand side, which actually have survived everywhere around the track except, I'd say, the 3rd one going through the turn 4 downhill right-hander, which has disappeared from a GT car earlier on in the race. But yeah, let's see how much lift and coast we've got here. 7th gear, full throttle. Lifts.
Wow.
I mean, that's a good 50+ meters.
More, I think, by the time the speed they're travelling there, and it all adds up though, doesn't it? 50 metres, 200 metres, 4 or 5 times a lap. Suddenly you're getting 600-700 metres of coast, and that can be the difference to adding a lap at the end.
So is this to try and, well, actually, we'll come back to that in a minute. Another drive-through penalty coming in, this time for the Action Express wheel and Cadillac of Jack Aitken, that currently sits in 9th position. These penalties are just coming in thick and fast.
This must almost be to a point where there's a poorly lit part of the track or something where all the drivers haven't seen the end of the yellow or something. To a point where I'd be questioning it. How have that many people made the same mistake in the same place? And people like Jack know exactly what they're doing. It seems surprising to me.
The problem is, as a driver now, it's so hard to plead your innocence, isn't it? With all the evidence and data, all the cars have GPS tracking systems with their speeds live to race control. Yeah, it used to be so fun when you could go up and lie and try and work out and sound like a politician of how to get out of a penalty.
You would never do such a thing.
I think I've become a bit of a serial killer in my old age of what I used to get out of penalties and stuff. But you're right, this must be the 7th car that's attracted the penalty, and super experienced drivers. It's odd to see, but again, it just shows you've got to keep a clean race to be there at the end.
So Julian Anlauer down the inside of the P2 car there. No lift and coast needed when you're going for the lunge and the overtake. We've got a double left here through the Porsche Cup, which is beautiful, and then you lift down a gear through into the karting, nice, and hug it tight, and then over through the left into karting using all the road.
VDS Panis Racing currently leads in LMP2, and we can catch up with their team principal, Olivier Panis.
Olivier, where is the excitement level? Of course, there's still 17 hours to go, but I mean, you're looking super strong here in Le Mans.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a long time to go, but we're quite happy for the pace for the moment. All the drivers did a really good job, but yeah, it's still long to go. But we are quite confident. The car looks good, driver happy, pit stop was really good for the moment, but you know, I mean, nothing is finished yet.
Talk to us about this lineup, very young, two young guys, and Oliver discovering Le Mans, and of course there's Frank and his experience, but looking really, really strong.
Yes, I mean, it's the ADN of VDS Panis Racing to have a young driver to making them pro one day, and we're very pleased with Olivier Gray. It's the first time in Le Mans. Esteban Masson is a Toyota driver. He's pretty impressive. and Frank Pereira is a very strong driver with a lot of experience. We have very good lineup.
Are you going to manage to sleep tonight, Olivier?
Well, I mean, I don't know. We try to do our best to manage them and to manage everything, but you know, Le Mans is sometimes you have some big surprise, but we need to be focused. But yeah, I'm confident.
What's the plan for the night?
Sorry?
What's the plan for the night with the drivers?
I mean, normally we plan to do each driver 3 stints all the time if there's nothing happen.
Thank you so much. Merci.
VDS Panish Racing there leading in the midst of this pit stop sequence. It is Inter Europol that has quite a firm grip on that class at the moment, and VDS Panish Racing run by the TDS team. They have a sister car in there as well, but interesting to see the Mark VDS team racing at Le Mans on both 2 and 4 wheels in 24-hour competition, now as a partner of the KM99 team in the FIM Endurance World Championship. Let's have a quick check-in here with the number 15 BMW just skating off the road at the end of the Mulsanne.
Just deciding that, let's listen into what he said after that happened.
What happened now? Engine completely switched off. Okay, copy. We saw rear locking here right.
Interesting. So rear locking on the rear right. So maybe a safety function into which the engine is obviously cut out or switched off. Then you don't get the engine braking. So then you sail forward. So a big part of the braking in these cars isn't just the glowing red discs you see, the pads on the, as you see in pit. Now is that, let's have a little look if that is a scheduled pit stop or not.
Just about. It's 12 laps, so all okay. But I don't want to call, I love the pit display, by the way, on the BMW. Very obvious for the driver there. But I just wondered there, I don't want to call Kevin Magnussen out on experience, but when you do lock a rear, the revs drop all the way. Was the engine not cutting out? Was it just a rear locking? But the rear very rarely locks on a prototype on warm tyres. So a strange issue there. Hopefully a bias adjustment to the front axle will fix it for them.
Potential drama for the sister number 20 car because Rene Rast is under investigation for speeding in pit lane. That's been fairly slam dunk so far in this race. Also a drive-through penalty for the 35 Alpine.
So was that he hit the Peugeot?
It was Paul-Luc Chatin in the car when that incident happened, and that is the penalty being applied. It is currently Ferdy Habsburg who is in the car. That car's on an outlap at the moment in 19th place.
I think we might have some gravel brought on the track at Mulsanne Corner. Slippery surface flag marshal post 21.
I think that's the Naveen Rao incident we saw
Feels
earlier.
like a long time ago now for it to come out, personally.
Yes, it does.
I mean, it's where K-Mag went off, but didn't bring any gravel on.
Yeah, he had one wheel dipped in and that was it. He chose to slow it down enough and not have to go around that roundabout so he could make it back on again. They are giving the rear a really good look when they were in the pit lane earlier. Oh, you could just hear the Aston Martin in the background even when it's not in shot.
Do you know, it's astonishing the fact that this engine exists in 2025, and it was fascinating hearing the conversation earlier about the torque of the engine making life a little bit difficult for them, because let's also not forget that the last time a non-hybrid car won Le Mans was back in 2005, and so it's been 20 years since that has happened. Already you would think, well, maybe it's not the way to go, and I don't know, it does seem mad that they've done this. I will happily be proven wrong by Aston Martin, though.
They're quietly confident that they can improve this car, of course, and I mean, you only have to come and listen to it and it makes you smile. I've been fortunate enough to drive the road-going version and the AMR Pro, which some of the parts carry over from it, and it just makes you fall in love with motorsport and driving. And Aston Martin doing a great job with a track event where you can bring your road car Valkyrie and come and drive it on track and drive it how it was designed. And obviously remember, Adrian Newey was involved in the design process right at the start of the Valkyrie project.
Well, Marco Sorensen currently at the wheel of 009, very much the start of qualifying in his 11th Le Mans 24-hour. Taylor returning to Le Mans, but his first time here as a team boss rather than as a driver as well. And how wonderful to have his two sons sharing a car as well, alongside Philippe Albuquerque. That car currently running in 17th position and being chased by Marco Sorensen, actually, despite quite a significant gap in tyre age in the Cadillac's favour.
Yeah, I mean, 47 laps on the Aston there, and 27 we saw on the Cadillac.
Well, hello everybody, and apologies for what seems to be something broken. Don't know what. Okay, something's broken. We can't fix it. Lovely. Stay tuned, we know that there's a problem, we're on our way to fix it.
At least, and also it has a little bit of damage on that side pod. It was mentioned really early on they clipped the side pod there, but it's quite a big kind of gouge out of it. They've fixed something with tape. Normally those sort of bits of damage on the side pod of a Formula 1 car, that's the end of the aero, which just goes to show it's a bit different in WEC, because it seems to be doing relatively okay. But yeah, it has been in the wars, but it's not just the wars, it's on softs as well.
That was always the big question, wasn't it, Nick? Whether teams would, well, I'm sure many of them were always planning to head to the softs, but at what point in the evening? So several teams starting to make them work now. Remember, as was explained to me earlier on in the week, it's not as if you go...
Say again, JT.
...all the time from the off. You can chop and...
Say again, JT. Okay, there's been some sort of massive failure across all our systems at the moment. It's not just affecting us, it's also affecting the NASCAR broadcast. So we think it's YouTube. Stay with us, we'll try and get it fixed.
Change as long as you don't use more than the 56 allocated to you, and it's the point where you leave the pit lane with a new set of tyres. They're recorded by the RFID chips, and that's then in your allocation.
Of the pace difference between these cars, 32 seconds covering hypercars down to GT3, and then LMP2 almost smack bang in the middle, slightly closer to the hypercar pace than a GT3 in that multi-class racing, always making it exciting and almost hard to call what the lap times are going to do because of that traffic element.
So it has obviously, like you said, it's hurt that Ferrari a lot, but in terms of gap to the 51, it's 21 seconds behind it, and we say it loses how much in the pit lane? 32?
Yeah, exactly.
So actually, does that mean within his stint itself, he's gained 10?
Yeah, I mean, the pace has been strong of Nielsen, and he's on the soft tyre as well. So I think the soft tyre is showing stronger pace as an average. He is slightly slower than Hansen on the medium, but he has had good pace on the soft tyre. Nielsen, interesting to see if they can go as far. They've been triple stinting the mediums. Let's see what they can do with the soft.
Jack Aitken was one of the cars to fall afoul of the yellow flag infringement and pick up a drive-through penalty, but in for a scheduled stop by the looks of it. Just makes his way back out onto the racetrack as Nick Nielsen demoted to 4th position, as you mentioned there, Joe, because of the drive-through penalty that they picked up as well. So now chasing after the number 6 Porsche being driven by Kevin Est. And sector times at the moment, well, they're not hugely in the Ferrari's favour, so it's not like he's just going to drive up to the back of the Porsche and retake his podium place.
Well, Este's last lap was actually the fastest lap of anyone inside the top 6. So the pace of that Porsche good, and it's heavier on fuel. We know that car is our longest stints so far, 5 laps later than the 50 Ferrari, so they're getting closer to getting rid of one of the stops. Those headlight flashes of the Ferrari goes very dark on the off bar of the flash, and here's the painful element of sitting behind a P2 car for both of these chicanes at the end of the lap. We'll look to open up the last corner to try and get the momentum run. It's almost like a switchback, but obviously not for position. Trying to minimise time loss from the traffic is a great skill for these drivers to have.
And you can hear the electric motor kick in at 150 kilometers an hour as well. It is always a combined 680 horsepower, regardless of whether the electric motor is being utilized. And there are various different powers that the cars can use at various different speeds as part of the balance of performance as well. Aston Martin out.
Okay, we are back with you. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to JB Motorsports and our coverage. Omi's rejoined us after a chaotic race and a qualifying session for Formula One. Omi, how was Formula One? Not here, is he? Amy, I can't hear you. Well, that goes well. Hello, JT. Anything from you? We're live.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello. Hello, hello. Right, we're all back now. Okay, cool. Omi, what did you make of that as we're back live?
Very interesting. Yeah, sorry. I'm basically vlogging this weekend. Yeah, I'm doing a bit of a vlog this weekend. So as I'm quite busy, I've just got a lot of stuff. So I was just quickly recording my little thought on F1 quality as well after that. So yeah, I'm back here. I do need to eat some food, so I'm going to do that in a second. But I'm just going to wait a few more minutes so I can start the IndyCar qualifying session as well.
Just a reminder, at 11 o'clock, we will be transferring over to part 2 of our broadcast for this evening's race. So that's in half an hour's time. It'll automatically be redirected. JT, are you able to talk right now? How is NASCAR going? It sounds like it's absolute hell.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, hello. We lost everything, but we're back now. How's NASCAR going?
Well, USN went for an ad break, so I picked it up as I normally do. I had a complete bus mixer mic failure.
We had the same.
And
TV
it
pitch went
was
off.
because my laptop decided to randomly put my microphone input level in Windows settings to 13.
Oh, wow.
It's normally on 100.
That'll do it. I think the helicopter feed has gone down for the night. I haven't seen it go up yet, if it is back. Oh, it is back! Yay! I love my little camera setup. You'll see it shortly, actually, because we're going to change the camera angle for a while. But let's go down quickly to the pits.
Results so far, and yeah, finally in the mix here in Le Mans after such a strong, tough start of the season for you guys.
Yeah, most definitely, and I think especially when you're looking at the race, coming from last in, let's say, the hypercar category, to be running P4 and up front early in the race is fantastic. So far, no mistakes. We're running clean, and yeah, just ticking over my hours. Obviously, we're still very early in the race. For sure, the Ferraris have a lot of speed at the moment, and just trying not to lose any more time there. And obviously, they're making mistakes too, getting drive-throughs. So hopefully, that can keep happening to them.
Yeah, but it's all we've ever wanted to see, Porsche versus Ferrari again, and in the hypercar class in Le Mans. This is a dream.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's been a lot of rivalry over years, coming from GT and so forth. But, they've had their shot the last 2 years, so hopefully it's our turn this year.
Tell us about the conditions out there. Was it pretty hard to see with the visibility, with all the bugs and everything going on?
Yeah, I mean, you speak of the bugs, and for sure the bugs are making it extremely difficult, especially when the sun is coming down and you've got the glare on the windscreen. But as I was going into the nighttime, this was getting easier to manage and see. And to be honest, the conditions have been not so bad so far. We're talking about strategy and what we're doing on tyres. But at the moment, we just got to keep ticking over the next couple of hours and see how it keeps progressing. So it's expected to be a little bit colder tonight compared to the last few. So see how it is for us.
What's the plan for you in the next couple of hours?
Yeah, next couple of hours, try and get some fluids in, get a little massage, a little rest, and yeah, I think I'm back in the car about 1:30 in the morning. So I've got the midnight stint, and we'll go from there.
Thank you so much.
Cheers, thank you.
Do the best then.
Matt Campbell there talking as well in. Yes, Omi, back to you. What on earth happened in that Formula 1 qualifying session? It was just insane. Goes well.
A factory driver for the British squad, and his father, Luca, a two-time class winner here at Le Mans as well. So, yeah, something of a warm welcome for Mattia Drudi, which seems crazy to say this is his first time at Le Mans, given all the success we've seen from him as an Audi factory driver in SRO competition.
Just looking at the GT battle, actually, on the timing screens, we see the Ziggo Sport team do a full service there. We've got 14 cars on the lead lap. Kessel Racing Ferrari, the last car, still on the lead lap. But Team WRT, the 46 car, Van der Linde, at the moment in the car, 47 seconds ahead of second place. So to have 14 cars on the lead lap's mega, but nearly, what, a quarter of that lap is to second place. And at the moment, the Manthey Porsche in second of Hardwick not able to respond to the pace at all of that BMW.
Julian Andlauer there with 249 overtakes. So 5 more overtakes than the second quickest GT3 car, second quickest hypercar there in overtake category.
Yeah, expect Collado to pit this lap from second place in the 51 Ferrari. Should be fuel only. This is his first stint on a medium set coming up to an end.
Of course, you see the Racing for Charity logo on the wheel arches of the Porsche. It's their third consecutive year of the Racing for Charity program, where every lap they complete in this race, 500 euros are donated to children's charities. The Kinderhörsen, which transports children with heart diseases from less developed countries to Germany for life-changing operations at the Freiburg University Hospital. And I'm told that donations from Porsche have helped save the lives of 28 children. There is a second charity involved as well, the Interplast, which provides medical aid in developing countries and crisis regions. That's helped 100 children with life-saving operations, and that's all because in the first 2 years of the program they've raised over 1.8 million euros with their Racing for Charity scheme. James Collado into pit lanes. We saw a lot of noise from, I think it was the EDEC Sport LMP2 car coming out of pit lane, but 51 in the box. This was the second place car earlier on. See quite a bit of scrub on those rear tyres.
Yeah, he gets rid of that with a little bit of wheel spin as he pulls out the third of the 3 pedals on each side, being the top one being the clutch he was holding down there. And he launched his way out, hits the pit lane exit button, lights back on, and he has enough temperature that he can push straight away as he comes out of the pitch there, which is a much nicer feeling. The light on the top inside the car that is shining purple, that's an indication for which of the Ferraris are coming down the pit lane so that the team know. Each one will have a different colour, and that happens throughout the different categories. Riding on board here, going through into Tête Rouge, such a beautiful part of the track here when you run it all the way out and just within track limits every lap. I think most people have been pretty safe with track limits. We see them on our timing screens pop up. The only one in the last lap to get one was Makiewicz, but otherwise, I mean, we've gone the last hour or two with maybe seeing 1 track limit, 2 track limits. I'm all for the exit of the last corner, for instance, where they extend it out. The gravel is the limit. You can push all the way up to that, and I think it makes for a more dramatic lap, and it's more fun for us as drivers going up to the edge of the gravel than it is up to the edge of a white line.
Changes down in 48. Camp, the VDS Panis Racing machine. Yes, it is Esteban Masson. And doesn't look like they'll be doing a tyre change either down there. Of course, Goodyear not only celebrating 45 years since the launch of their Eagle brand, but also the new compound of LMP2 rubber, which supposedly could last 5 stints here at Le Mans, which is about 2 Grand Prix distances as well. And interestingly enough, also would exceed the maximum drive time you're allowed to do in a 6-hour period. So basically, you could put a driver in, and until you legally have to rip him out of the car, keep him on the same set of tyres.
Is that 5 proper stints or 5 stints we're seeing this year of 10 laps? That's the problem, isn't it? The stints being 38 minutes. I would put in my old man hat, a stint should be an hour. Anything less than that's not a full stint. So, yeah.
Well,
interesting.
the Mons stints.
I could see quite a lot of pickup on the rear left of that VDS Panis car. I don't know if that's just as you come into pit lane, the marbles being thrown up, a couple of quick corners should clean that up, but what a great shot of the car snaking through S's Tete Rouge now. Into Tete Rouge itself, this fast right, so easy to run wide, like you were saying, Ollie. Track limits never the driver's fault, it's always the designer of the circuit not making it quite right. But I have to say the track limit warnings have been a lot less hot than I thought they were going to be, with the rules being so strict that each driver only getting 4 lives, and the 5th misdemeanor being a drive-through penalty. I thought it was going to be a bigger issue than it currently is, as we've got 16 hours and 21 minutes remaining.
Very weak, the headlights, aren't they? We've spoken about it before, but the P2 car headlights, even though fixed, and it's the same for all in the category, when it was driving in front of the Porsche GT3 car there, I mean, you'd be gutted if you pulled up in the car park next to a nice hypercar with bright, shiny lights in that.
I always remember talking to engineers when you're out at night and you say, my headlights aren't very good. No, okay. And then a good car would come out with its bright highlights and you could see your own shadow of your car because their headlights were that much stronger than yours. You were in the shadow of your own car, and that was the evidence you would need. But go to this Cadillac, it's got the bluest lights out of all of them, and it punches all the way down here. Look at all those reflector markers on the Arco. As far as the eye can see, the lights pinging back at us, and this is like driving in daylight, isn't it, for this Cadillac?
It's a beautiful run for the Caddy, to be fair. It's got clear view, clear track ahead, and I think that's the sort of greatest advantage we've got as things currently stand. So JT's just disappeared for a moment as he gets things sorted with MRN and USRN as their coverage begins as well. We are watching with 16 hours and 20 minutes to go of the Le Mans 24-hour race in 2025.
Fixed set, compound and age.
Definitely, even more exciting if we found out that sometimes the graphics aren't quite spot on, because we've just looking back and forth here. Sometimes they change axle to axle, side to side, and it seems like they've changed the front to the rears there on that one.
Philip Hansen in the AF Course 83 is going to have to come into the pit lane. He's done 11 laps since his last pit stop, and he's on 1% of the virtual energy tank, so he will be boxing this lap for some new runs around there on the systems. Not really to be unsurprised, to be honest with you. We saw that coming a million miles away. Let's go back over to the radio.
Here, chasing
Cadillac.
Hey buddy, just for reference, the 6 car with Estre is 2 seconds back. You might be seeing some blue flags. We'll wait till they're closer. Their last lap was a 3:29.4, just for information.
So Ricky Taylor chasing number 7 Toyota, Mike Conway. So take a look inside the WTR garage. Ricky Taylor, this is just such a fantastic fast part of the racetrack, and not a lot of space to get it wrong either in the first element of the Porsche curves, but definitely did not expect to see Toyota coming under pressure for 16th position in this race.
It's painful, isn't it? It's yes, we're early-ish on, but there's definitely a trend of who's strong where, and with the pit stops being limited to when they are, there's only so much that can change with the strategy without any safety cars coming out.
Philip Hansen into pit lane, and Kevin S does continue on for another one. So the number 6 retakes over the front of the field, and Ricky Taylor has been warned about those blue flags. He is now a lap down. to Est, but by the estimations will be in, well, actually probably at a similar time, because the Cadillac is at a sort of similar energy level.
Yeah, 2 more laps for Est. She's on his 11th at the moment, so all hypercars settling into this 13-lap stint at the moment. And, Ricky Taylor struggling to catch the car in front still, isn't he, as we see Hansen release on hot tyres. It's a good illustration, like you highlighted, Ollie, when they're a used warm tyre, there's no tyre smoke, there's no wheel spin, and the drivers use the wheel spin obviously quite effectively to get some rear temp in those cold tyres, and obviously quite spectacular. It was banned for so many years here at Le Mans, not being able to wheel spin out of your box, but now with the cold tyres it's almost a necessity to be able to do that.
There's a really good illustration about what you were talking about there, gentlemen, between the P2 and the hypercar headlamps.
What P2 car? Oh yeah, there you go.
If you squint, you can see there is a racing car there.
A great illustration as well, the spread of the light. So you've got that main beam punching through the night here, and then you've got what we would historically call our curb lights, almost out at 45 degrees, and that allows the driver to see their next corner, and it just opens up your peripheral. But yeah, super great illustration of how well it is. And actually, we're above it, so we're not quite seeing the length of lights they would be doing.
Blue flag's also being waved, but I can only assume it's for the car behind. But
yeah, nothing much going on as we saw with those highlights. We've just got the onboard camera up here, and the commentary box actually from the helicopter camera, and you can see how much of a light actually does punch into it. And I know Omi's eating food, so Omi, when you get back, answer me the question of what it's like. Which is driving a night really a challenge anymore with the amount of surrounding lights you get around Le Mans? Because looking on board here, it doesn't actually seem to be that bad. But then again, eyes can be fooled. It's darkest around some areas of the circuit, but this is the best time at night. This is the best run we get. And I'm delighted to tell dear viewers, this first part of the broadcast has hit 10k viewers. So thank you very much, everybody, for 10,000.
Off is ideal, and then above those you've got 3 different boxes there which will be relating to the different TC settings, slip and gain for those who are technical and keen to understand the difference between the amount of TC and how it works. One is how much TC and one is when it kicks in, so at what angle in the corner it kicks in. So 1.5 seconds down the delta here, and then underneath that box you've got the tyre pressures, so front right, front left, rear right and rear left, and there's a legal amount versus minimum amount, sorry, that you've got when you come out the pits.
Presumably you want both of those down as low as possible.
So the least amount of TC intervention that you can get away with, subject to having the grip, yes, but the amount of sliding that you create if you don't have the grip causes friction and therefore not forwards motion, which then you lose all the way down the straight. So a lot of the time when these AMs first come into motorsport in general, obviously not in these hypercars, or when we first get in them, it feels like you're really quick through the corner if the car's dancing around and moving around, but actually what's happening is you're losing all the way down the straight because you've caused friction throughout the corner, and that energy is lost and not put into perpetual forward motion. So that slip and gain is to control right on the limit of how much you can get away with not having that sideways slip motion, with as much grip and as much torque and power that can go through the rear wheels, down onto the ground and shoot you down to the end of the straight here in 7th gear at 320 kilometers an hour.
I believe Ben Keating is the only AM to have actually driven one of these cars. I was at the Rolex 24, and I believe the new announcement about the Asian Le Mans Series, because Hypercar will be becoming the new top class in the Asian Le Mans Series for privateer entries only, which I do believe will accommodate for bronze drivers as well.
Do you want to go halves, Joe?
Sorry, sir.
Do you want to go halves on a hypercar?
Yeah, go on. If you pay for all of it, I'll do the other half. Yeah, interesting, when we were on board there with Estra, the 7 Toyota dived out of the way for us into the last forward chicane. They've really given up there and didn't fight it at all, and starting to worry that 7 car may have a problem. Last lap was still a 3:32, so it was okay for Conway, but really got out of our way as we would expect Estra to box this lap. This is his 13th lap of the stint.
James Kalyder doing his second track limit warning of the race, not of the stint. So he's allowed 2 more, and we see brand new Dunlops going on to the number 11, currently in 3rd place, wheel spinning out of the box.
Goodyear's going on the LMP2. So they'll have you for that. So René Rast here with 50 Ferrari in front of him, alongside him, and pretty soon behind him. So that is Nick Nielsen getting done by René Rast. Now, Rast has got a little bit less fuel in the tank at the moment, but that certainly wouldn't have been in the AF course strategy plan there.
His last lap, only 2/10 quicker, but enough to get a run. I wonder if he missed some traffic there in the first sector that gave him that run. There's a 3:31.1 versus a 3:31.3 is there. I'm pretty sure that's new tyres that's gone to the BMW.
Rast has been quick on the stint average. His last 2 stints in the mid-30s as an average, whereas Nielsen, in comparison, in the 31s, mid-31s. So that BMW now starting to waken. Track temp ever dropping. Now another couple of degrees cooler in the last hour, 23 degrees now. So yeah, that BMW waking up, as is the Porsche. Hanson's stint average hasn't been as strong. Kalyder now the fastest Ferrari out the 3 on average in the 51 Ferrari.
So in comes Kevin Est, right on cue. After, is this the 13-lap stint, Joe?
Correct, yeah, so really we are settling into this 33. You can see the illustration there, the 83 car just coming into the Porsche curves now, so should regain the lead. I don't expect tyres for this car either.
That Formula 1 pit stops and changing 4 tyres in 2 seconds is very impressive, but to me there's nothing quite like watching, 6 people just jump over this car, especially the windscreen cleaners.
I'm surprised there is not more, correct me if I'm wrong here, hypercar teams that don't do what Porsche do with their indicator lights, indication lights of which car's coming in the pits, because that whole light system has to turn off, full beam system, when they hit the pit lane button, but then their daytime running lights turn into coloured lights which indicate which one the car is. So of course bright purple on there, rather than looking for a tiny little light. Here we're navigating the Lexus with the 83 yellow liveried Ferrari car around the outside onto some gravel, which is been freshly put up there.
But Phil Hansen now back into the lead of the race. 51 has gone through as well, so this should be Porsche in 3rd position, and definitely clear of the 50 Ferrari of Nick Nielsen. So Philip Hansen, James Kalyder and Kevin Est, the top 3 as it stands. Sebastian Buemi is in 6th position at the moment, one of the most successful drivers at Le Mans. Let's have a closer look at his career.
Seb, thank you for spending some time with us. 4-time winner, 14th time competing, I think, so this must feel like coming home for you.
Yeah, not quite yet. Of course, you know, the more you do it, the more you know what to expect. But every year it's somehow a bit different. And I've been lucky, obviously. I've been only with Toyota for those 14 years, so it's been good for stability and continuity. And this year we have a lot of stability with the car being the same now since 3 years, and obviously, you know, the same drivers and the same tires. So we know more or less what to expect.
So does the relationship, like you say, been coming here a long time, does the love sometimes dip and then it comes back?
With Le Mans?
Yeah, with Le Mans. How do you feel about it, the race? Is it always the place you want to be?
Yeah, I think it's an amazing event. Every year, you know, you get excited. The first few laps, they're always special, you know. When you do a lap, for example, in Spa or Imola, the track we've been before, yeah, the first lap, okay, it's nice, but here it's very special. The first time you exit Tête Rouge in the test day, and it's an amazing feeling. So I would say you always look forward to it. You sometimes, when things don't go your way, it's hard. It's hard, you know, because it's an amazing race when you win, but it can be one of the worst one when you lose.
So, how about you personally? How hungry are you still? You number 5 is within your reach, but how hungry are you? Does it still keep you up at night?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I always feel excited, a bit stressed. You know, I want to do well, I want to win, but I've learned over the years I'm not, you know, going into the race thinking about the win. I'm going more into the race thinking about how can I execute the best possible job, and I always look at the next session, the next lap. It doesn't bring anything to think, yeah, I want to win. Of course, we all want to win, but I'm just looking, how can I do a better job the next lap? What can I do on the car? What can I change on the steering wheel? How can I use the tires differently? And I take it step by step like that. I feel like it's a bit easier for me to just stay motivated and focused over the course of the week, because it's a very long week.
Okay, fantastic. Well, good luck at the weekend. Thanks for spending some time with us.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Obi's back with me now in the commentary after having a food break as well. Hello, my friend. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Knackered, we haven't even really begun. We're 1/3 in the race.
That's just brilliant then, isn't it?
Yeah, 101 Shadow says, boring man, this race sucks. Not like the 24 hour I can watch the whole race on YouTube channel. I know what you mean. It's not the easiest race to get to, and it's still coming alive, this 24-hour race, but do bear with it. It is going to get exciting towards the sun-up, and the last couple of hours, so things always bubble away. And we've got Tom Cans is joining us in the commentary box in around about half an hour's time, and in around about 2 hours, Jake Sanson will be back with us in the comms team as well, and the JBM team go all night long. And Obi, please do get some rest, because you've got a lot to do tomorrow still.
Yeah, still a lot to do, which is going to be quite nice, but yeah, it's been an interesting day of action, and I've got a little game for you to play now.
Oh, good, we needed a distraction. Go on, what have you got for us?
Okay, so, I was finally thinking it's finally time you find out my age. So...
Oh, right, we're doing this on a broadcast, are we, at Le Mans?
Yeah, exactly, we're doing it on a Le Mans broadcast. Because, yeah, I feel like, so another member of the team found out my age. So it's like, it's spreading too much. Eventually someone's going to bring it up. So we may as well properly do it as a little game before someone spoils all the fun.
Right, okay. This is exciting.
So, guesses? Any guesses? Here we go.
I always thought slightly younger than Megan. So I was always thinking 16, 17, that type of age. But I don't know. He could be the same age as Megan for all I know. But I don't think. I think I'll stick with 17. Younger, higher or lower?
I'm telling you that. You just have to guess
right,
numbers.
Okay. This is the worst, by the way, thing to play at 11 o'clock at night on a Saturday. Well, God, is it similar to JT?
I'm not telling you. Work it out yourself.
Well, this isn't a game. This is you basically just telling me, like,
yeah,
no.
Exactly.
Well, one.
It has to be challenging, though. It has to be challenging.
Hang on. I can go from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. You're older than 21. Blimey, you're not older than Megan. You can't be older than Megan. You don't even remember.
Okay, so next proper number being guessed, and you're not being given hints.
Well, if it's not 17.
He's ignoring me.
What?
Yes, focus.
Hello.
What?
How has Le Mans been?
Hang on a minute, because now I've got to turn my camera off in order to make YouTube appear on the screen.
Good.
By
Seen
pressing
you enough to do.
Hang on, I can't press buttons fast enough. There we go. I'm trying to work out his age. He's making me play a game.
Are you?
Yeah, and also I'm not giving him any hints as well. Tom Kane's got a hint, but
it's the
he
worst.
doesn't get a hint. Because he's seen me for like years, so he doesn't get to have a hint.
It's the worst game on the
Guys, there's a problem. I think there might have been a new conflict just started.
Oh, what's happened?
An American NASCAR just blew up in Mexico.
Oh.
Literally?
Literally.
Oh dear.
Its engine went boom.
Ice will be all over it later on. Okay, I'll go
Okay.
16. 15. It's between 15 and 17. That's
Pick
my...
a number, mate.
16.
No.
17.
No.
18. Is it high or lower?
I'm not telling you that.
Is it 15? That would be a surprise.
Yes.
Oh, well,
done.
that's a surprise. There we go.
So yeah, by the way, just for info, 2023, I was 13 when I joined the team, and you were asking me, do I drive? As well.
I did that, yeah, I did that. I did that.
It's like, okay.
Oh, wow! There's a party going on in the Smosh Pit at Le Mans. So, there's, just see on the aerial camera, there's a parties going on for the midnight, because it's getting up to midnight.
We just had an American-Mexican style USN mid-race report, and it works very well.
So, what's actually the deal right now? Who's broadcasting what, where, and how?
I'm broadcasting USN.
Right, okay. I'm with you now.
Yeah.
And you're filling in the blanks.
No, USN are through. They're like staying on, I think.
What, Matthew and Seth are there?
Yeah.
Oh. I've lost track. So were they there at the start of the race?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm with you now.
But now I'm in the team pool, as you can see.
I'm with you now. I'm with you now.
Anyway.
Yellow flag. Yellow flag. Sorry, JT. Yellow flag has come out onto the circuit. It's gone green now. Go on.
This was the music that we had in the background of the Mexico Xfinity race mid-race report.
Salsa time. Yes, I'll take salsa time.
So yeah, when's the rehearsal? We're getting very close to the night.
Yeah.
We need a rehearsal at this point.
On the 1, 2, 3. Is there a song about Le Mans?
Oh god. I mean, I told Megan about this. We both agreed that we just let you do most of the singing, and she told me that you're quite a good singer. So.
Lemon. What is there any special request? Do you want me to get a microphone ready as well, and do it a bit like Britney?
Yes, guys, get the special requests in. Come on, here we go.
Well, it is midnight. Any special requests? any come on, it's karaoke time, everybody. I feel like a DJ at a wedding. Yeah, no one could ever tell what he's talking about.
I belong.
Where's Virginia?
To Le Mans.
Oh, okay.
24 hours.
Okay, he went there with the Le Mans. I thought he would do different. He went there. I do feel like when I've got this one and it's like this, I'm like a DJ at a wedding. You know, when everybody talks way too close to the microphone and no one can actually understand what's going on. They don't learn about how microphones, yes, they can do that, but they're also meant to be just like this, just handheld. So, and sometimes even a distance away from you. It doesn't need to be as close as it was. So, is there a karaoke song you want me to do as midnight approaches? Should we wait for Sanson to join back at 1 a.m.? That seems to be he said it wasn't in his contract, but still.
Yeah, we'll keep advertising it
Yes.
so we can get a few requests in as we wait till 1 a.m. As well. So yeah, we'll probably just do a little bit of waiting as some of our audience come back.
Away from every other broadcast that we're up to. We have to change over. 16 hours to go then. And we now have to swap over broadcasts.
Lemon.
So if you're watching on YouTube, you will be automatically redirected to our following broadcast. So as soon as we're done here, you will be redirected to the battle screen, and we will get ready to go live. There will be a simulcast live, and then we'll reintroduce the show to you and get it all sorted as well. So don't worry, anything. We are all set to go, and we'll go to our orbit, and we we'll reintroduce the show here at Le Mans for what is going to be a very entertaining part of the event. So here it comes.